Norm got the belt today. Congratulations. Norm, what up, Rust Dog? We in here. Mrs. Mac, good morning. Filthy McNasty and the entire McNasty family, good morning. Feeling good. Missing the homie, but we're gonna get through this. What's up, Tio? What's up, Mr. Tapia? Appreciate you guys dropping in. What's up, Spencer? Oops. I forgot to delete my legal ID and it just fired during a commercial. Whoops. What's up, Germs? Sorry, this is tough to navigate all this stuff. What's up, West Sac? All right, we got 10 seconds to the legal ID, the actual one that's supposed to play. And then we're going to lock in. Here we go. Oh, good morning. Oh, it's a solo show. I'm Kyle Madson. No Jesse Tapia today. This is The Jump here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento sports leader. Yeah, Jesse getting a well-deserved vacation. I've taken a couple vacations this year. Been a weird travel year for me. Not weird, but an atypical travel year. I'm not going to get into it, but my wife and I decided that this is going to be a year where we take some of the trips that we've been wanting to take. We were fortunate enough to get an invite, well, not an invite, really, a Christmas present from my mother-in-law that included tickets to the F1 race at Silverstone. So that's why we ended up going to Europe. That came after we had already planned on going to Japan, or it might have happened after we got back from Japan even. But I've taken a couple vacations this year, and the fact that Jesse is finally taking a day off makes me really happy. He works very hard here at this station. He's worked very hard at this station for a long time, and I'm very happy that he's taking a day. He's going to go be with some family and hanging out. So fired up for him. Not happy he's gone because I like talking sports with him. I like hanging out with him, but happy that he's taking some time away. I'm Kyle Madson. Going to be rocking with you until 9 o'clock here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Thank you, everybody listening on 1320 AM, and those of you listening on 98.5 FM HD2. Those of you watching on YouTube and Twitch, good morning. Hello, youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320 is where you can watch this program. If you're listening on the podcast, hello from the past. Hope the future is going well. The podcast is The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia, available wherever you get your podcasts. So I got some basketball stuff to start off with, but then I got a ton of football because we've got teams, like we're in full swing. Teams reporting for training camp, and we're getting all this news coming out because guys are reporting who have gotten hurt over the offseason and they're going on injured lists. And that's like the official start of football season is when we're getting people reacting to players being placed on an offseason PUP list, even though they can be activated literally anytime. But anyways, this is cool because I've done... I think this is the second solo program I've ever gotten to do. So solo radio show. I've done solo podcasts over at Candlestick Chronicles, but second solo radio show I've ever gotten to do. And check that. Second since I've been doing this professionally. In college, so it's so funny when you get into radio, because especially like talk radio. Because when you're playing music, and this isn't meant to diminish what a radio a music DJ does, because what they do I think is even more difficult than this, and they think that what we do here on the talk side is difficult. But I tell them we just get to yap. Jesse and I get to open our mics and we have 25-30 minutes to say what we want to say. They have to figure out, they have to plan a bit, and then do it in this short time frame before more music starts, right? I think that is very difficult. But even in college, I decided I'm going to do a sports talk program. I'd never done radio before. I just knew I wanted to do radio. It's why I chose Sac State. A, because I'd gone there for a couple of baseball camps and just really liked the campus and really liked the area. But I knew they had a student-run radio station. And San Francisco State has a great broadcasting program. But I went to San Francisco in high school as part of like a field trip, and we went down to MoMA, and we were walking around. It was just a classic San Francisco day. And I kind of just went, I don't know that I want to spend a bunch of my college years here. I don't know if I like being in San Francisco that much. I like San Francisco very much, but at the time, I'm 16, 17 years old. I had no idea. I said, I don't think I like it here. And then I got into San Jose State, wound up going to San Jose State with a buddy of mine who graduated the year before me, and went to visit him during his freshman year at San Jose State, and just didn't vibe with it the way I vibed with Sac State. So San Jose State also has a very good broadcasting program. That's the moral of that story. But Sac State didn't necessarily have a broadcasting program, but they had a radio station. They had microphones that I could open and talk into. And part of being at that station, KSSU, Sac State Student Run Radio, shout out, we got to broadcast sports, and that's really that was really what I wanted to do when I got into radio. Like, I knew I wanted to do this because I wanted to be around sports, but I knew I wasn't going to be good enough to play it at any level, really, probably beyond high school. I might have been able to go sit on the bench at a junior college for a couple of years, but I was not, right? Like, just be real with yourself sometimes, you know? And so I knew I wanted to be around sports, and so media was the way I wanted to get into that, just because I grew up listening to Bill King call A's games on the radio and was just so enamored with that. And then, you know, driving around with my mom and dad, and sports talk radio is always on, or driving around on Sundays and we've got the whatever NFL game was on that we could find, or even the NFL game, like it was like Red Zone but on the radio, where they would just be two guys kind of talking, and then we go, all right, hey, we got an update from Jacksonville. It's like, yeah, Byron Leftwich just did this, and I was just enamored with it. And so I went to Sac State, and I wanted to do radio, and I wanted to call games, and I got an opportunity to call a ton of games. And over the course of my years at Sac State, I realized that baseball broadcasting, while I loved it, while I don't feel like I'm good at many things, but that's one of the things that I was just like, man, I'm good at this. Like, I'm not typically a really confident, like, brash like guy, but I was good at it, and I was good at it kind of right away. But as you get to know broadcasters, and I got to call some games for the Stockton Ports, shout out to the 209. As I got to do that, and you get to talk to people, I just realized it wasn't a life that I wanted. Like, I liked the activity. I like getting to the ballpark 4 hours early and taking notes and getting lineups and writing down on my score sheet and going down in interviews, and you're talking to opposing coaches and your coaches and who's doing what, and you get an opportunity to meet guys like Ricky Henderson, because you just there's all these legends that just kind of coach or are roving instructors with these minor league teams. Ken Griffey Sr. was the manager for, I think it was the Bakersfield Blaze, who no longer exist. I think it might have been the Visalia Rawhide, but I think it was the Bakersfield Blaze. But anyways, I just realized that wasn't the lifestyle I wanted. I met so many guys who had been calling single-A baseball for 25 years, and they'd been divorced twice, and they hadn't seen their kids in 10 years. And it's like, man, I just don't want to do that, right? So sports talk radio is kind of where I leaned. And my very first radio show, so it was my second semester of college, because I had some stuff come up in my first semester of college, didn't get an opportunity to be on the radio. But I'm preparing for my first radio show, my first ever solo show. It's 1 hour. And you go into this and you go, man, you know what? This is easy. I talk about sports with my friends all the time. That's all we do. My roommate, Chris, who I'm still friends with, we sit, we talk about sports, we play Madden until all hours of the morning. Man, this is going to be easy. You need me to talk about sports for an hour? I have to play 2 commercials, and I have to play 1 PSA. That was the deal at KSSU. I've got to do this. I'll do half an hour. I'll play those. I'll do another half hour, and then we'll get out. We'll be good to go. And I remember this had to be the 2010 NFL draft. I think that's right, because I would have been maybe the 2009 NFL draft. No, it's 2009. It was a 2009 NFL draft, and I had this big take that honestly didn't age poorly, but I went into it was the Matthew Stafford draft. That's right. So I went in to this thinking, okay, I've got this one take, and that's what I'm going to talk about, and I'm going to crush it. And I get into the studio, and I turn the mic on, and I go, all right, here we go. Get fired up. I'd made a whole intro for myself. Intro plays. I turn the mic on. Like, hey, welcome to the mad world of sports. That's what it was called. Welcome to the mad world of sports. I called myself the Mad Hatter because my last name is Madson, and I wear hats a lot. Like, to the point that I had a Sac State fitted hat, and I went down to lids, and I got Mad Hatter stitched into the side in gold. So 18-year-old, I would have hated 18-year-old me. Just the worst. But I cut the mic on. I'm like, hey, welcome. This is the mad world of sports. And you're not confident either. When you're talking to a mic now, like now, the way I talk, if you were to meet me, I don't necessarily talk like this. Like, this is my voice. I don't change my voice, but I project from a different place talking into the microphone, right? And you're kind of nervous and you're like kind of timid and you don't. It's daunting. Standing in a studio by yourself as an 18-year-old college kid, you open up a microphone and now it's just you and the audience. And that was not a thing I had thought about. So I'm very nervous. But nevertheless, we persist, right? And I go, all right, the draft is coming up, or whatever stupid thing I said. The draft is coming up. The 49ers, because you'll remember, that's the year that Michael Crabtree fell to number 10. The Raiders took Darius Hayward-Bay, number 7. Eugene Monroe, the tackle from Virginia, goes 8 to the Jaguars. B.J. Raji, the defensive tackle from Boston College, goes to the Packers. And then Michael Crabtree from Texas Tech, the Biletnikoff Award winner, an absolute stud, falls to 10. 49ers were trash. They need a receiver. Michael Crabtree is the guy, right? I was zagging. Your boy, the Mad Hatter on KSSU, said, no! If Michael Crabtree falls to the 49ers at number 10, they should pass. They should pass on Michael Crabtree and take Percy Harvin out of Florida instead. And the crux of the take was more or less, Percy Harvin does more stuff. Michael Crabtree's good, but Percy Harvin returns punts. He can take handoffs. Honestly, not wrong, just early. And honestly, you can. I think that take aged fine. Michael Crabtree had some nice moments, but Percy Harvin won a Super Bowl. Like, Percy Harvin was kind of a game changer when you get outside of the concussions, and the idea of using a receiver like as a running back and all this stuff. Like, I was just, call me Kyle Shanahan, right? But I cut the mic on and I go, if Michael Crabtree falls in number 10, the 49ers should pass and then should take Percy Harvin because he does X, Y, and Z. And then the take was over, and I looked up, and like 3 minutes had gone by. I had 57 minutes of program left. And I'm done. I'm out of Percy Harvin over Michael Crabtree, and we're out. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for listening. And so I remember the panic that set in. All of this is to say, I'll finish the story. But all of this is to say is I have a lot to get to today. And it's going to be 49ers related, and I have more than 3 minutes of content on it. Shout out to me. We're learning. And so I can't describe it. I don't even know what I could compare it to. The phenomenon or the feeling when you turn the microphone on or you're talking on a radio show and then you realize you don't have anything to say. You're doing a job where your job is to talk. Your job is to have things to say. The panic that falls over you when you realize, I don't know what I'm doing next. Oh no. And I don't know what I'm doing next because I have 10 things to choose from and I'm not sure which one I'm going to pick. I do that from time to time. Jesse and I will have a million things that we have written down, and we're getting to the end of a segment, and I look up and I see we got a break, and I look down at what we've got, and I'm like, man, we had this next, but this would play, God, and this would fit. Like, that's not a panic. That's just sometimes when you hear me say, all right, we got more Kings next, it's because we got like 4 things and I couldn't decide, right? The panic that falls over you when it's sort of like, I don't know if anybody else did this, and I know my procrastinators are out there. My high schoolwork procrastinators are out there, or maybe even college procrastinators. But that feeling when you get in bed and you lay down and you're closing your eyes and you're working on going to sleep. Maybe you're listening to music, and all of a sudden it dawns on you at 10 p.m. on Wednesday that you have a paper due Thursday and you haven't started it yet. And that, like, eyes snap awake, stomach drops. I get like this weird like skin tingle. Like I think I panic so hard that it's like I'm scared. And that was it. Like, that was the sensation I had with an hour, with basically my entire first show, my first ever radio show left. And honestly, I don't remember exactly what I did. I think I stumbled my way through like some more draft stuff. Like, Matthew Stafford was due to go first in that draft, and I think I had to take that they should this did not age well. Percy Harvin over Michael Crabtree, you can argue aged fine. I argued that the Lions should take Aaron Curry, the linebacker from Wake Forest, who went number 4 to the Seahawks. Not a good player. Not a good NFL player. I argued that they should take him because they should build out their roster before drafting a quarterback. Like, just bad. That's just bad take. I think I stumbled through some of that. I might have taken a break super early, but a big shout out to the homie Barge, who's now a teacher here in Sacramento, and a football coach as well. A dear friend of mine. And Barge, if you're listening, shout out to you. He was in the studio, and Barge he was an offensive lineman in college. He's a hoss. And he had this big beard, and he hosted this metal show. And I had no idea about this guy, but he walks into the studio and he sits down and just starts talking football with me. Just started, I can't even remember exactly what we talked about, but he's a huge Niner fan, huge football fan, college football guy. And we just ended up getting into this conversation. And that was when I realized that I don't want to do solo radio ever again. And Barge ended up coming into basically all of my shows, and then I eventually met some of you who are big Sacramento radio heads will remember this guy, Nate Goodyear. I worked with him very closely. He eventually came around. I think that was my second year in college. We did a ton of shows together with our buddy Jordan, and ever since then, really, I have not done solo radio. So I say all that to say, got a solo show to do, which I have not done on purpose for a very, very long time. I think I did one very early in my tenure here because James was either out of town or had a Kings thing, and I had to do a solo show leading into D'Lo and KC live out at Sky River. I think I did that, but even then, I had, I think, guests in every segment. We got a couple of guests today to talk some Raiders and some 49ers. We're going to have Sam Warren from The Athletic, who covers the Raiders. He's also covered the Niners and the Texans. He's been around covering the NFL for a while. Played football at Syracuse. Shout out to Sam. He now covers the Raiders for The Athletic. Excited to talk to him about what's going on down in Las Vegas as they get ready to report for camp on Tuesday. I believe rookies reported yesterday for the Raiders, and on Tuesday, their veterans will report. And the 49ers, their veterans report on Saturday, tomorrow, and then their first practice is Sunday. Their first training camp practice is on Sunday. Nick Wagner from ESPN is going to join us to talk about the 49ers. Sam will be on at 8, and Nick Wagner will be on at 8:30. Before we get into the NFL, though, because we have a ton of NFL stuff to get to today, I do want to get a quick Kings thing in. Because we've got, once training camp starts, we're going to have a bunch of football. And if there's NBA news, obviously, if LeBron signs somewhere or, the Kings do something, we'll be on it. But we've We're gonna start diving into some football, but before we do that, I do want to get to some Kings because we didn't get to this yesterday, but ESPN dropped an article with off-season grades for every team, and the Kings got a C, just a passing grade, and I feel like that's just kind of the consensus. I feel like that's where I landed. That's where Jesse landed. I think The Athletic did some off-season grades, and that's where they landed. I think most of you in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320, most of you on the Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen studio text line at 916-909-1320, I think just about everybody lands on a C-ish. Some people are more optimistic, might say B-. Some people, or C+. Some people may be a little more pessimistic, might say C-. But I think in that range of, yeah, it was fine. And I'm in a weird space with the Kings where I feel like my feelings about where the Kings are is just C. Like, not the grade they would get, but like how I feel about them. Because I'm having a hard time being optimistic, which is just kind of in general how I am as a sports fan. Optimistic person in life, not optimistic when it comes to sports. It's a weird dichotomy. But I'm having a hard time being optimistic, in part because now I understand the optimism. This isn't to say people shouldn't be optimistic, because I think right now where we're at, where the Kings are, they're just at kind of a crossroads where everything ahead of us is an unknown. We know Zach LaVine's not going to be here. We know Domantas Sabonis probably isn't going to be here. And Malik Monk is probably not going to be here. Long term, I mean, over the next, by 2028. I'm probably not going to be here. Or I guess 2029 that would be. This year's 26, 27. Yeah, so by 2028. I'm probably not going to be here. But outside of that, in terms of who's good, who's not, who's great, who's not, who's a role player, who's a starter, we can all opine, we can all have our thoughts, we can all have our opinions, but really we don't know. And so I think right now I'm stuck right there. I'm having a really hard time being optimistic. But I think it's because I've just been around the Kings long enough. I started interning at their flagship station 3 days after my 21st birthday. Ever since then, I mean, I've experienced the Kings the way, and even before that, when I was up here going to college. Like, I've experienced, well, I guess I was interning during college, but you get it. My first couple of years before I was interning, I've experienced the same Kings everybody else has. Just because I didn't grow up in this as a 7, 8, 9-year-old the way most of you did, doesn't mean I look at their struggles over the last 2 decades and go, no, it's fine. Like, it's not. It's really difficult with this basketball team to look, and even with Darius Acuff and Emmanuel Sharp and Alex Caravan and Neat Clifford and Max Renault and Dylan Cardwell, they have all the Keegan Murray, if you're into that. Of all these young players and all these players that you look at and you go, man, this is like fresh, this is new. And because it's fresh and new, and because there's so much unknown, I think it's, for me, difficult to look at it and go, yeah, the last 2 decades of Kings basketball makes me really optimistic about this group. And I understand that's not fair. I totally get that that's not a fair way to look at it, because this is a new coaching staff, and this is a new front office, and they're taking over for an old coaching staff and an old front office, and there's the vestiges of that group that they're trying to move on from, and they're trying to get that group out the door, so to speak, while bringing in this new blood, and they're gonna reestablish this core, and they're gonna build from there, and it's gonna be great. But like, it's not like we've never seen the Kings try this before. It's not like this is the first time they've had a new coaching staff and a new GM and new exciting young players. Tyreek Evans won Rookie of the Year, for God's sakes. Like, they've had good young players. They had DeMarcus Cousins. DeMarcus Cousins was the best center in the sport for multiple years. We've had good young talent here. And we've just seen it not work out. And so I understand it's irrational, but I think it's really difficult sometimes, and this is not Kings specific. I feel the same way about a lot of teams who have struggled historically. I have a really hard time finding optimism about them. The same reason I don't blame anybody. We'll talk about the 49ers today. We'll talk about the Raiders. I have no qualms with somebody who has a hard time finding optimism about the Raiders, or who has a hard time being optimistic about the 49ers winning a Super Bowl for the first time in 32 years. I don't blame anybody for not having optimism about something that, yeah, hey, you know what? I kind of got to see it. But on the other hand, I'm not going to sit here and be pessimistic because of what I just said. I'm not going to sit here and be pessimistic because this is a new group of players. This is a new coaching staff. This is a new front office. The same owner. But I'm assuming for now that he's going to be out of the way and we're going to get to see this thing play out on Scott Perry's terms. And if that's the case, I'm not going to sit here today on July 24th, 2026 and say that, no, they're bad. I know that Nick Clifford is this. I know that Max Reno is that. I know that Darius Acuff is this. I know that Emmanuel Sharp is that. Because I don't. If I had a shred of evidence to hold on to that went beyond, well, the Kings are historically bad, then I would feel one way or another. I feel like a C. Well, I feel like a C grade. It's just I know it's not the right radio guy thing to do is to sit on the fence, but that's where I am, man. Because I can't in good conscience jump on either side of the fence right now. They're fine. They're fine. They had a fine offseason. Did they have a great offseason? No. Not by right now standards. If Darius Acuff's a Hall of Famer, then yeah, this offseason was a franchise-altering offseason. But right now, yeah, we don't know. It's fine. They traded for Jalen Duren. If they gotten a great deal for Jalen Duren, okay, yeah, maybe. Maybe bump that grade up. I think we would. I know I would. They had traded Domantas Sabonis for expiring contracts and a couple of first-round picks. Yeah, that bumps that grade up. But they didn't. But at the same time, I don't think anything catastrophic happened. They didn't reach for Nate Ament at number 7 in the draft and passed on a point guard. Like they didn't do anything that I feel is bad. They didn't do anything I feel is like, oh man, A+. No, it's a C. They did it. They hit a line drive. And I think with where the Kings are right now, I think that's all you need. At some point, you got to hit a home run. Maybe Darius Acuff is the home run. Draft picks are harder to evaluate. But right now, yeah, you know what? They're swinging for singles. And I will, for right now, with what they need, I will take that. You got to get some guys on base. And I think that's what they're doing. So if you're mad at a C, don't be. Because for where the organization is right now, I think that's a perfectly fine place to be. All right, we're going to dive into a ton of NFL today because the 49ers veterans report for camp tomorrow. Raiders veterans report to camp on Tuesday. The 49ers open practice on Sunday. Sam Warren covers the Raiders for The Athletic. He's going to join us at 8 o'clock. Nick Wagner covers the 49ers for ESPN. He's going to join us at 8:30. We're going to set some expectations for both those teams. But before we do that, I want to get to Dante Whitner's terrible, awful, no good, very bad idea. Dante Whitner, former 49er safety, has a podcast now, and he has a dreadful idea for how the 49ers can improve. And we'll talk about that next on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear, everybody. Hang on one second, guys. I forgot to log into our podcasting platform. Jackson Rancheria. Let's go. All right. Lock in. Wait, what it has? Wait, seriously, does everything sound okay? Sorry, it's hard to. I can't like monitor the chat while I'm yapping by myself. You see it. Mexico's getting represented on this show one way or the goddamn other. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's huge for me. Okay, so we've decided that they're painting. That's we think that's the explanation for windows being open and the strange hours. But we believe the car's in the garage now. We saw people actually moving around over there last night. So trending towards normalcy. My guess is we see some real movement this weekend. Our current theory is that they commute or whoever they are, whether it's multiple people or one person, they commute, and that's why they're not getting a lot done except for like late at night. That's our thought for now. Oh, okay. Thanks, man. I thought so, but also, like I said, I'm because I had my rundown up because I'm trying to make sure I'm staying on track, and I can't look at the chat. So if like it was echoing or you guys couldn't hear me or something, I would have not known that entire segment. I actually didn't. I saw some clips last night. I didn't lock in for it, but I was really thrilled seeing so much YG love on my timeline. So many people on the East Coast who were like, I had no idea YG was so impactful on the West Coast. Like, yeah, man. YG is that dude. Yeah, Norm, this isn't something we tell just anybody. This is a second or third hang type of deal. All right, here we go.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
Just Kyle Madson today. No Jesse. Jesse taking a well-deserved vacation. But I'm Kyle Madson. I'm hanging out with you. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you'd like to call the program, you may. We've also got the Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen studio text line at 916-909-1320. That's always open. The phone lines are open now, but you don't even need me to tell you the text line's open. Text line stays open. Shout out to Mojo's. Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen. I'm throwing out the first pitch at a River Cats game, or I'm scheduled to do so next month. We'll have more details on that later. but I've got a couple of buddies coming up from the Bay Area, and Mojo's obviously going to be the first stop. Going to try a first pitch with a brewski or two, and man, we'll see how it goes. I've thrown two first pitches at River Cats games in the last 2 years, and I've gone high and outside twice. That's with the pitch, not like myself. I've thrown the ball high and outside because I'm so worried about bouncing it. Because that's what everybody told me when I was preparing for my first one. Players, broadcasters, people who have thrown first pitches before. I have a friend who works for the Giants. I said, "Hey, what do I do?" He said, "Just don't bounce it." And so I've thrown it, and so I've kept it high both times. And so I'm thinking maybe if I get just like a beer in me, maybe I'll relax enough to throw a strike. I can throw a ball 60 feet, 6 inches. Like that's not the difficult part. Just throwing off a mound, you get a little tense, trying not to bounce it tonight or aiming a little bit. I don't know. We're trying things. Kyle Madson, it's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. You're listening to The Jump. No Jesse Tapia today. He'll be back on Monday. Dante Whitner, former 49ers safety, now hosts a podcast. And on this podcast, he had an idea for the 49ers to re-add Deebo Samuel, but not just bring back Deebo Samuel in a wide receiver capacity, to bring back Deebo Samuel in an entirely different capacity. I'm going to play this clip, and then we can talk about it.
Deebo has been putting in the work. And when I look from afar, he looks like he's in the best shape that he's been in since he arrived. First day with the 49ers. First, I wanted to say, no, don't bring him back. He thought the grass was greener on the other side, and now he has to pay the repercussions of leaving the 49ers organization, wanting to get out the door so quickly. But then I'm thinking, what if you brought Deebo Samuel back and he was primarily a running back? How would that look for the 49ers? And then I wrote down a list of things as to why it would give the 49ers a competitive advantage over everybody. You put Deebo Samuel on the field, whether you have 11 personnel, 12 personnel, 21 personnel.
11 personnel, 1 running back, 1 tight end. 12 personnel, 1 running back, 2 tight ends. 21 personnel, 2 running backs, 1 tight end.
Defenses have to match that personnel. If defenses treat Deebo Samuel like a running back and they put heavier players on defense, Deebo Samuel instantly creates matchup issues with linebackers and safeties. Then the formation would stop revealing the play. He can line up in the backfield, he can line up at the slot, outside, and guess who's going to match up with him? A linebacker or a safety. He creates a powerful 1-2 punch with Christian McCaffrey. If you put both of those guys on the field together, instead of making Deebo the traditional backup, both players will be on the field together. The defense will have to identify who's the running back and who's the line wide receiver. Creates another competitive advantage. He doesn't have to take Mike Evans' spot. He doesn't have to take Stripling's spot. You can align all of those guys on the field together, and the defense has to match you with an extra defensive back on the field. Competitive advantage 49ers and competitive advantage Deebo Samuel.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there. That would... They could have done this already. The 49ers could have just done this. And they did, because they had Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey on the same team before. They played together. And the 49ers let Deebo Samuel go because he wasn't the same player he used to be. He had some injury stuff in his final year for sure, and he was fine with Washington last year. But he's not prime Deebo Samuel anymore. He's not a running back. He doesn't play running back. He played running back in very limited spurts and on a very limited number of plays. But bringing him back and then, yeah, you're going to have McCaffrey and Deebo on the field, and now the defense has no idea. No, you're going to line one up at running back and you're going to line one up at wide receiver. That's just kind of how it goes. And if what do you do with Kyle Juszczyk in that situation? A player who is ostensibly on the field to already do these things, right? Like to already be that chess piece to, all right, he's a fullback, so you got to have big players on the field, but also he can split out wide and He's a tough cover like that, or he can come out of the backfield and you got to pay attention to him. He's like a second tight end. I think bringing back Deebo Samuel to play running back would be a colossal failure. I do not think it would work. Because if you're going to do that, if you're going to have that be effective, if you're going to actually play the mind games that you want to play with defenses, you're going to have to give Deebo Samuel legitimate running back touches. So he's going to have to play a position he's never played full time. He's going to have to do that full time while also being 30 now. You would have to give Deebo Samuel like 12 touches a game. 12 runs, like actual run plays a game, minimum. And now you're taking the ball out of Christian McCaffrey's hands to do that. I feel like they can accomplish what they're trying to accomplish, or what Dante Whitner talks about the 49ers trying to accomplish there. I feel like they could accomplish that if they just have a good running back, or they have another good running back. But we've also seen Kyle Shanahan be pretty averse to putting two running backs on the field. Two halfbacks on the field, I should say. Technically, Kyle Juszczyk's a running back. But we've seen them be averse to this in the past, in part because, well, other running backs don't threaten the defense in the passing game the way Christian McCaffrey does, so you can't have them both on the field because you got to do X, Y, and Z. You got to take somebody else off the field. Now it's a whole thing. So I don't think the idea of bringing a guy in to switch positions, and if you're bringing him in to be a gadget player to give him 6 touches a game, I just don't think that's worth it at that point. I think the Deebo Samuel 49ers thing has run its course. And if there's an injury in camp, if Ricky Pearsall goes down, or which is very real possibility, or Mike Evans goes down, a very real possibility, or if Dejon Stribling can't put his helmet on the right way. And I say that to say, like, if he's just really bad at football, then all right, sure. Let's revisit the Deebo Samuel thing. But I think this vision of Deebo Samuel being because what Dante Whitner is, and Dante Whitner's forgotten more about football schematically than I'll ever know. I would never try and say that you know, I know more than him on that. But on the other hand, like, we saw what this looks like already, and it didn't work. If this version of the 49ers where Deebo's going to be a running back now, he's going to change positions, he's going to do a whole new thing. He's going to change positions for the first time at the age where you typically don't play a position anymore, or play a position effectively anymore. Running backs over 30. Like, that doesn't track to me. And now I feel like you're spending all this time trying to make this 2 running back Deebo Samuel Christian McCaffrey thing work when you have George Kittle, theoretically. You just signed Mike Evans. Ricky Pearsall's been really good when he's been on the field. You traded back a bunch of times and then used the first pick in the second round on Dejon Stribling. So theoretically, you're very high on him. I think what we're going to see, more than I think we're going to see the 49ers try and lean into the 2 running back thing and bring back Deebo and do all this gadget stuff, I think what we're going to see is we're going to see the 49ers start to lean more on their quarterback. I think we're going to see a lot more, because they draft Ricky Pearsall in the first round. They have Dejon Stribling first pick in the second round, and then they bring in Mike Evans on purpose. Like, they didn't bring those guys in just to block. They didn't bring those guys in to go, yeah, hey, just in case we're down in some games, we need a passing attack. Like, no, I think we're just going to see the 49ers start to lean away a little bit. Not all the way, because I think Kyle Shanahan, to his core, that's one of the funny things about Kyle Shanahan, and this may be the thing that ultimately holds him back as a coach. He is an old school guy. Kyle Shanahan is a coach who came up in under John Gruden and the early 2000s Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the 2002, 2003, that era of Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He came of age as a coach in those defensive meeting rooms. He was under Mike Shanahan. He was on the sidelines as the ball boy in '98 when the Broncos were winning the Super Bowl. He came up as an under old school football rules. And I say old school football rules from like a coaching adage perspective. Not necessarily like, you can hit guys over the middle and leading with the crown of your helmet and all that. I don't mean like rules like legislation of the game. I mean rules of like how you coach and operate within the game. That's the philosophy, the football philosophy that he carries with him. And I think we're seeing him shed that a little bit, and he certainly doesn't have that from an offensive perspective. He's very forward thinking on the offensive side, and that's partly due to his understanding of defenses. But on the other hand, it's why I think we see him be very reluctant on going for it on fourth downs or being really aggressive in those situations, because his football brain says, no, you punt. 4th and 3 from the opponent's 47. Yep, that's punting range. We're punting. When I think you're seeing a lot of other less conservative coaches go, yeah, no, we're going here. The X amount of field position that we gain is not worth trying to gain. Like we could try and gain these 3 yards. And that's a better advantage than giving the ball back to the other team and gaining X amount of field position in certain situations. I don't know that we're going to see Kyle Shanahan do that. So I say all that to say, we're never going to see the 49ers be a spread out. They throw it 70% of the time. It's never going to be that like college style offense. I don't think we're ever going to see Shanahan lean that hard into an offensive innovation or into an offensive tweak. But I do think we're going to see them throw more. And one of the things that's been even like Matt Ryan's MVP year with the Falcons. It's not like the Falcons were top 5 in the league in pass attempts. They weren't. They were still very balanced. And I think at his core, Kyle Shanahan wants to be balanced. I think he wants to, in an ideal world, I think Kyle Shanahan is looking at like a 50-50 run-pass split, because that is the thing that makes the defense most unsure about what you're going to do. That's the thing. You can't game plan for a pass heavy or run heavy, because we know that this team's going to be super balanced. And I think that's ideal for any coach. I think, in fact, you ask any coach, Ben Johnson, Sean McVay, Michael McDonald, Clint Kubiak, you ask Jim Harbaugh, any coach, yeah, you want to be 50-50. Yeah, you want to be about half and half. But I do think that we're going to see the 49ers, who have typically been in the bottom 5 of pass attempts during the Kyle Shanahan era, save for the seasons when they're bad and they're down a lot and they have to throw it. But they're generally, especially when they're good, they're in like the bottom 5 in pass attempts. I think we're going to see that shift. I think we're going to see that change. Where I don't know if it's something that an advantage that he thinks he's going to have schematically with the way defenses are starting to attack modern offenses, if that's the zag, where they've gone from using a fullback and it's power football and it's getting downhill, because ultimately, like, that's really what the good Kyle Shanahan teams were. That was a bully ball team. When they were good, they were just going to beat you up on both sides of the trenches, and they were going to run the ball. There wasn't going to be a lot you could do about it. That's always, I think, going to be at the core of what Kyle Shanahan wants to be offensively. But at the same time, you start to look at their receiving core, you look at their pass catching options, you go, I don't know that we're going to see this super run heavy attack. I don't think they're going to go into a game trying to establish the run necessarily. Maybe we see more throwing in run situations. Maybe we see more. Maybe we just see more the Niners trying to close out games instead of just trying to salt away the clock. Because how many times has it felt like under Kyle Shanahan, the Niners have had like a 2-score lead in the fourth quarter, and then all of a sudden the opposing team has the ball with a minute and a half left in a 1-score game. Like it feels like they try to salt these games away and it never works. I kind of wonder if we see a shift there too, where they don't just take their foot off the gas and say, okay, we're only throwing on third down, or we're only throwing in obvious passing situations. I think we're going to see that group start to lean a little bit further away from that, like run. If what was it, 8 passes by Jimmy Garoppolo in the NFC title game in 2019, January of 2020? I don't think we're going to see that anymore. Which is why I think this idea of bringing in Deebo Samuel as a running back feels like a waste to me. You drafted Jordan James in the 5th round. you last year. You drafted Kalen Black in the 3rd round this year. Use them. That seems like what you should do with your running backs. That seems like the thing you should do. I understand the idea that you don't want to take Christian McCaffrey off the field because he does X, Y, and Z thing really well. I fully got that. But on the other hand, then just don't. Then if you can't have an offense that functions with a different running back on the field, then do something different. And if you need Deebo Samuel to really make your offense pop this year, as a running back, no less, I'm out. I think that is clinging to, if you're just joining us, Dante Whitner, former 49ers safety, had an idea to bring Deebo Samuel back to the 49ers. It's strictly a running back who could also split out at wide receiver, which at that point he's a wide receiver because McCaffrey's probably going to be the primary running back because that's the position he plays. But anyways, I think it's leaning on a version of Deebo Samuel that I just don't think is there anymore. I've seen the offseason workout videos. He looks slim. He looks best shape of his life. We heard Dante Whitner say it's the best shape he's ever been in. Yeah. Also, he plays a really physical brand of football. He's 30 now. I don't. 2021 Deebo Samuel was so good. He was amazing. Even before that, 2019 Deebo in his rookie year was incredible. Never try and take that away. He's just not that guy anymore. He's not that guy, pal. He's just not that guy. It's not a bad thing. I just don't think that would bear the fruit that Dante Whitner thinks it would bear. And so I think when you look at Deebo Samuel, and as much as it pains me to say this, because Deebo is one of my favorite 49ers, he's just not. They don't have room for him anymore. They've just sort of outgrown what he provides. Again, if there's an injury or something, cool. Then give him a call, and I would rather they add him than Stephon Diggs. That's mostly a vibes thing, by the way. I think Diggs is a better receiver, but if you have an injury, then yeah, bring in Deebo. Maybe he can be a wide receiver 3 or 4. But right now, I think you just roll with what you got, and you stop trying to lean on this version of Deebo Samuel that I don't think exists anymore. So anyways, I'm Kyle Madson. No Jesse Tapia today. This is The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Speaking of Kalen Black and Jordan James, ESPN released a ranking of NFL teams based on their players on their roster who are under 25, not 25 and under, but under 25. The Raiders are 6th on this list, by the way. Brock Bowers, Ashton Genty, Fernando Mendoza, all over 25. Jack Bech, Deontay Thornton, Jackson Powers Johnson, DJ Glaze, 2 starting offensive linemen, and then a couple of wide receivers, and a receiving core that has some real question marks. I like Jalen Naylor a lot, but if one of those two receivers steps up and gets into that under 25 group with Bowers, Genty, and Mendoza, like that's how you build a core. If Powers Johnson or Glaze are going to be long-term Pro Bowl caliber starters for you, that's how you build a core. That's the position you want to be in when you're trying to compete for Super Bowls down the line. What the Raiders have done over the last couple of off seasons and say, the Pete Carroll era obviously did not go the way they wanted it to, but they're still set up just fine. They're not leaving. Like when Monty McNair left the Kings, it was like, wow, he is leaving disaster in his wake. That's not what the Pete Carroll era did. It was a disaster on the field, and I still don't think that they're a roster that's I still don't think it's a roster that we're going to look at and think with any certainty they're going to the playoffs. But you can think with some level of optimism that this is going to be a playoff team in the very, very near future. If not, they get a couple of bounces and go this year. This is a playoff team in the very near future because of that young core that they have. I think it's a little bit like we talked about in the first segment with the Kings. Like, it's hard to be optimistic about the Raiders just because of what we've seen from the past. But with the Raiders, there's certainty that Brock Bowers is one of the 2 or 3 best tight ends of the sport. Like, we just know that. We know that Ashton Genty is talented. And that's not even based on college. And I know he wasn't super productive last year, but when you go look at the underlying numbers from Ashton Genty last year, when he had room to run, when he wasn't getting hit 2 yards in the backfield, he's really good. Really good football player when he gets an opportunity to get moving a little bit. There's no running back. There's no running back in the sport that's going to succeed at a high level, just from a pure production perspective in terms of rushing yards, yards per carry, touchdowns, etc. There's no running back that's going to produce at a high level under the circumstances that Ashton Genty was playing under last year. It's just not realistic. But when you start digging a little bit, you see that, man, hey, there's a really good player in there. We know Brock Bowers is good. If Fernando Mendoza is we've talked about this, if he's a tier 3 quarterback, which is, I still think by tier 3 in the modern NFL, I think he can win a Super Bowl. You got your tier 1 guys who are like, yep, that's a contender just by virtue of that player being on the team. Then you've got your tier 2 guys who are kind of flirting with that first tier, but you still got some questions. And then for me, there's a third tier of quarterback, which encompasses most of the quarterbacks. If Fernando Mendoza proves to be in that group, I think the Raiders are in a really, really good spot. That's a good young core that they have. The 49ers, not so much. I mentioned Jordan James and Kalen Black. That Dejon Stribling's under 25. Malik Mustafa and Marquise Siegel. They have one blue chip player, according to ESPN. Bowers, Genty, and Mendoza are the Raiders' blue chip guys. ESPN had the 49ers with Michael Williams as their lone blue chip player. Michael Williams, who's a run-stopping defensive end, doesn't rush the passer very well, and is coming off an ACL tear. That's the blue chip talent in San Francisco. That's tough. Maybe Kalen Black or Dejon Stribling or Malik Mustafa or somebody breaks out this year, and we view the 49ers differently. Maybe one of their offensive linemen, Carver Willis or Colby Connor Colby, winds up being a stud on the offensive line. There's so many people listening to this right now. We're like, who? Exactly. Not a team, not a group teaming with high quality young talent. We'll talk about why that matters a little bit later. Sam Warren of The Athletic. He covers the Raiders for The Athletic. He's going to join us next to talk about what we're looking at for the Raiders going into camp. Nick Wagner from ESPN is going to join us at 8:30. But we've got Sam Warren coming up, and then we'll also talk expectations for the 49ers and Raiders this year here on The Jump. I'm Kyle Madson, flying solo today on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. No, we'll talk about this. Am I really echoing? Oh, the Dante Whitner echoed. Okay, I see. Why did that? Oh, damn. Sorry, guys. Video is echoing. Got it. That's my fault. I had the wrong thing hit. I know exactly what happened. My bad, guys. Maybe I'll play it again later. Gosh darn it. Hey. Let's try that. Sam, what's going on, man?
How we doing?
Hanging in there. Thanks so much for hopping in. Just so you know, we've got about 2 minutes left in the break. You're live on YouTube right now.
Okay.
But we are not live on the radio. Yeah,
Sounds good.
Oh yeah. So you're living in Vegas now?
Yes, sir.
Oh. You're worse than, because you were in Houston before this, right?
Yeah, it was.
You're worse than Houston.
I think it's just a little bit different. I mean, obviously the heat's pretty bad right now, but there's not as much humidity, so everybody's saying that the dry heat's better. So I'm getting used to it a little bit, but I like it so far. It's been a good experience covering the team, and definitely getting used to living in Vegas, but it's definitely a little bit slower than I thought, living in Vegas would be.
Oh, dude, yeah. I went one time. I went out to Vegas, and the friends I went with left at like 7 a.m. And so I was up early. My flight wasn't until later, and so I'm walking around the strip at like 9 a.m. on a Sunday. That was bleak. It was a tough place to be.
As a local now, I don't spend all that much time at the strip, but I'll still go down there to people watch and have a little bit of fun.
Well, cool, man. It's so funny with the dry heat thing, because I lived down in Phoenix for a couple of years, or in Phoenix area.
Mm-hmm.
And dude, it's like, you can talk to me about dry heat until it's 117. Like, that's so hot, man.
Yeah.
Can't leave anything in the car.
Yeah, absolutely.
I had an air freshener like melt into my vent. Dude, it was a bad beat. All right, coming back in about 10 seconds. We'll
sounds good.
Talking football, nice and easy. Here we go.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
Yeah, no Jesse today. I'm Kyle Madson flying solo. Don't know why that was so loud. All right, here we go. Talking a lot of football. Putting a pin in the basketball stuff for a little bit, because we've got the 49ers. They report to camp tomorrow with their first practice on Sunday. The Las Vegas Raiders, their rookies reported to camp yesterday. Veterans report on Tuesday. Here to talk about the Raiders with us from The Athletic, Sam Warren in the building. Sam, thank you so much for hopping in. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me, Kyle.
Yeah, of course. We were talking to man. We complain about the heat here in Sacramento, but they're going through it down in Vegas right now. Our guys were down there for summer league and came back and were like, I don't know how anybody lives there.
Yeah, it's definitely taken some getting used to, but I don't know if we're even at the tail end of it. I only moved here in April, so we'll see how long this lasts.
You just dove right in, and that's what we'll do here. Let's talk about the quarterback situation with the Raiders, because I think that's going to be the biggest storyline with them this year. What's your feel right now, understanding that camp hasn't happened yet? It's just July 24th. Does Kirk Cousins, barring injury, start all 17 games for the Raiders?
Yeah, that's definitely a big question. So because knowing what we've seen in OTAs and the offseason program, it's clear that the Raiders are fine with taking kind of a slow progression with Fernando Mendoza. Really want to develop him, make sure that he's completely ready when he gets out there on the field. So we saw him working a lot with the threes, kind of the developmental players during the offseason program. And we do expect him to get a little bit more shine during training camp and get some reps with the ones, kind of get a little bit more competitive, NFL style reps to get him up to speed a little bit more, take the training wheels off just a little bit during camp. But yeah, I do expect Kirk to start the season, and as long as he's playing well, I don't see a reason why the Raiders would rush in to get Fernando in there. And we did a little bit of a fan survey with the Athletic to see, how Raider Nation feels about when they want to put in Fernando. And it's very clear that they're open to having Fernando wait out a little bit as well, with a lot of people saying they don't want him to start until, after the week 13 bye week, I think. Or even, I think a quarter of the people said they were fine with Fernando waiting until next season. So we'll see if a 38-year-old Kirk Cousins can play throughout the entire season without any injury or any struggles or anything like that. But I think the Raiders are fine with slow playing Fernando Mendoza's progression.
Sam Warren from The Athletic here on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. So you mentioned Fernando Mendoza got those third-team reps in OTAs. I know it's OTAs. There's no pads on. There's certainly no hitting. But what are the early impressions from Fernando Mendoza that you've seen and then just around the building?
Yeah, I think everybody's said that he's as advertised. It's definitely not an act, the stuff that you see in the media. He genuinely is kind of that person and puts on that face that, is just a total professional and, is just genuine in everything that he does. So I think they really like him as a person and what he's brought to the team so far. And then on the field, he's definitely had some struggles at points, but, that comes with being a rookie going into your first kind of off-season program and everything, especially with what he's having to learn playing under center really for the first time, doing that in this Clint Kubiak offense. He really wasn't tasked with anything like that at Cal or at Indiana. So he's had a lot to get used to with this new system. We saw a little bit of that during the OTAs, but it's obvious the arm talent is there. His accuracy is really good. Everybody's, his quarterback coach, his offensive coordinator, Clint Kubiak, is saying that he's adjusting really well to the pro style system. So I think all the returns have been pretty positive from Mendoza so far, even if he hasn't been, drilling with the ones or anything like that.
You mentioned that he might get some first-team reps in training camp. If and when he does, is that something we should read into at all? Like he only got 3 first-team reps, or he's getting more first-team reps as he goes, or do you think there's a plan in place and they're just going to kind of follow it?
Yeah, I don't think it's something that you should read into all that much. Just kind of reading between the tea leaves, the Raiders really don't want their plan for Mendoza to be disrupted by kind of external factors. Like there is an opportunity for Fernando to play his way onto the field during training camp. But just given the head start that Cousins has with the knowledge of this Clint Kubiak system, Fernando's talked about how knowledgeable Kirk is about the system and how he's helping with other quarterbacks with kind of his previous experience playing for Clint, playing in this system. So it's obvious that, Kirk has a mastery and almost a teacher aspect to playing under Kubiak and playing within this offensive style. So it would be pretty difficult for Fernando to play, Kirk Cousins out of a job during training camp. Obviously, he's the number 1 overall pick and he has the talent to do so, but we'll see how that goes. But just I think it was assistant head coach Mike McCoy said that, the Raiders have a plan in place, and the most important thing for having a plan with your rookie quarterback is not to be tested by that plan. So, or not have other things test that plan. So the Raiders really hope that, they're able to see out their progression, see out when they want to put in Fernando and not have that influenced by, fan pressure or any other kind of things like that. And they really want to see, Fernando get out there on the field when he's actually fully ready and they deem that so.
Sam Warren from The Athletic covers the Las Vegas Raiders, joining us here on The Jump. The other name we talked a lot about Fernando Mendoza this year, but the other guy who is much bandied about around the league was Max Crosby. Mm-hmm. He was going to be traded, and then he wasn't. Is he on the team week 1, or do we see a mid-camp trade of Max Crosby?
Yeah, I mean, I expect to see him on the team week 1. Just, reading from what the team has said about him, what he said about the team, it seems like a pretty amicable reunion. He's happy to be in Las Vegas. It's, he showed up. He had to be there because of his his injuries last year. Didn't finish the season, finished it on IR. So he had to show up yesterday with the rookies, but it looked like he was the first guy there from, all the social media stuff that they were putting out. He was there before dawn. So it's obvious that he's excited to be back in Las Vegas. He wants to play. He wants to get that back out there on the field and be healthy and prove that, he is still Max Crosby. Despite the injury, he can still go out there and perform, and he's back to being who he is. So I think he's excited about the opportunity to rejoin the Raiders. I don't see a reason why the Raiders would move him at this conjecture before the training camp or before the season starts, just because their team is kind of already built, and he can be a really productive pass rusher for them. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him get moved at some point, just given, they've done it before. But I wouldn't see him, I don't see a desperate need to get rid of him right now.
Sure. Sam Warren of The Athletic here on ESPN 1320. Are you expecting a better year this year from Ashton Jeanty, just from a pure production standpoint?
Absolutely. I think system-wise, it benefits him. The Clint Kubiak wide zone scheme. We've seen a lot of running backs have a lot of success in it, especially last year. I think Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet had career years, even with splitting a lot of carries. And all that we've heard from Clint Kubiak is he wants, not necessarily in a usage style, but in a pure, opportunity standpoint, he wants to use Ashton Jeanty in a Christian McCaffrey type, usage rate. So he really wants him to be featured, wants him to be used kind of all over the offense. So the improvements up on the offensive line are going to help a lot as well with having Tyler Linderbaum there. I think that was one of the big things that kind of hindered Ashton Jeanty as a rookie was, I think he 850 or something of his 975 or so, rush yards were after contact. So he was getting meat in the backfield, all the time, really having to do a lot. And we saw him kind of have some spurts of that running back that we saw at Boise State, but a lot of that was hindered by, bad blocking schemes, not a whole ton of, lanes to rush through. So with kind of some improvements that we're expecting up there with the offensive line and Rick Dennison leading that group as kind of a tenured guy, I think there's no reason why Ashton shouldn't have a much better year in year two.
You got on the radar for me with the San Francisco Chronicle doing some stuff covering the 49ers. I don't think you were not there as recently as last year, right?
No, I was there in the training camp of 2023.
That's right. Okay. Yeah. So it's been a while. So you were not around for the famed kicker battle of last offseason, but it looks like the Raiders have got one this season. And I am dialed. It's Matt Gay, Kensai Matsuzawa. How locked in are you to the kicker battle happening in Vegas?
Yeah, it's the story of training camp, right?
Yeah.
Toss Max Crosby aside, toss Kirk Cousins, Fernando aside. Let's get dialed in on the kickers. It's we joke about it, but it is a big deal. They got rid of Daniel Carlson. I think he was the most tenured Raider to that point. I think he was the kicker of 8 years. So he's not with the team anymore. And now they bring in a veteran in Matt Gay, who's had success. Joe DeCamillis is the special teams coordinator who's been all over the league, one of the more tenured special teams coordinators in the NFL. But Matt Gay was with DeCamillis in Los Angeles with the Rams and had some success there. He kind of had his better years of his career there. Obviously had some struggles of late, but I think the Raiders have confidence in him being able to work with DeCamillis and get back to some success. But I think everybody's more excited about Conte. They call him Special K, I think, just because DeCamillis can't pronounce his name yet. So they didn't want to go with Tokyo Toe. But I think everybody's excited about what he can do. Obviously he seems like a bubbly personality, a fun guy to root for. So we'll see how he does. We didn't really see all that many opportunities in OTAs, but I think there's obviously going to be a kicker battle, and I think both guys will get a fair shake. So it should be fun to have another position battle and see that.
Sam Warren covers the Las Vegas Raiders for The Athletic here on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Sam, I got two more for you real quick. We know about Tyler Linderbaum. We know about Jalen Naylor. We know about Fernando Mendoza, all these additions. But who's an under-the-radar player for us to watch in camp?
Yeah, I think something that's strikes out to me is the usage rate of Clint Kubiak with two tight ends. Obviously, I think Brock Bowers is going to be the kind of sled pusher for this offense. He's a guy that is going to be with, I think one of the narratives of this offseason is fans and outside onlookers are kind of concerned with the wide receiver room. Not really a proven guy out there, but Brock Bowers is going to be the number one target, and it can play, a number one receiver type role with his skill set and his kind of maneuverability. But Clint Kubiak likes to use heavy sets, and Michael Mayer, who they drafted, in the second round, I believe, a couple years ago, is going into final year of his rookie contract. Has had some success in spelling Bowers in his career, but hasn't had all that much opportunity. But with using kind of these two tight end sets, these heavy sets, he's a guy who had a ton of production at Notre Dame, was viewed as one of the most talented tight ends in that class and kind of in recent memory, and hasn't kind of fully lived up to expectations. But maybe that's a issue of opportunity rather than his talent. So seeing him maybe get the ball a little bit more, being used as more of a receiving threat, I think that's somebody that's going to be on my radar, just to give me a little bit of a better picture of what he can do on the field and also what this Clint Kubiak offense is going to be about.
All right, last thing for you. I know it's pre-training camp fully. That's baked in. Do you have a pre-training camp record prediction for this year's Raiders?
Yeah, I think I said initially that they were going to have 5 wins. I think just looking at what they have kind of in store for a team that finished with the number 1 overall pick. Yeah. I'd be moved to see a harder schedule that a team coming off that had to play. I mean, they get the AFC East and the NFC West as their 2 kind of divisional matchups of the year. So, I mean, you're playing the Niners, you're playing the Seahawks, you're playing, the Rams. Like, they've got a tough, NFC slate. I think they're playing like 9 playoff teams from last year in their schedule. Obviously, the AFC West is tough because, you're playing the Chiefs, you're playing the Chargers, you're playing the Broncos. All those teams are great. So, it's definitely going to be difficult for them. I think a successful season for them, honestly, is, win more games than last year and look a little bit more competitive in the division. Maybe knock off the Chiefs, the Broncos, the Chargers in one of these games. I think the Raiders fans have reasonable expectations for the year, that this is, year 1 of this. I mean, it's not year 1, but it is the start of this rebuild, and showing more success, showing some improvement will be positive for this fan base. But yeah, it's going to be really difficult to make, major strides in that record department.
Sam Warren covers the Las Vegas Raiders for The Athletic, does a great job doing so. Sam, thank you so much for carving out a few minutes today on a Friday.
Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate it.
Hi, buddy. Take care. Sam Warren, there he goes. He used to work at the Chronicle covering the 49ers, and then he went down to Houston and covered the Texans for a while, and now he's in Vegas covering the Las Vegas Raiders, and I'm sure that's not the last we'll hear from Sam. That was great. He mentioned this year's Raiders and expectations, and I want to get to that because it feels very a little bit different because they have more talent, I think, than the first year of Kyle Shanahan. But this first year of Clint Kubiak feels like the Chip Kelly thing for the 49ers in 2016 was a mess, right? In the same way that the Pete Carroll season was a mess, and now Clint Kubiak kind of takes over and he's got to pick up the pieces, but I think that Clint Kubiak specifically is taking over a roster that is significantly more ready to compete than the 2017 49ers. Like, you remember the 2017 49ers, had it not been for Jimmy Garoppolo coming in and going 5-0 as a starter, that team probably wins like 2 games. They were awful. They were horrible. 2 games might be generous. They won the one against the Giants. But I think that Sam said 5 wins. I think that's probably in the, if you're keeping it like real, I think that's realistic, and I think that's probably fine. I think you'd hope to be a little more optimistic and say, yeah, can they get to 7 or 8? And I think if everything goes right, if everything goes well for them, then I think that's probably the move. But I also think that going into a season and saying if everything goes perfect, X can happen is like, yeah, sure, but not everything goes perfect in an NFL season. There's an injury here, there's an injury there, there's a bad bounce here, there's a bad bounce there. Like it doesn't always kind of work out that way. My expectation for the Raiders this year is, and I think Sam hit the nail on the head, just be better than last year. And I know that's not a high bar to clear, but you have to clear that first. And if in the process of clearing that bar, they win 7-8 games, if in the process of clearing that bar, they're in the hunt graphic going into week 16, then awesome. That's a cherry on top. I just need them to look competitive. They should be. Clint Kubiak, I think, is a good coach. I think Kirk Cousins is a capable quarterback. We talked about Max Crosby, the tip of the spear on that defense. Improvements on the offensive line with Tyler Linderbaum, and it puts Jackson Powers-Johnson in a role at guard where, hey, yep, this is the position you're going to play. They don't have a guy playing center who's never played center before. You got DJ Glaze back. Like there's a real chance at right tackle. Like there's a real chance that this is just this is a better team just by way of being a better functioning team, specifically on offense. Because whatever Chip Kelly was doing last year was not it. Whatever Geno Smith was doing last year was not it. They should be better just in that way. No, I look at them and I go, okay, let's look at this through the most optimistic lens. Because every year there's that surprise team that nobody thought was going to really be any good, and they kind of sneak up. And can the Raiders be one of the playoff teams? I was kicking this around last night, and we'll run through this. Can the Raiders be one of the non-playoffs teams from last year that make it this year, that make it in 2026? So I went through and I looked. The Raiders obviously missed the playoffs last year. Here are the other teams that I think in the AFC missed the playoffs last year but could make it this year. So the Browns are out. The Jets are out. The Dolphins are out. No disrespect. I look at Baltimore. I look at Cincinnati. I look at Kansas City. I also look at Indianapolis. Less so, like if we're tiering these out, they're in the bottom tier. But I think you have to circle them just because of how good they were at the start of last year. They got Daniel Jones coming off the injury, but I'm interested enough that I'll put them here in this conversation. If we're gonna have this conversation involving the Raiders, I think you have to have the conversation involving the Colts. That's all. And I just looked at and I don't know. I think the Raiders division is too hard. I think the Raiders division is just going to be too tough. Where if you're going to sneak into the playoffs, I think you need to minimum probably split your division games, and I don't know that they can do that. Or you need to be a team that missed the playoffs. You need to be like in the NFC South, where all the teams went 8-9, and you might win the division this year, and that division's not going to get a wild card. So now you're in the playoffs, and you weren't last year. Like if Tampa Bay won the NFC South this year, and no other NFC South team made the playoffs, like that wouldn't shock anybody, right? But I look across, I mean, really both conferences could have 4 new division winners. But when I look at the AFC West, I think the Broncos are going back to the playoffs. I think the Chargers are probably going back to the playoffs. The Chargers might win that freaking division. And then we'll see with the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs would be better. I don't know that I'm for sure penciling them in for a playoff spot just yet. Patrick Mahomes coming off the ACL. We need to see how he looks. We need to see how that team continues to evolve. They just weren't great last year, even before Patrick Mahomes got hurt. But I wanted really badly to come on here and make the case for the Raiders making the playoffs. Not as an expectation. I asked Sam Warren just now from The Athletic, what's your record prediction for the Raiders? He said 5 wins. And I think that's probably where I probably would have said like 6 or 7 as an expectation. And again, if you go, that's not to say they can't go above that, but if you land above that, then great. Then you're really cooking with gas. I'm just not going to put some expectation that the Raiders are going to be in the playoff hunt. I can't get there. Sam mentioned their schedule. They've got their divisional home games with the Broncos, Chiefs, and Chargers. That's tough enough as it is. But then they host the Bills. They've got to host the Rams. They host the Seahawks. They've got their 3 divisional road games, Broncos, Chiefs, and Chargers. They go on the road to New England again. They go on the road to San Francisco. They got to go on the road to the Saints. I don't think that's ever going to be an easy game down there in the Superdome. That's just they've got Miami on the schedule. They've got Tennessee on the schedule at home. They visit the Jets. They visit the Cardinals. They visit the Browns. That's 5. That's 5 winnable games if they go 4-1 in those games, and then they win 1 or 2 of the games that they're not supposed to. And I would classify those games as the other ones I just mentioned. They win 1 or 2 of those. That's 5 or 6 wins, and you're off. Now, again, maybe you're a little better than you think. Maybe you go and you win 3 or 4 of the games that you're not expecting to win, and all of a sudden you're sitting at 7 or 8 wins. Maybe Kansas City's not as good as we think, and maybe the Niners have a down year, and maybe the Patriots come back to earth a little bit, and the Raiders go up to Foxborough for the 2nd year in a row and win there. I think that's on the table. I wouldn't bet on it. Like I said, I'm not gonna, because I don't want to jump out the window. I don't want to put this expectation. This is what we deal with the Kings, is trying to not be like, yeah, we need the expectations here now, because like realistically, I'm not going to put play-in expectations on the Kings, because if Darius Acuff's awesome and Nick Clifford's a little better and Max Reynaud's a little better and Keegan Murray's back to shooting 36%, but they win 28 games, I'm not going to be like, wow, what a failure of a season, right? Like a lot of good stuff still happened. I don't want to put that expectation. And the same way I don't want to put playoff team as some sort of expectation, or even 8 wins. I don't want to put that as an expectation, because I'm so tired of putting that expectation on the Raiders and having them fall short and them being so disappointed in how their season turned out. I'm going to sit here at 6 wins. I think that's fair. 4-1 in the 5 games that I think you should win. And then you win a game that you're not supposed to. That also allows you to go 3-2 in the games I think you should win, and win 2 games I don't think you're supposed to. That puts you at 5. I'll give you one more. I'll put you at 6. And I think you can have a really good year and still win 6. If you win 6 and Fernando Mendoza starts the last 2 games and looks awesome, and Ashton Genty's better and Brock Bowers is better, yeah, bet, man. That's a good place to be as you build. That's a really good spot to be in. Just to complete the circle, that 49ers team in 2017, Kyle Shanahan's first year, they went 6-10. The next year, Jimmy Garoppolo gets hurt. They go 4-12. The next year, they were in the Super Bowl. Like, it happens fast. 6 wins doesn't mean, okay, well, next year 9. Like, no, 6 wins this year could portend a playoff trip next year. I think I used portend correctly there. I'm not totally sure. Could lead to a playoff trip next year. Like, that's, so I think 6 is a good number. That's where I'm landing. It's my official expectation for the Raiders right now on July 24th is 6 wins, and I feel pretty good about that. I'm Kyle Madson. No Jesse Tapia today. Let's move on to the 49ers. We'll talk 49ers expectations next, because I had kind of an epiphany yesterday. But before I get to my epiphany, we're going to get to Nick Wagner, who covers the 49ers for ESPN. He's going to join us next on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. I'll be right back. I got to go call Nick. Talk amongst yourselves. Hey, what's good, Joe? I'm so excited that we get to talk about like actual football now. Or like get to like really like instead of talking about consensus draft boards and shit like that. Oh, wow. Holy crap. Wow. Well, damn. Have I not had content all day? The hell? I feel like I've had content. So you mean to tell me that the Miami Heat didn't leak the news via YouTube video? I'm joking. I'm messing with you. I kept saying that. Here's where I was wrong. I wasn't correct. I kept saying I think he's going to go to a team that nobody's talking about. And while we didn't really talk about Philly, Philly was always in the mix. Philly was always in the mix. We just didn't talk about it. Nah, Jeff, I know exactly what you meant. Like I said, I was joking with you. All right. Do some Niners preseason real quick and then get to LeBron. All right, here we go.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
Oh, what timing? Let me move this. Sorry, guys, flying solo today. So I've got a couple of things I'm trying to deal with as we go here. We got to move this back there. Okay, there we go. All right, we got some breaking news. LeBron James has signed, and we also have Nick Wagner from ESPN, covers the 49ers, but also a big basketball guy. So I'm just going to bring Nick on, and we're going to talk a little bit about this breaking news. We'll talk Niners too, obviously. But LeBron James, according to ESPN Shams Charania, LeBron James is signing with the Philadelphia 76ers. It's a 2-year deal worth $8 million. It's a player option in year 2. The LeBron James saga is over. He is headed to the city of brotherly love. LeBron James is a Philadelphia 76er. And to talk about it, Nick Wagner. Nick, how's it going? Nick, how's it going?
Good. What's happening, Kyle?
It turns out that LeBron James signed with the Sixers. Your thoughts?
Yeah, how about that? I don't know how much I love that fit for him, but the starting 5 looks great on paper. I'm not sure how much spacing they have and if there's enough basketballs to go around, but it should be interesting.
Yeah, I feel like LeBron James is just the kind of player that I don't worry so much about fit because I think he's just enough of a chameleon that he can kind of do whatever they need. And I also think this mitigates, and this is why I sort of advocated for Denver, because I think it mitigates some of the Joel Embiid stuff. Like if Joel Embiid's out, I feel like if there's any player that can play with the type of force and with the type of impact that Joel Embiid can have, at least for stretches, I feel like LeBron James could do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you make a great point about LeBron being able to fit with anyone. I just always wonder if LeBron is like, from a fit standpoint, if he even cares. And I don't know that he does necessarily so much as just having either guys that he likes, which is generally clutch players, right?
Sure.
Clutch meaning the agency, not actually delivering in the fourth quarter. Yeah, but either that or guys that he just likes and is friends with. So, it's going to be fascinating to see how it fits. But the 2 years, $8 million for LeBron James seems like, even at his age, one of the all-time great deals. If nothing else, it's not really much risk for Philadelphia here. So definitely worth taking the swing on. And just from a roster standpoint in the East, I don't know that anybody's better than what Philly looks like, at least on paper right now.
Nick Wagner covers the 49ers for ESPN, noted basketball fan. Let's talk about the Niners real quick, and then we'll dive back into this LeBron stuff. Do we get, we'll just kind of go rapid fire here. Do we get a resolution to the Brandon Ayuk thing when the 49ers report?
I don't think so, Kyle. I don't. And I think the big thing that I would stress is when I talk to people in the building about the Brandon Ayuk thing, like, I think a lot of people have kind of fallen into this idea that, well, Brandon Ayuk has been super vocal here lately, has finally started to, sort of tell his side of the story or at least make references to it. And a lot of people think, well, why wouldn't the Niners just cut him? Like, don't just get it over with so they don't have to keep answering questions about him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when I talk to people at the Niners building, I don't think they care. Like, I feel like he's very much just persona non grata in that building. And so no matter what he does on social media, if his goal is to try to cajole the Niners into releasing him and giving him what he wants, like, I don't think that's the plan that's going to work, right? Like, I think the only thing that's going to work is him doing what he's supposed to do, which is, first of all, apply for reinstatement to the league, which would clearly be granted, and then, reporting to the Niners, or at least calling them and saying, hey, I'm going to report if you don't release me, right?
Sure.
So I don't know that he necessarily has to show up at 4949 to get released, but I do think he has to at least do the bare minimum to put himself in that position. And until that changes and he shows any signs of being willing to do that, I'm not sure that anything is going to happen there, because the Niners can continue to recoup money from him if he keeps waiting. So there is at least some sort of financial benefit for them. I would argue that they should just wash their hands and be done with it, but I also understand from the financial aspect, they certainly feel like they got a really bad deal here, like a lemon law type of situation, right, with this contract, and they want to get as much back as they possibly can. So I kind of see it from both sides, but I'm also of the belief of, like, just get it over with so it isn't a thing anymore,
Nick Wagner covers the 49ers for ESPN. Of course, the breaking news, LeBron James going to the Philadelphia 76ers. We'll cover that as well. But 49ers veterans report to camp tomorrow. First training camp practice is on Sunday. If you had to bet, Nick, does George Kittle, who I don't expect we'll see at the opening training camp practice, my guess is he starts the season on the PUP list. But if you had to bet, do you think he's playing week 1 in Australia?
If I had to bet, my answer would be no. I do not think he will start the season on the PUP list.
Oh.
Maybe training camp.
Training camp is what I meant. Sorry.
Okay. Just to clarify there, but yeah, I don't think there's a ton of. I'll put it this way. I think George Kittle would really like to play in week 1 in Australia, and I think the 49ers are going to leave that door open as long as possible. And he certainly has made strides toward that. But I don't necessarily know that it's the best idea in the world to fly him across the world, deal with all of that stuff, and then try to have him play in week 1 on this quick of a turnaround. I do think in that 3-game stretch of home games after they get back is probably the sweet spot, maybe even as early as week 2. I'm not ruling out week 1, and I know that's what George Kittle's shooting for. I just think maybe more realistically, you're probably looking at sometime in that little homestand when they get back.
Are you surprised at all that Mac Jones wasn't traded this offseason?
I was a little bit. I think things changed in terms of the quarterback market more than maybe was anticipated, because I think there was a realistic scenario in which Mac Jones was probably going to be the best quarterback, quote unquote, available. But I think other teams found other ways to fill their needs. And I know, for example, I can give you Minnesota was a team that absolutely Mac Jones was interested in going to, and that had interest in Mac Jones. And then when Kyler Murray became available, and not only available, but like for nothing, essentially, because of the way his contract was structured, they could sign him for so cheap. It was like, well, do you want to sign Kyler Murray at basically a rate of nothing, league minimum type of thing, or do you want to give up assets for Mac Jones and then probably have to pay him, not necessarily a record-breaking contract or anything, but certainly something along the lines of what they paid Sam Darnold a couple of years ago, 20, 25, 30 million bucks a year, something like that to be your starter. So when you do that kind of the cost benefit analysis there, all signs point to Kyler Murray. You give him a shot to do that. And then I think from there, it was like, well, if you're the Jets or you're Miami or you're the Cardinals, the other teams that were kind of the obvious landing spots, I don't know that they were in position to give up what the Niners were asking for, which was a lot for Mac Jones, because they're in a rebuild situation anyway. Now, you could argue the opposite and say, well, you're getting your quarterback, you can build around him, but I don't know that anyone necessarily believes strongly enough in where Mac Jones is at this point that he's the quarterback you build around so much as the quarterback that you add when you kind of have the pieces in place already. And so I think that kind of was the recipe for him ending up here in San Francisco. And who knows, Kyle, maybe things change because you get an injury or something and maybe somewhere there's an opportunity to get a deal for him here. But I think that's a kind of an underrated storyline to watch in this camp too, of like, you know, for the 49ers, Curtis Rourke, I think they have hopes for. They don't really know what they have yet. If he develops into a guy that they believe can be their number 2 as soon as this season, but certainly beyond this year, that would give them some flexibility if they felt like Mac Jones was going there. But and also overall of that, Kyle, too, as you well know, Brock Purdy has struggled to stay healthy the last couple of years. So the Niners are in a position where they'd be silly to kind of move off of having a backup they believe in right now.
Thoughts on Isaac Orendo? No, I'm joking. Nick Wagner covers the 49ers for ESPN, joining us here now. We've got LeBron James news that we will get to momentarily. But one of the other storylines I think that we've been following the last several training camps and last several seasons is this finally the year that they give Christian McCaffrey a break?
Boy, I'm very firmly in the I'll believe it when I see it camp, Kyle.
Yeah,
that is it's easy to say, and Kyle Shanahan admits this, right? Like he has said this multiple times this offseason. Like it's easy to say you want to do it, you make plans to do it, and then when it comes time to play the games, you don't do it. And I think part of it is having somebody that they believe in and trust in behind him to do that. And, you know, even last year they went and traded for Brian Robinson. And I would argue that he was maybe the most, I want to say, dependable back that has been behind Christian McCaffrey since he got to San Francisco. Not the best necessarily, certainly not the fastest. But I think that they at least had someone who they felt like they could trust. But he just doesn't bring the same, you know, verve to the offense. He doesn't add all those things that Christian McCaffrey does. But if that's the standard you're holding the backups to, you're never going to do it, right? Yeah. So I think that's kind of the issue that they run into, where they have to be okay with having a running back who is a good, solid player who can steal some carries here and there and maybe catch a pass or two, and not be Christian McCaffrey, because it's a standard that no one can reach, right? There's just no one in the league, and very few in the history of the league who could do that. So I think they're going to have to just kind of come to grips with that. And I know Christian McCaffrey certainly isn't going to be willing to step back on his own and say, yeah, give me a breather here, or take himself out of games. That's just not how he's wired. So it is incumbent on them to figure that out. And I think the hope for them is that one of these young running backs, Jordan James or Kalen Black, is able to kind of step forward and say, hey, I can be that guy. I can at least be Elijah Mitchell, because if you remember back in 2022, they were able to let McCaffrey do a lot of the work early, and they used Mitchell as kind of a closer or, you know, someone who could help salt games away. I think that's probably your best case scenario if you're actually going to give Christian McCaffrey some breaks. Of course, that was also dependent on them blowing teams out, so that helped their cause as well. And I'm not sure this team's going to be doing that either.
Nick Wagner does a great job covering the 49ers for ESPN, big basketball guy as well. Nick, thank you so much for hopping on today, man.
You got it, Kyle. Get to LeBron James. I know his timing is impeccable.
It's unbelievable stuff. Thanks so much, Nick. Appreciate you.
All right, bud. See ya. Bye.
Nick Wagner, ESPN, does a great job covering the 49ers, and also all-around great guy. All right, breaking news, man, in case you missed it. Do we have a breaking? I deleted. We had breaking news music, but Jesse said it sounded too happy, so we deleted it. LeBron James is signing with the 76ers, 2 years, $8 million player option in the second year. The team that had kind of fallen out of the conversation. The Warriors were the favorites, right? It was Golden State's the betting favorite. It's Steph and Draymond, and he's going to go play with his guys, and they're going to trade for Anthony Davis. It's going to be a whole thing. No dice. Not happening. And then it was Cleveland. Cleveland's the favorite. He's going to go home. He's going to play with Donovan Mitchell. He's going to try and get that team over the hump in the East. He's going to finish his storybook career in Cleveland. He's going to close the circle that he already closed once, but he's going to go back. He's going to try and bring one more title to Cleveland. And then it was Miami. Oh, he's going to Miami. Pat Riley did the interview with Dan Le Batard, and he said they've got another plane to land, and now the video leak. Hey, it turns out the video leak was nothing. It turns out the video leak from Miami was either a training exercise and they accidentally hit publish and they were just having fun with the title, or they genuinely thought they were going to get him, but they didn't know they were going to get him, and so they scheduled this thing out just in case and accidentally scheduled it for the wrong day or posted it when they shouldn't have, whatever it was. Or maybe it was a leak, and that made LeBron so mad that he decided to go to Philly instead. I doubt that. I'm doubting that very seriously, but I kind of want that to be the case. I really want that to be the case. That LeBron was all set to go to Miami told their video department accidentally posted on the internet that he's coming. And then he says, hey, to hell with you. Let me call Bob Myers. Let me get up there to Philly. But I think Philly makes the most sense. And it does. We talked about all the benefits. I don't think anybody thought that he was dramatically impacting Golden State as a title contender, right? At least not by himself. So let's toss them out the window for a moment. He would have made them better. I think they're a dramatically better team with LeBron, but they're not winning a title. Miami. Okay, you kind of look at the East. The East is very deep, but how top heavy is it with LeBron, with Giannis and Bam, and then it's Andrew Wiggins, it's Davion. Man, that could be a nightmare defensive team. Where do they get shooting? You saw some real flaws, where I think LeBron was going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting offensively. I don't think he wanted to do that. Both, and I mean, obviously, Bam's going to score his points. Giannis is going to score his points. Andrew Wiggins can create and do some stuff offensively, but I think LeBron was going to have the ball in his hands a lot, and have to do more heavy lifting than he probably wanted, at least over an 82 game season. Remember, this is a 41-year-old dude who turns 42 in December, and I think he's very realistic about where he is physically. Where he can turn it up on a single game basis or for a week, but I think he's really trying to save himself up where he can take over in playoff games. So I don't think he wants to do a lot of heavy lifting in the regular season. I think he would have had to do that in Golden State. I think he would have had to do that in Cleveland maybe a little bit more often than he would have liked. I think he certainly would have had to do it in Miami. And then you go and you look at Philly, and man, it's Tyrese Maxey. It's Jaylen Brown. It's Joel Embiid. And I said this to Nick Wagner just now, and I'm going to reiterate this because I think it makes the most sense. Joel Embiid is very likely not going to stay healthy for an entire season. And Joel Embiid, you need 4 rounds of playoffs to get to the finals, to win the finals. First round, second round, conference finals. I don't think Joel Embiid is staying healthy for 4 playoff series. So now you have LeBron, who's one of very few players in the league, who if Joel Embiid goes down, hey, you know what? LeBron's obviously not as big as Joel Embiid, but I think he still puts fear into teams if you've got him in the low post and he gets the ball, he can pass from there, he can score from there, he can score in a variety of ways from there. He can set a screen. He can do some of the things, not everything. Again, not everything. Not saying he is an exact replica of Joel Embiid, but I think if Joel Embiid's off the court, it's not all of a sudden like, oh my God, what do we do? It's like, okay, you got to run some more things through LeBron now, but not everything, because Tyrese Maxey can go. Jaylen Brown was an MVP candidate last year. Now you have LeBron who can distribute. He can take more of a backseat scoring, but man, if you need a big 3 and it's LeBron taking it from above the break, like, yeah, I feel pretty good about that. Not a knockdown shooter where you're going to go stand him in the corner, but I don't think that's why they want him. You can go at a player to go stand in the corner. I love this for Philly. How it affects LeBron, like LeBron's legacy's written, man. Whatever he is going to be to people, he's going to be. I even think if he wins, let's say he goes and wins a title this year with Philly, which I also think if you're talking titles, I think he moves Philly's title odds the most. He in a meaningful way, not just in the sports books skew the lines because there's going to be a bunch of LeBron fans who just bet on his new team. No, I think that I think he meaningfully skews Philly's odds in a can win the title direction. He'd have helped Cleveland. He'd have helped Golden State. He'd have helped Miami for sure. Like, that's not to write his impact off. But I think when you look at Philly and you look at the ways he can help that team, God forbid Joel Embiid is healthy, and then you have LeBron with Tyrese Maxey and Jaylen Brown. Like, damn, like that's nasty. That's a lot of players who can move the ball and can score in a variety of ways. And I don't think it's a situation where LeBron's going to need to have the ball in his hands necessarily or need to be the one that's scoring. He's a basketball chameleon. I think he's a basketball supercomputer. I think he's one of the most talented players to ever put on to ever put on an NBA jersey. He's going to fit. He's going to find a way to figure it out. And I think he's smart enough. I don't think LeBron is looking and going like, yeah, hey, we'll be fine. Like, hey, don't worry about it. I think he's very carefully probably looked at this and say, yeah, this is where I fit best. This is where I can help. Jaylen Brown goes down, I can pick up the slack. Tyrese Maxey goes down, I can pick up the slack. Joel Embiid goes down, I can pick up the slack. If everybody's healthy, here's how I fit. If you're talking title odds, like, this is the right move. But again, as far as like LeBron's legacy, what does this mean? The narrative of his career, it doesn't matter, man. If you love LeBron, you're gonna love LeBron. If you think LeBron is overrated, you're going to think LeBron's overrated. If you think he's good, but he's not MJ, he's not Kareem, like, okay, fine. Yeah, he's the third best player. Okay, fine. You're going to think that now. You're going to think that if he signed with Cleveland. You're going to think that if he signed with Golden State or Miami or Philly. I think if he wins a title, I don't think it moves the needle for people. I don't think it moves the needle for anyone who thinks like, yeah, LeBron is never going to be this or that. Then I don't think another title is going to mean anything. Yeah, the people who think LeBron is the man, he's the best player of all time, and if he wins another title, that only further cements his legacy. There's other people that go, yeah, that title's nice, but MJ 6-0. Like that's it. Like that's what I think this comes down to. He wants to win. I think this puts him in a spot where he can play good basketball. I think Philly is a great basketball culture. I think he's going to love playing in Philly. I think Philly fans are going to love him. I think I off the rip like this move for LeBron, and I obviously love it for the 76ers. 2 years, $8 million, a player option in year 2. Leaves the door open to this being his last year, or maybe it's not. If it's LeBron's last year, we're going to know. LeBron's not retiring without letting us know ahead of time that he's going to retire. At least that's my opinion. I can't fathom that he gets done with this year and goes, yeah, you know what, I'm done. Nah, he's going to let us know before a season. I'm out of here for today. I'll be back with Kenny Caraway, though, at 2 o'clock. Filling in for Jesse today, so I'll be producing that program. Our good buddy Rich Eisen. Rich, call Jesse back.
Jesse, it's Rich. Call me back. You're my favorite coworker. Where are you?
Yeah, he's our favorite coworker as well. The Rich Eisen Show is next. If you missed anything on the Jump Rewind is from noon to 2, and then D-Lo and KC, no D-Lo, KC and Friends, today from 2 to 6 on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We want to remind everybody to embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you saw the headliner when they played at the bar or stopped your friends mid-festival to look at the stars, if you're up for whatever the night brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth, brewed with the purest ingredients for the finest quality. There's a reason it's America's best-selling hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada. Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly. Enjoy this weekend. We will see you guys Monday. And until Monday at 7 a.m., drink water. Be nice to people. Bye. Good shift, everybody. We did it. Nice. Later, bro. Appreciate you. Oh, Donnie. Hey, thanks, man.
Yeah.
That doesn't add up to me. Carmelo Anthony just signed with the Lakers, by the way.
Okay, Lake Show.
I'm sorry. Excuse me?
I ain't repping them. I'm saying Lake Show. They out there.
Okay, be careful.
I like Melo and I like Westbrook and I like LeBron.
That's right. We're going to root for Melo and Westbrook. That's right.
Well, don't forget about LeBron. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Come on, man. More fire, more fire, more fire. It's a Friday. More fire, more fire. LeBron made a decision. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, man. Here we go. Here we go. The Friday, the July 24th Friday edition of D-Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Look, we're all dramatic about it. We're all hyped about this. Like this has anything to do with the Kings. But it's still exciting. It's still exciting. If you haven't heard, LeBron James has decided where he's going to play basketball in a second. If you haven't heard, I'm going to leave you in suspense while we introduce all the characters today. It's your boy, Kenny Caraway, for this last day of the week, for the last day of Damien's birthday. Casey and friends going down. Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
No super producer Jesse Tapia in the building today, but we do have my guy. I do mean my guy. The boss, Kyle Madson in the building.
Stop asking me stupid questions.
I don't think he likes that drop, but I like it anyway.
That's
so
a
how
good
about
drop.
this one?
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
Or how about this one?
Who was talking about you?
Either one of them, I'm just clicking buttons. None of them really have anything to do with Kyle Madson, but he's in the building with us today. And Casey and Friends is absolutely stacked. We got our Friday conversation with my man, Eddie Gonzalez, host and producer of the Cousins podcast with Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter, former host of the Etceteras podcast, and Sham's best friend. That's how we're going to introduce him now. Sham's best friend. Not really, but that's how we're going to say it. He's going to be on the show. We got my main man, Leezy. I wish you would have went to the Heat today. I wish you would have went to the Heat with Leezy in the building today. But Leezy's going to be here. We're going to talk to him for a little bit. We're going to talk some football today because it's that time. I think Arizona went to training camp today. Is that the first team that had training camp today? I don't know. I thought I heard that. The Arizona Cardinals.
No, the Panthers.
The Panthers. Yeah, my man got hurt.
They reported, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nick Scourton. That's tough.
Yeah. And technically, I mean, if does it really count if the Arizona Cardinals go to training camp? Like,
Well, Jacoby Brissett reported, so.
Without a deal. He
Yeah.
didn't have a deal yet? Oh, man.
They're working on something, though. Hey,
So-
good for Jacoby, by the way. Looking around at that situation and going, I could make a few bucks.
You gotta pay me to take the beating I'm gonna take this year. And isn't he still the record holder for most completions in a game? Didn't he set that last year?
Yeah, he
against
set
the
that
Niners?
against the Niners. Yeah,
When they lost by 28 or
yeah,
something.
by 3 touchdowns. He's getting those completions.
So we're gonna talk a little bit of everything with Kyle Madson, but I'm starting to feel that football feel right now. I was in the airport for like the last 3 weekends, right? 3 of the 3 weekends, and they have all the little preview magazines, all Thon Sports or whatever it's called. Oh, Raiders, Niners on the cover, NFL preview. I'm feeling those vibes. So we'll talk everything, but I definitely want to talk some football with my man Kyle Madson. Tristy Rodriguez of NBC Sports Bay Area. She had a conversation with Dylan Carwell and Maxine Reynaud, and she was out in Vegas for the Summer League covering the Kings. So we'll talk to her. And then we got to talk to our guy, Dave Deuce Mason. He's going to be in the building once again here on D-Lo and KC. Obviously, you guys know him from the Do Some Mo podcast, but the news came out earlier this week that he is going to be on every pre- and post-game show for the Kings on NBC Sports California all year long. He was also in Las Vegas. So we'll kind of, I don't want to say we'll put a bow on Summer League because maybe D-Lo has some thoughts when he comes back on Monday, but I think we've kind of exhausted everything with the Summer League takes, and now we'll finish it up today, and then when we come back, we'll wait for the schedule to be released because it can now be released. It can now be finalized because Adam Silver told us earlier in the week, or last week actually, he said, "Hey guys, I can't finish the schedule. We're waiting for LeBron James." The wait is over. LeBron James, earlier this morning, as I woke up, as I rolled over out of bed, signed a 2-year deal to play with the Philadelphia 76ers. He's going to be a Sixer, ladies and gentlemen. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I really am shocked. I didn't see it coming. I didn't think that was going to be the case. I didn't think there was no chance of it, but I didn't see that happen. And LeBron addressed his decision-making with a thread of tweets talking about he thought he was done playing basketball at the end of the 25-26 season, saying, quote, "I was honest at my last press conference when I said I needed to look at myself and decide if I still love this game. After deciding I still truly love this game and I have more to give, this is my last decision. I'm not going for money. I'm not going for family. What am I really playing for at this point? I still want to sacrifice. I still want to work. I still want to grind. I still want to compete to win and to have a chance at the feeling of winning another championship. I believe I can help make the Philadelphia 76ers a championship team, and I am so excited to energize a new fan base and start this incredible journey one last time." In quotes. He also said he had love for Miami. Northern Ohio is always his home, but he's ready to go in Philadelphia. And like I said, man, I didn't see this one coming. I thought it was Miami. We talked about it earlier in the week. I thought it was Miami. Now get in there, because we were talking about Kalon Black because we had to. But I like Kalon Black too, by the way. I like Kalon Black.
He might be nice.
I like Kalon Black. I got my eyes on him. But yeah, that was great timing by LeBron because my man was breaking down 49er training, going into 49er training camp on my guy Nick Wagner, and LeBron said, not so fast, America. Kyle, you do that. I'm going to say I'm going to the Sixers.
Yeah, it's tough, on the radio side from a production standpoint. But you know what? We made it through.
Absolutely.
I'm more focused, like, okay, yeah, you picked the Sixers, whatever. How do we feel about a tweet thread for the announcement? Like Shams breaking the news to promote Rich Paul's podcast. Obviously, Shams is with Clutch.
Hilarious.
Like that's how that was always going to go, right? Yeah. I thought maybe we'd get the MJ style press release announcement.
Mm-hmm.
I'm floored. LeBron went with the tweet thread instead of like even a Notes app screenshot or a like proper press release.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're going into year 24, pal. I need you to not put this out like personal news. I'm going to NBC Sports Bay Area now.
Right.
Like that's how I'm shocked that he went tweet thread of all the social media he could have done.
I'm not shocked, but I am disappointed. You know, Kyle, this also frustrates me a little bit when not hear me when I say this. LeBron didn't do anything wrong. This is just it's whatever. But like when somebody does something wrong, they put out a tweet or they go to the notes app. Like this isn't 2026. Hey, I could go as far back. Like this isn't 2018. You have a camera on your phone. I want to see your eyes. I want to see your face. LeBron, you could have easily hooked it up on the little stand. They have prompter apps if you wanted to make sure you read everything. Ooh. And I could have looked in your eyes and you read and said everything that you just said, and I could have looked in your eyes. Why are we still doing this? Why? It's 2020. You don't need a production. You don't need a studio. You have these cameras that shoot movies nowadays, and you could have done that face to face. Well, not face to face, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't hate that thought process for sure. I think you run the risk though of it looking and or sounding like a hostage video.
That's
like, hang on, what's charisma. Hang on, I need to go to the tweet thread because
LeBron was in a movie, by the way. He's a good enough actor where it shouldn't look like that.
What do you mean?
He was in a movie, Space Jam 2.
Well, he was also in Trainwreck.
What's Trainwreck?
It's with Bill Hader and what's her name? The blonde lady.
Oh
my God. I'm not doing this like to be a jerk. I genuinely can't remember her name.
Has she done anything else that I
Amy Schumer.
Amy Schumer.
Yes.
Oh, I got you. I didn't know nothing about Trainwreck.
Yeah, he's in that. He's pretty funny in that.
Yeah, so he wouldn't look like a hostage. He would know how to, and he's done countless commercials. He could have he didn't have to make a tweet thread. To your original point, I took it left and was like, yo, why didn't you just show your face? But yeah, he could have done it different.
He's just staring into the camera. I thought I was done when the season ended. I wasn't ready to announce it, and I knew I needed some time to really decide. But I was pretty sure I played my last game. I was honest at that last press conference when I said I needed to look at myself and decide if I still love this game. I still truly love this game, and I have more to give. Like, it sounds ridiculous.
Okay, well,
it sounds ridiculous when you say it.
How about this? If he's a good enough actor, I think I'm a good enough actor. We'll find out right now. Look, this is my last decision. I'm not going for the money. I know that's what everybody's saying. I'm not going for my family. I'm not going for any other point. People ask me, what's the point of all this? Well, look, man, I still want to sacrifice. I still want to work. I still want to grind. I still want to compete, man. That's what I love to do. And to have the chance of having that feeling one more time of winning another championship. I believe I can help the Philadelphia 76ers win a championship. And I'm over the moon excited and energized to go out there and try and make it happen one last time.
I was ready to hate, but that wasn't bad. No, I think in this situation, and I've had situations like this too in like my personal life, where whether it's a friend or family or a girlfriend or my wife or whatever, it's like, I'm going to write this down because if I try to say it, I may miss something.
Right.
Or I may not articulate it right. And I want to make sure it's like I go to a lot of K-pop shows, right? And there's certain members of certain groups or whole certain groups who don't speak English great.
Right.
And so when they do at the end, they do like hey, thank you so much. This means so much to us. They always do it in Korean because they want to make sure like, hey, we're saying exactly what we want to say.
Right. I got you.
And so that's what I think with this, like he's doing it in written form to make sure like, I'm sure a PR person went over it to make sure that it looked and sounded right.
Yeah.
And then B, you just avoid, oh, shoot, I forgot to say that, or, oh, I wish I had said this that way. Like, no, you get to write it down, you get to read it, you get to go edit, and then you can post it.
Understandable.
But a tweet thread?
Yeah, no, I was different. I mean, like, if he's going to do that, if he's not going to be on the camera, that the Notes app probably.
Or a press release. Like, is there not clutch letterhead somewhere?
I'm sure there is.
Like, via his agent, Rich Paul.
Yeah, and that was shout out to Rich Paul making sure the Game Over got the credit as well on the tweet, even though it wasn't on the Game Over at all. But yeah.
Did you see that clip that's going around
where he
circles it? And Max Kellerman, the worst actor of all time, is like, you said it's star next to Maxie. Was that a clue? And Rich is like, I don't know. Like, all right, man. You guys got it.
Those guys crack me
I'm not
up.
subscribing.
They really do crack me up, man. But no, I gotta I don't want to say eat a little crow because, well, I guess I do, because I said it was Miami. I thought he was going to Miami. I completely bought into all the Miami Heat YouTube stuff. I was told it was Miami like this past weekend. I read into those things and made them bigger than what they were when Pat Riley was talking. I believed it all. I really did. I thought he was going to Miami. And like Big said, I was dead wrong. Dead wrong.
So I have a couple of things on this. One, so now what do you think? I have a conspiracy theory, but then I also want to get your thoughts on this.
Okay.
Because we talked a lot about the video going up on the Heat YouTube page.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think that was now? Do you think that was just like a, hey, just in case we want to have this ready? Because like Jesse said, it doesn't take a long time to put that video up.
Yeah.
Or you could have that all typed out in a Word doc.
Mm-hmm.
He says, Riles, I'm coming.
Mm-hmm.
Bet. Okay. Shams tweets it out. Cool. I got that up on YouTube in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would be scheduling it out ahead of time unless it was one of the scenarios that we kind of went over. They were doing training and the guy was like, oh, like if LeBron comes, we'll type LeBron intro presser. And then here's how to schedule it. We'll schedule it for tomorrow, and then we'll delete it. And then you get sidetracked and all of a sudden it goes out or whatever. Or you hit publish instead of schedule. Whatever it was. What do we think happened there?
This is tough. This is tough because I would like to think it was just teaching the young guy what's going on. And for example, if LeBron signs, you'll need to learn how to do this and that. This is what it would look like. I would like to think that, but it was very specific. It was very July 27th. Like, Kyle, if you're showing me something right now and like, hey, this is how you set up this preview.
Right.
You'd probably say, what's today? July 24th? Let's just say it's July 25th. That will, like, that's how you wouldn't say August 8th.
Right. No, exactly.
This is like, wait, what? So,
okay.
I don't know. I don't.
So this leads to my conspiracy theory.
Uh-huh.
So he might have just been doing a bit, but follow me because it's a conspiracy theory. It's not supposed to make sense. Did you follow? Was it Chris Cody? Cote?
I don't think so.
Who works for the Lebitard show or works for Meadowlark Media?
Okay.
Tweeted out like, I'm hearing LeBron's going to announce that he's going to Miami tonight.
He did
this. This is a few days ago.
Okay.
And Dan Lebitard is like, why would you do this? He had the guy on his show. The guy might have just done it for the publicity of it.
Yeah.
Or here's my conspiracy theory, because you heard it.
Mm-hmm.
You, Kenny, heard it from someone. I'm not going to ask you who.
Right.
You heard it from someone, which means they heard it from someone.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if LeBron told Miami, hey, and again, I wouldn't bet money this happened, but hey, I'm coming to Miami.
Yeah.
Pat Riley does the interview with Lebitard. He's like, we did it. Pat Riley says, we got another plane to land. All right. He's talking. You talked about this the other day, and I think you hit all the points on it. Like, man, why would Pat Riley be out doing all this? Like, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But then that gets leaked out, and all of a sudden the Meadowlark guy tweets about it. It's like, and now all of a sudden the Miami Heat have told their video department, hey, be ready. And maybe that's where these leaks started because head of video said, hey, I'm trusting you. We need to make the press conference thing. And all of a sudden this gets posted.
Right.
And it's like, oops. So now you've got it leaked out where you've got random people saying that this is happening. You see the odds markets all go skyrocketing. You see this video accidentally go out. And LeBron goes, hey, you know what? To hell with you guys. I trusted you. You clearly didn't respect my wishes. That's cool. I'm fine going to Philly. Bob Myers, you came up.
Did it again. That damn Bob Myers did it again. This guy's, he's the new Pat Riley. This guy did it again.
He is.
I would like to think that LeBron wouldn't have let that moment dictate where he's going to play basketball. I would like to think that.
I don't think he did.
I thought the same thing that you just laid out.
Mm-hmm.
That he was probably set to go to Miami, and then this happened. He's like, I can't trust these guys. This is ridiculous.
Yeah,
I can't trust these guys.
Yeah,
Rich, because when did that happen? That happened on Tuesday night, I believe. Maybe he was set to make that decision on Wednesday, and that happened, and he said, "Nah, I got to go back to the drawing board. Let's talk to Rich, and let's think about this for a couple days." And that's where you get the Friday news dump LeBron decision, because Friday news dump
Friday's crazy.
is against what you would think LeBron would do in this situation, controlling the whole narrative. You think maybe it'd be a Tuesday or a Wednesday, so he can be talking about all the rest of the week.
Yeah.
But now I'm adding more conspiracy onto what you said. Maybe that's what it was going to be. The Miami thing happened, and he had to go back to the drawing board with how he felt, and he said, I got to get this out before the week is over. I know it's Friday, but let's just do it. I don't know.
I wouldn't bet on it, but I also wouldn't bet against it.
Yeah.
You know, like that happened.
Yeah.
I just think Philly makes sense, man. He doesn't have to do a lot of heavy lifting. It's VJ Edgecombe, who I failed to mention this morning. I was so caught up in the Maxey, Embiid, Jaylen Brown that no disrespect to VJ Edgecombe, he's amazing.
Yeah.
I just forgot.
Yeah.
But it's those four guys who he can take over. He can do some of the lifting that Joel Embiid has to do offensively, although he's more of a distributor. Like I think it makes a lot of basketball sense.
It does. There was an aspect to choosing the Sixers that I kind of thought of about while they were going through the process, no pun intended. But now that we're here, it makes a little bit more sense. I'm hypothesizing as well, right? But I remember Rich Paul on one of his episodes of his podcast, Game Over. Shout out to Shams for mentioning Game Over. He talked about, and I believe him when he said if the Knicks wouldn't have won, that was where he wanted to go. That was the choice. That was the move, and we were going to go there. The Knicks won the title, and that changed everything up. And what that told me was, and I think this is the right thing, I would advise LeBron to do this. He was going for a legacy play. He wanted a situation where he could lead a franchise that hasn't been successful in X amount of years in one of the biggest markets in the country to a title and be that guy that got them over the hump. And that's what it told me about him wanting to go to the Knicks. And didn't really think about it at the time, like I said, just a little bit. But what's the no disrespect, but what's the little brother to the Knicks situation in the NBA?
The Nets.
Well, they're just the little brothers in general. But the Knicks, that's my mistake. Being more clear, historic NBA franchise, one of the biggest cities in the country, a long NBA title drought.
Sure.
The Knicks were it.
Yeah.
But like right below that,
I see,
is the Philadelphia
Sacramento.
76ers. We got a playoff series win drought. Not just the championship drought, playoff series win drought. But the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah.
It's not the Knicks. It's not the same, but they haven't won a championship in 43 years. I can easily remember it's 43 years because it was 1983. I was born in 1983. So they haven't won in 43 years. And there's a heck of a sports city.
Mm-hmm.
If he were to win a championship there, that would be legendary. That would be epic.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think about it at the time, but the next of kin with the Knicks championship would be the Sixers. Wouldn't be the Heat. Wouldn't be the Warriors.
No.
I guess it would be Minnesota, but Minnesota's not a historic NBA
doesn't
franchise.
count. Nah.
No. Philly fits the mold. They fit the mold. And like you talked about basketball-wise, there's some pluses and some minuses. There are some pluses and minuses, right? Let's start with the pluses. When you talk about LeBron going to these teams throughout his career, I need I need D Wade and Chris Bosh in Miami.
Hmm.
I need Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love in Cleveland to be able to go there.
Hmm.
I need Anthony Davis to go to the Lakers. I know, think about Joel Embiid. You kind of think about Jaylen Brown now. But Tyrese Maxey, that's him. That reminds me of Kyrie Irving when he went back to Cleveland. Like, I need another one of them ones. So it's not all on my back. Jaylen Brown is kind of in that mode, but he probably fits a little bit more of the Kevin Love aspect of it, the Chris Bosh aspect of it. Not that he's not a great player, but I think that's Tyrese Maxey's franchise.
He's definitely the best version of.
For sure.
Jaylen Brown will be the best. This version of Jaylen Brown, is he the best third? And I don't want to disrespect Chris Bosh because I love Chris Bosh.
He was damn good in Toronto.
Chris Bosh was a 2010 guy annually.
Yeah.
Jaylen Brown, he wasn't a top 5 MVP candidate.
No, Jalen's probably the best. You're right. I mean, Kevin Love was damn
Kevin
good
Love
in
was
Minnesota
awesome
as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I would agree with you.
Okay.
Jaylen Brown is that type of guy, right?
Mm.
So you've got that aspect of it. You've got the aspect of him and Joel Embiid, honestly.
Man.
Not having to play 82 games, not even having to like be the guy or even play 70 games, right? Because they've got a situation, a little player musical chair situation there where, oh, Joel, you can rest tonight.
Mm-hmm.
We still got Maxey, Edgecombe, and Jalen playing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jalen, LeBron, you need the night off? Don't trip. We got Joel, Jalen, and Maxey. And I, like you said, VJ Edgecombe there as well. Like they can slow play the regular season and kind of load manage during the regular season and still be really good.
Yeah.
It's not even, oh, we're taking a bunch of guys out and we're conceding this game to the Spurs because they could win every game with 2 of their guys out every night.
Yeah.
So there's that aspect of it. And it really plays into the fact that these guys, LeBron and Joel specifically, are probably looking at it like, we just got to get to the postseason as healthy as possible. And if we can do that, we can win it all. And the way that you're able to do that is, like we said, like LeBron plays, maybe he wants to make sure he's eligible. So, or were they saying they were getting rid of the 65 game this year? Or it was just talk, or we just said they should?
There's been talk about tweaking it, but I don't think Adam Silver's keen to change it.
Got you. So LeBron could say, I could play 67 games this year, still be eligible for everything. Same for Joel Embiid, and we still got an opportunity to win.
Was because we got so wrapped up in the Warriors were the betting favorite. And we got, okay, what does it mean for Golden State? Okay, well, they're not title contenders. Okay, we got that. But then Cleveland, we talked so much about Cleveland. And I feel like we forgot about Philly a little bit. Even though Rich Paul I shouldn't say Rich Paul. The reporting around it was always Philly. Like Philly was always involved, even if we didn't talk about it a lot. But the more I thought about it today, are they his best chance at a title?
My first thought is yes. I hesitated.
Me too. I
hesitated because one of the negatives, one of the question marks that I have with this decision, even though it's a really good basketball decision and they are a championship contender, kind of like Miami, which I thought would have been a championship contender with LeBron there. But if I ask you right now, what's the one concern if he goes to Miami?
How do they score?
The shooting.
Yeah.
Right. Jaylen Brown ain't a great three-point shooter. VJ Edgecombe, I think he made three-pointers in 2 of the 7 games against the Celtics.
Oof.
And those were the only 2 games he's hit a three-pointer. It just so happened he had 4 in one and 5 in another game. But that was it. The other 5 games he didn't make a three-point shot. Tyrese Maxey is a respectable three-point shooter for sure.
I think it's more about the spacing than it is like what percentage of threes are they going to hit. I just think I feel like you have to guard Philly on the perimeter in a way that you wouldn't have had to guard, but it'll be more difficult to guard Philly on the perimeter.
Maybe. If they're running a screen and roll, I'm going under every time on Jaylen Brown.
That's good.
I'm going under every time on VJ Edgecombe. Probably the same on that Maxey. And if Joel Embiid thinks he's a three-point shooter. Who's a better three-point shooter right now, Maxey or Bam Adebayo? I think it's a toss-up.
Damn. That's tough.
We'll talk about this a whole lot more, and we're going to really dive into the weeds with my man, Eddie Gonzalez, producer and host of the Cousins Podcast. He's joining us right here on D-Lo and KC on this Friday edition of D-Lo and KC and Friends. It's a good time today. It's a good time, good vibes right here on ESPN 1320.
Clear.
Yes, sir. Oh. What y'all talking about with Taco Bell, man? Uh-oh. Ooh, man, what y'all think about LeBron to Philly, man? What's the chatty house say, man? Ooh, that's what I meant to do. I'm gonna save this, Kyle, when we talk. There's something I'm gonna keep it under wraps, but when we talk, we got to do one more NBA thing when me and you talk. I didn't even say what's up to my people, man. Katrina, what's up? Coach Molly, what's good? Dr. David, Chatty House After Party. AKK 47. Drew, run it back down. Bobby Hill, what's up? Will, what's up? Wheezy, a.k.a. Walter Payton Avi guy. Michigan was good. JT Lowe, I saw what's that Kings fan in here. TC in the building. Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. What's up, big dog?
What's up, man? Sun's out, guns out, guns out.
Man, come on, man. It's a little warm out here, man. I'm on my Fabulous right now. Although Fab is wilding right now. He's wilding with the little gemstones. The gemstones on the Derek Jeter jersey was crazy. Did you see that?
I was gonna say you never want to be on your Fabulous.
They put the rhinestones on the Derek Jeter. I said, that's crazy, man. What we doing, bro?
That was a lot.
What's good with you, man?
Same old, man. I was supposed to be in Chicago, and I'm not. But you know, when the trip don't have you, you cool about it. Like now I can just relax at home. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I feel you on that. I feel you on that one.
Am I echoing for you? Or is that just me?
No, just you. You're good on our end.
All right, let me see.
We'll check with the chatty house too. Make sure they can. Is there an echo with Eddie with y'all?
I think it's good. Now.
Okay. Oh yeah, they did say it was echo. We probably got about like 10, 15 seconds left.
I'm not sure why he's echoing.
You hear it somewhere for you?
I don't hear it, but the chat hears it. Say something.
That can't be right.
Say something again, Eddie.
Test.
We'll figure it out.
Eddie, hang on, we're back. Hang on.
Back here on D-Lo and KC, the Friday edition of D-Lo and KC. In wrestling, they call this the Go Home Show. My man D-Lo on vacation. It's just your boy KC. KC and friends going down, and one of my friends from Sac. He is from Sac. He don't live in Sac anymore. He sounds like he's from Queens, but he's from Sac. Don't get it twisted. The co-host, producer of the Cousins podcast, the former host of the Etceteras, and Sham's best friend. You heard it here first. Sham's best friend, Eddie Gonzalez, in the building. Eddie, what's good, man?
Look, it's been a day, obviously.
Man. I mean, we just spent the whole beginning of the show talking about the news of the day, really, to be honest with you, the news of the week. Outside of the World Cup, this is the biggest news since Philly got another all-star a couple of weeks ago when they got Jaylen Brown. LeBron James going to the Philadelphia 76ers. Before I ask you any questions and we go through anything, you just give me your thoughts, man.
I think the best. He picked the best basketball situation for sure. And then it signing a 2-year contract and signing up for year 25. He can retire whenever he wants, obviously. But that's a hell of a commitment. And him saying that he's here to win a championship. It's a lot, man. It's a lot of pressure on those guys. It changes the outlook of that team. And that obviously was a lot of expectations when you get Jaylen Brown. But hey man, he's setting himself up to have a chance. Does he want 5? Does he want 6? Is it the same if you get it like this as compared to how Jordan got 6? But he's letting you know what he wants.
Hold on one second, Eddie, because you're probably hearing the echo too, right? I'm not hearing an echo, but they're hearing the echo. So this is what we're gonna do. We'll just close out real quick, come back in, see if maybe there's something.
No, I think it's a me problem.
Oh,
no, I don't think it's a. Don't blame this on Eddie. Don't blame this on my friend.
I got you. Well, there was no blame either way. I was just saying, hey, this is what's going on. So we think we got it.
Nope. Let's try that.
I can leave and go back.
Now we get.
All right.
Oh,
so
wait,
we
there
need
we
to do
go.
that. Okay, so we need to do that. I'm gonna make a quick call. We'll get this figured out. We'll be all right.
Sounds good. So, in the meantime, Eddie, that slide out real quick, Eddie. Slide out real quick, and then
pause. My
yeah.
God, Jesus.
Hey man, come on, man! I didn't even think about that. That's egregious. That's crazy. That is a flagrant 2. I'm ejected.
I got that. We got the little T. He's gone.
I'm out of here for that one. But while we figure that out, I do want to run something by you guys that was another concern of mine for the Sixers. I talked about the shooting aspects, spreading the floor, and all this other stuff. But the thing that is a positive for them may end up being a bit of a negative for them. Because I talked about, okay, they don't have to play Joel X amount of games. They don't have to play LeBron X amount of games. And there's this shuffling of the lineup kind of continuously throughout the season. And the chat, I might have to close the chat.
Keep going. I'm sorry. Keep going.
I have to close the chat. While we're here, let's try Eddie on the air. I'm not even going to say what's going on. I'm going to try Eddie on the air again. Eddie, what's good?
We good now?
I hope so. I hear you good.
I'm out of fixes, so
I don't
I
have
heard
an
you
echo
the
now.
first
I think
time.
we're good now.
Okay, we're just gonna roll with it, and we'll
Look, at somebody that uses StreamYard, I'm shooting Kyle Bell. Like sometimes StreamYard just be tripping. I'm on Chrome. I producer brains on. I be yelling at the guests when we have them on the show. You gotta do this. You gotta do that. Sometimes StreamYard got a mind of its own. We'll give it to StreamYard.
sounds like it might have been. Honestly, I didn't do anything, so this might have been an Eddie problem.
Yeah.
So you can go back to.
All right, now I'll take it back. Now I take it. I try to be nice, and now I'm the victim. All right, man. All right. LeBron, man. LeBron.
The streets are saying that everything sounds good now, so we're good to go. I'm gonna let you finish your thoughts before I give my other concern. I had some positive. There's a lot of positives, right? But I do have some concerns that I want to get your opinion on. But your thoughts on LeBron James to Philadelphia?
I think the main thing to look at from all this too is he took the minimum. So as washed as I feel like LeBron is, and I say that respectfully because he's still a very good player, borderline all-star level player. He's $4 million. He's damn near the best contract in the league all of a sudden. So like you gotta view it through that scope too. And to say like, okay, he's not gonna come here and run point and have to be the guy and have to be 25-7-7 LeBron, whatever. To be $4 million to now again, we got to see it happen because we've never seen it happen with LeBron, even with Luka, even with Austin Reeves. We've never seen him truly want to play second, third, fourth fiddle. But if he is going to do that here in the way Tyrese Maxey plays and the way Jaylen Brown plays, he almost doesn't have a choice. It's a great fit in that sense. You're looking at, look, this is the greatest player of all time. This is now a proven crunch time player. That was a thing before, and it was like now it's like, yo, he handles himself in the clutch. Is he going to defend at that level? No, of course not. He's old as hell. This is year 24. But on offense, he'll be a great fit. He'll be a great stabilizer for them. And more so than what he could do in Los Angeles last year, he'll be able to pace himself and really play in spots as he wants to. Do I love the fit with Joel Embiid? Not so much, because I think at this point in both of their careers and with both of their health, they want to be on the block. They want to be on the elbow. They kind of want to be in the same spaces. LeBron obviously can pop out, shoot a little more, and he can handle the ball. But I'm very curious about the fit of those two. But at the end of the day, this is the Tyrese Maxey and Jaylen Brown team. So they're going to have to get in line, whether they like it or not. Curious to see how much they do like it. But this was his choice. So he clearly knows what he's getting into. Again, I just keep going back to LeBron at $4 million a year or Paul George at $54 million a year. Even if you feel like that Paul George we saw around one of the playoffs was really good and a better player than LeBron, this is an upgrade in a dozen ways and can only make this team better. So they're scary. I know on our show, Vince Carter said it'd be cheating if he went there, and he went there. I do kind of love that he did, like, I'm just going to pick the best team. Like, I'm old as hell. I only care about titles. I'm just going to pick the best team. I instantly said, oh, well, Savannah and Zuri ain't moving to no damn Philadelphia. And then the reports immediately come in. Well, they can move. They could technically live in Manhattan and just bust it to Philly every day. They practice in South Jersey. If you're not familiar with the geography, I wasn't before I moved out here. South Jersey and Philly is just the same thing. It's JJ Redick when he played out here. He lived in Brooklyn. He took a train every day. It's about 40 minutes. You get straight to Jersey. It's cool. So, yeah, maybe Zuri and Savannah will move to Manhattan. They were out here last week for Fanatics Fest. And, you know, hey, everybody loves New York in the fall. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen. We're now in this place where, and we talked about it a little bit on the show, the East is stacked. There's a lot of talent in the East now. Is it better than the West? I don't know. But the East is crazy competitive. And it's funny that we got to say that because the champs are out the East. And your New York Knicks just got another competitor in the field right now. I don't know what the hell is going to happen out there this year. You look at them. You look at Boston. You look at what Philly is, and Toronto adds Kawhi, and you just got all this stuff going on out east. It's going to be a bloodbath out there. Look at what the Hornets are doing. Like, everybody's trying to get better. It was a competitive field last year. It's going to be even crazier this year. So the East is stacked, man. Maybe they're not better than the West. Maybe they don't have the top two teams. You maybe still think it's Oklahoma City and San Antonio, but the champs did come out of there and beat San Antonio, and it's only gotten tougher since then.
Dog, you look at the East, man, and I think pound for pound, they might be better than the West. There's going to be like a really good team, maybe two in the East that's going to be playing in the play-in. You know, they got like, because you talk about Philly, New York, I'll throw Cleveland in there. I'll throw Detroit in there.
We ain't even said Miami, and we know what that is, and we know what they did this offseason. I look at the Wizards like they should be a playoff level team. So like this isn't 2 years ago when like a team was getting a 10 seed off like 30 wins. The 10 seed last year was 43 wins. So that's what's gonna take. It's gonna take more. You know, mathematically, it's gonna be around there, but it's gonna take a lot more wins. It's gonna be a lot more competitive to even get into the play-in in the East this year.
Doug, let's just say the three teams are legit, or two teams are legit, like the six or three. We'll say the Sixers, the Knicks, and the Heat, legit, right? That means you've got three spots to be in the top six between Toronto, Atlanta, Charlotte, Orlando, Cleveland, Detroit. I just named like 5-6 teams.
We ain't even said the Pacers yet. Neither one of us has said the Pacers. And I know JT, they had photos come out. He was working out with Halliburton. Instantly asked, how's he look? Oh, he looks good. So that dude's coming back to be who he is. And again, like, you look at that conference, the Bulls, okay, but the Nets feel like they got better. The Nets don't have their pick next year. They have to be a competitive bunch. Adding Julius Randle, they bring Michael Porter back. Michael looked great this summer in summer league. Like, the Nets have to be a competitive bunch. So like this isn't our old Eastern Conference. It's getting a little crazy out there. We're gonna see a really good team in that play-in or miss the playoffs. Like, I look at Detroit, I'm a little worried about what they did and didn't do. That was the 1 seed last year. Cleveland, same thing. They weren't necessarily hanging their hat on the LeBron thing, but they don't get LeBron. You're kind of running it back. But they were just in the conference finals. So, like, some of these teams are going to slip in ways we don't realize. Some of these teams are going to get better. But it is, again, where we had to, like, shove a team as the 10th seed and the 9th seed, we really got one team that we're kind of, like, you know, turning our nose up at, and that's the Bucks. But they have a whole new mission right now. Everybody else is giving it a go. And so it should be real interesting out there this year.
For sure, man. We got my guy, Eddie Gonzalez, producer, co-host of the Cousins podcast, Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady. And we're trying to dissect this whole LeBron to Philadelphia situation. And when I first heard it, I'm like, oh, these guys are stacked. Like, they're championship contenders, all this other stuff. And I think that's their destiny. I think for the first time since 2001, they'll get past the second round. At the very least, they'll be in the conference finals, at the very least. But as I can see, I still feel that way, but I continue to think about it, and there are some holes in this whole situation a little bit, off the rip. Number one, when you talked about going to Miami, if you were LeBron James, you'd be like, oh, that's great, but the shooting is going to be nasty. You know, where's the spacing at? Where's the shooting at? It's going to be nasty. I don't know if it's that much better in Philadelphia. Like, Maxson can shoot, but you wouldn't think he's like a dead-eye shooter. Jaylen Brown is more of a mid-range guy. LeBron is who he is. VJ Edgecombe, I was just telling Kyle, in that first-round series against Boston, he had 2 games where he made 3-pointers and missed them the rest of the series. And in Joel Embiid right now, I asked the question, who's a better shooter right now from deep, Joel or Bam Adebayo? I think it's a toss-up. So I think some of the floor spacing situations, like to sum it all up, I think if you're a defense going up against them, you're going under against everybody on the pick and roll. And to sum it up, like, I think it's a better situation than Miami, but I don't think it's that far off from the situation he would have been going to in Miami. But also at the same time, I thought he'd be a championship contender there as well. So, yeah, just one thing to look at with them going to Philly and how that's going to work.
I'm going to tell you 2 names. Anthony Simons who's quietly one of the better off the bounce shooters in the league, signed to them. And Dean Wade, who is an up and down shooter. He's not like a 40% shooter, which you want your shooters to be. But he shot 36% from three last year, and he took 3 of them a game. And when you play next to LeBron, you're going to get open threes, and you're going to shoot them. If you don't shoot them, he's going to feel away. So those are 2 guys I think that will slot in there and get some shots up. LeBron has been a better shooter later in his career. I think Jaylen Brown will benefit from that. I think Tyrese Maxey will benefit from that. Again, those are 2 guys. They probably don't shoot as well as you think of them as shooters because they do a lot of off-the-bounce shooting. They do a lot of late clock shooting. They just take some bad shots, too. Right. I don't think shooting is necessarily their deficiency so much as when we compare them to what Miami would have been. But when you put that 5 on the court, you realistically can play 5 out, or you play pick and pop with Joel. He likes to pop because he don't like to move all that much. All 5 of them dudes can knock down shots. Like, you can't really slouch on none of them dudes. And if you turn into this game where you get switches and LeBron gets to post guys up or Jaylen Brown gets to attack and mismatches and all that, like, that's tough. The thing for me is, and I don't like to, like, bet against guys' health, but I just can't get all the way in on a Joel Embiid team in that sense because we just don't – we have now a long track record of just his body cannot withstand 80 games of this and then multiple playoff rounds. It just can't. We see it time and time again. And at some point, I have to just be like, you can't do it. And then you look at LeBron, who had his own injury issues the last couple of years because, he's about to be 42 years old this season. This is 24 years of basketball. And then many, many, many more of playoff basketball on top of that. It's a little rough for me to say, that team is going to remain healthy enough to win a title. And if you look at the championship run the last couple of years, especially in this new, like, more parity era of the apron and all this other stuff, a lot of times it's the team that just stays healthiest and outlast all the way through the finals. Look at last year, the teams kind of fell apart around the Knicks and around the Spurs. And even in the finals, you dealt with like some little Knicks and Nets here and there, and that was the difference between between teams winning series. So I don't know if I can count on them winning the war of attrition, especially when I look at other teams around the league that is younger and more well equipped for that. That's what scares me more than anything. But when that team is all the way on the court, they're gonna be tough. And I think one thing you cannot overlook, once they gel, and I think it'll take time. It's always taking LeBron teams time. I think just Jaylen Brown is a very particular player too. But once they gel, that team is going to win a lot of regular season games. Like when we get to January, February, and those guys, like, they kind of know where they're going. And Nick Nurse is a very good coach. He's tried and proven. He's a championship coach. Once they know exactly how they want to attack on a night in, night out basis, that team is going to will off a lot of wins, and they're going to look scary. Does that hold into the playoffs? Does that health hold up? All of that, those questions remain, but that is going to be a very good team. Do not get it twisted.
So the thing, and you're spot on about all that. And one of the positives that I had about this roster, you kind of got into it at the end there, is their depth and their talent. And we talk about Joel Embiid staying healthy. We talk about LeBron James staying healthy. Well, they might only need to play 50 to 60 games. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have to have the whole season and go through the roar of attrition through that whole thing. And Philly will still be good. Because if you got a night where it's like, hey, Joel, it's a back-to-back, you chill out a little bit. You're not playing back-to-backs this year. You know what I mean? You chill out. Maybe Joel and LeBron aren't playing back-to-backs. They still running out. Maxey, VJ, Jaylen Brown, Anthony Simons, like you talked about, going up against the Suns. Like, they can easily win that game. Like, that's something they can easily take care of and handle throughout the season. And that's a feather in their cap. And I think LeBron and Joel are kind of looking at it like, I just need to get to the playoffs feeling good and being healthy. Because if I can get to that season, that postseason, feeling good and feeling healthy, and I know it's a little different when you talk about the scheduling every other day and all this other stuff. But if I don't have the whole 82-game schedule that I had to fight through and then get through that, I could be ready for the playoffs. And I think that's how they're looking at it. Yeah, and those guys attacking from that backcourt, like, I
you keep mentioning him. I keep kind of glossing over him, but VJ, he now slots down in what their priorities are on that team and the matchup he'll see on any given night. He's not going to get the most perimeter defender he would have gotten most nights. The game is going to get a lot easier for him. Now, is he going to go from 16 shots a game to 10? Yeah, but those are going to be some of the better shots he's taken thus far in his career, and he's going to be a better player as it is. I'm not expecting VJ to suddenly morph into this incredible shooter like Olivia Miles, but I am expecting him to have better looks and be able to attack a little bit better because the defense just rotates different when they got to go chase LeBron or Jaylen Brown or Tyrese Maxey's flying all over the court. And there you are on the weak side corner, like, oh, I got like this random closing out on me and I can make something happen. So, like, again, he's going to have a smaller role, but he seems excited. He was excited about just getting Jaylen. He seems excited about getting LeBron. If he's able to maximize that role, he's going to be a real problem. And then they got Anthony Simons is the guy who's like, man, this might be a move for him. Now, he had an up and down year last year in Boston. Some people thought he was going to start. He was coming off the bench. He ends up getting traded. It's a whole thing. He shot well. He was scoring punch for both teams last year. But the Portland Anthony Simons is still in there, and he is still a knockdown shooter, and this is a great situation for him. And if he's going to get to spell Maxey, and if I had to guess, I would say those are going to be like LeBron units against second units, start of the second quarter, in the third quarter, that type of stuff. That's going to be time for him to eat. And that's the one thing about LeBron. He enjoys a secondary ball handler next to him, and he helps stabilize what those guys can see. If you need an example, like everybody's going to the Kyrie example and Dwayne Wade and all this stuff, look at Austin Reeves and look at all the money he just made from playing next to LeBron for a few years and what he developed into. So it's a great situation for Simons, great situation for VJ. That seems to be scary, man. Like the nights when they're healthy, the nights when they're full too, that seems to be scary. And I think the other thing to mention too is it's a bunch of veterans. Like they're not gonna get too teed up. They're not gonna be all over the place. It's a bunch of veterans who know what it is to be here, who know what it is to get it done. They got some champions on that team now, which they lacked a little bit of that last year, obviously. LeBron is the ultimate stabilizer, and I think Jaylen Brown is another one who just understands what it is to win games. JB said it himself, and he was right. Who's won more games than me since I got here? He's only played winning basketball his entire career, and he's going to bring that over to Philly. And it's not a cliche thing. Like, we watch Philly have issues late in games because they just get a little spastic. So, like, it's going to help them a ton. And like, I got them as the favorites to win the East right now on paper, but we do got to see them play. And please believe they'll be playing the Knicks on opening night when they get that banner on Christmas Day. Like, we got our matchups now. That's who we gonna see. So I'm excited. I'm like ready to see hoops now. Like, I know we getting the football, but I'm ready to see hoops now.
I'm gonna put a quick pin in what you just said, and I'm gonna ask you a question, give you a scenario, because I want to get back to that statement you made of them being the favorites. I got a thought about that. But everybody's healthy in Philly. Everybody's playing. It's round one, game 3, series tied at 104-103 against Boston. Let's just say they're playing Boston in round 1.
Well, that's
104-103. 9 seconds to go. They're down 1. Who's taking that shot?
You know who's not taking the shot? And I say this with all due respect, but LeBron James not taking the shot. He might have the ball, but he not taking the shot. He gonna bring somebody over to the screen and he gonna throw it to somebody, and that's what's gonna happen. But if I had to guess right now, Tyrese Maxey, and this is one thing I will say, and this is one thing that is like we're all glossing over it, and I'm saying this, it's gonna sound like hate, but I think it's just reality. If Jaylen Brown is expecting that to be his team, and I don't think this is a thing with most teams, but it was obviously a thing with Jaylen, and it will carry on with him now. If Jaylen Brown is expecting that to be his team, I think he's in for a rude awakening. And it just got worse in that sense with LeBron coming, because Tyrese Maxey is the incumbent there. Joel Embiid is too, but I think they've naturally slotted into where they are because of Joel's issues with his health. But when Joel's on the floor, he commands a lot of what they do as well. Right. Jaylen Brown, he's going to be a featured player on that team. Don't get me wrong. And, they might even announce him last. I don't know. But this is not his city. This is not his team. And it just got worse on that front because you know who makes it his city and his team, no matter what uniform he's wearing, no matter who's next to him, no matter what's going on? The greatest player of all time. So this will be the LeBron show in many ways, in shapes and forms. And if it's not, it's the Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid show still. Is that going to be an issue? I don't know. Like, for the most part, I usually write that off. I don't think most teams think about it like that. I don't think most guys do. But we know Jaylen Brown does. Right. We know that. So I'm very curious about that. But that's another thing I think LeBron being there kind of helps. Because when LeBron's in the room, there's an hierarchy. And you know at the top of it? LeBron James. Now, my little joke that I ain't got the tweet yet is, damn, LeBron betrayed his son like that in the chase of championships. That's kind of crazy. But, like, jokes aside, because LeBron has mentioned this before, and LeBron clearly feels the way, and he should. Yeah. They going to have a conversation. It might be a little bit of nothing, but that's a conversation they'll have to have. Right. And I'm sure they'll be fine, and they'll brush it off, and they'll laugh it off, and whatever. But, like, that's a thing. So that's kind of one of my bigger curiosities with this team, just like the makeup of personalities and what happens there. But I think LeBron being there helps that because at the end of the day, everybody in line behind LeBron. He's LeBron. If he does that stream, him and Bronny, I salute. They might just be on their way. But I don't think Bron is about to pull up to JB's house and get on Twitch.
Nah. You're listening to The Marathon, 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk with D-Lo and KC here on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, live on the Odyssey app, live on the iHeart app. You can watch the show on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And right now, we're talking to my guy like we do every Friday, Eddie Gonzalez, producer, host of the Cousins podcast with Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady, talking about the news of the day. There was a lot of other NBA stuff that I wanted to ask you about. I don't even know if we're going to get to it thanks to LeBron. But, yeah, there's all sorts of things going on in the league on the low. But one of the things that you talked about that I wanted to put a pin in and come back to, we're going to come back to it right now. You talked about the Sixers being the favorite. I think in a literal sense, I think they probably are. In a Vegas sense, I thought I heard that they were. Like this morning, I thought they moved up to being the betting favorites to win the Eastern Conference. As somebody who, once again, I'm a Knicks supporter, not a Knicks fan, a Knicks supporter. This couldn't have worked out better for them because now they got that chip back on their shoulder. Just like they had going into the NBA Finals. Just like Jalen Brunson has had his entire time when people saying he can't win and all this other stuff. Oh, it's all about Philly now. It's all about Philly. Philly's expected to win. They're not the defending champs, but they're the ones expected to get to the NBA Finals. And I think Mike Brown, I think Jalen Brunson, I think Cat, I think all those guys, I think Eddie's dog will all use that as motivation. And I think this works out good for the Knicks. This gives them that opportunity to have that chip back on their shoulder. I like it. As a Knicks fan, I would like it. I'm not a Knicks fan, but if I was a Knicks fan, I would like it.
I'm with you. Like, I think, and we just did it, and I just did it. Like, we're starting to overlook the Knicks because of how loud the offseason has been for the Miami Heat, for the Boston Celtics, and now obviously for the Philadelphia 76ers. But what the Knicks proved in that championship run was like they have all of the pieces. And then even the piece they lost, Mitchell Robinson, they replaced it with some semblance of that in Andre Drummond. But they have this, and we talked about it a bunch on the way on their finals run. They have such a set in stone kind of identity as a team, and for each role that each guy plays. And there's so much to be won with continuity in the league. And we've seen it every time somebody wins a championship. You look back at that, and I think it bit the Spurs and they ass in the finals because At the end of the day, the Knicks was just a team of adults, and everybody was really good, and everybody knew exactly what their role was on that team. And some nights it might not be them, some nights it would. They knew their offensive anchor was Jalen Brunson. They knew the way they attacked on defense and all of their roles on there. Like, everybody was ready to step. Even somebody like Jose Alvarado, who came in as an 8th, 9th guy. We need you to handle the ball a little bit off the bench. We're going to need you to shoot some shots. Came in and did what he did. Like, they just knew what's what. And that's going to be huge for them, because not only do they have that, but now they have that championship confidence. And we've watched that in the history of the NBA a million times. It's not a team that lacked confidence either, but now they know they're the guys. So I'm with you. Like, they maintained everything that made them a championship team last year in terms of literal bodies and mentality. But also, like, you expect them to be better another year in with Mike Brown. You expect them to be better with that extra confidence of what they've done, and guys to, like, further fill out their role. Like, I look at OG and what he did, and, like, the way he expanded his game in the playoffs. It's like, yo, now they know, and they already knew, but now they know they can lean on that when they need to. We're overlooking the Knicks. I'm guilty of it, my damn self. And it's funny because I look at that matchup with Philly, and I'm like, they kind of got all the stuff to bother them. Like, we've seen Jalen and Maxey go at it. We've seen how that plays out. We still, like, as great as Maxey has been playing against them multiple times, we've watched JB be better, and he's still a better player. I look at those wings and the way they would guard guys like a Jalen Brown, like a LeBron in the pinch they would have to. Like, who better to guard LeBron right now than OG Anunoby? Who better to guard Jalen Brown right now than Mikal Bridges? And what they bring for that team. So, like, they actually do have a great matchup. And, like, the Cat and Joel thing goes back years, and they literally have exchanged punches over this beef right here, and it's real serious. So, like, it's funny enough, like, as much confidence I have in that Sixers team, I look at that Knicks, and it's like they kryptonite though, right? Like, we've seen it play out in real time. We've seen them beat them. So I'm with you. Starting to overlook them a little bit. I also think we're kind of overlooking the Celtics because they got the short end of the stick of all this stuff. Like, they were supposed to get Giannis. The one I will say this though, and not to throw shade or issue on somebody or whatever, but the one team I am overlooking as of right now, is all things said, the Miami Heat. Like, yo, I want no parts of what they got going on. And we talk about the health and the attrition of keeping this. Miami has consistently had health issues for years now with their role players, with their guys. I don't wish injury luck on anybody. I want them all to, like, I want to turn the sliders off on 2K, no injuries. We see the best. But we've watched Giannis accumulate leg injuries over the past 4, 5, 6 years. That's tough to see as a guy who has to rely on his athleticism to be who he is, his strength, his lower body strength, all of that. Now, again, there will be nights, so that team will look great. Don't get me wrong. And if they add maybe another shooter or two, a huge void on the wings, there's going to be nights where that team looks really good. But that's the team I'm looking at as the odd man out. And when you talk about these top of the conference teams, I'm not sure that they're better than Cleveland as they currently sit today. Cleveland has a chance to add another piece or two before it's all said and done. I'm not sure they're better than Detroit, even with Detroit kind of faltering a little bit in this offseason, not necessarily adding the pieces that you want to see them add. I'm looking at the Hawks. They done made some moves. They done added some stuff. Like, they're going to be an ugly-ass football team all playoffs and all year next year. And I hate Lou Dort more than anybody but Podziemski. But that team's going to strap up, and they're going to bother people all day, every damn night. So, like, I'm looking at them like they might be the odd man out. The Charlotte Hornets, I think they added guys who fit more. I think they still have avoided the point guard position. I love LaMelo, so it's hard for me to just be like better. But they'll be better because they'll get older and then they're just improving. Knipp will be better. Brandon Miller will be better. Nas Reed's a perfect fit for what they're building over there. I'm looking at Miami like, are we sure? Are we sure this is what it's all, cracked up to be? That's the team that I'm like, let's see it, I guess.
I'm in on Miami to a certain degree. I think they're part of the top three. I think they're gonna have some nights where the shooting looks ugly, but there's gonna have some nights where it's like, how do you score on these guys? So I'm in.
Defense travels, and their defense will be good. Don't get me wrong. Any team that's gonna start Andrew Wiggins, Davion Mitchell, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Bam Adebayo, they're gonna be a monster defense. They might be the best defense in the league. But they're gonna have some rough nights too. And at the end of the day, like this is a make and miss league. Sometimes you just get lit up from three. You can have all the athleticism and chase guys around all you want, but sometimes you just can't keep up with scoring. And that's gonna be a team that's gonna struggle to keep up scoring night in, night out.
And what they don't have that Philly does have, because when you talk about Giannis and the injury history that he's accumulated over the last couple of years, you can say the same thing about Joel Embiid. But what Philly now has, and probably had already, that Miami doesn't have, is a little bit of margin for error in that aspect.
Yep.
So if Joel's down for 2 weeks, like, all right, we got LeBron, Jalen, Maxey, all these guys to step up. If Giannis goes down for 2 weeks, I don't know what Miami looks like. I have no idea what that looks like for 2 weeks of Giannis not being there. So that's a concern with them.
Yeah, they got the new Avengers trailer, and it's like, they got Thor #1 option hoops now. Bam Adebayo #1 option hoops. He gonna make Tyler Hero look right. Tyler Hero's burner, whoever was on it, he gonna make him look right.
Tyler shouldn't have said what he said.
I mean, he paid for it.
Wrong. And I don't know if he was like not factual. Some of the things he was saying.
He paid the tax. So it was.
We got my man Eddie Gonzalez of the Cousins podcast here with us on D-Lo and KC. And real quick, before we leave Miami, what do you think happened earlier this week? Like, what do you think that was all about?
Look, so back in the day, like Sacramento Unified School District, Elk Grove Unified School District, so you would get in a fight at school, and like the person who won would instantly get the 5-day suspension. You going for a week, buddy. You ain't supposed to be fighting in school. You get beat up bad enough, you mess around and be back at school tomorrow. They might not like, oh, you got detention, you in-home suspension, like whatever. It'd be a lesser punishment. The fact that the league knows what happened, supposedly it's on camera. I don't know, league doesn't invest. The fact that the league knows what happened and said, it's all good. that tells me you deserved it, and it wasn't all that crazy. So, right. I mean, it's exactly what it looks like. He was talking a little crazy. He whisper my name, but don't say it too loud, because he ran into Bam, and it was like, and it's Bam's second home, and Bam just told him, hey, what was you saying? What was all that?
You know what that also tells me, your breakdown, which I agree with. You know what that also made me think about is Dennis Schroeder must have slapped the fire out of Luka Doncic. He must have beat the crap out of Luka if he got suspended. The league said, no, we're suspending you. We saw what happened with Tyler and Bam. They're like, it's whatever. We keep it moving. Schroeder must have slapped the mess out of Luka Doncic.
I thought you was about to get fined, because I thought the same thing. And I almost said it just like, but I mean, from what I heard about that, it was damn near the same story. He just wow, and then we are. So, but I mean, I think all BS aside, though, like I think it was one of them like grown man things where it's like, all right, we got that out of our system. Like, we're not gonna fight when we play each other this year. We got it all out. But it's like, I do kind of enjoy that we live in a league where if you pop off, like I am gonna see you. Like, I am gonna, like, we don't gotta turn everything into fights. And like on our show, T-Mac was like, that was out of pocket, shouldn't have done that. Which was funny because I love T-Mac. But T-Mac was like, he was a known knucklehead at his time. But he was like, come on, dog. So I do enjoy that. Like, you might just get checked if you say something crazy, but it's I think they'll be fine. And it's summer league stuff, man. You have these little situations in the off season. Everybody's all in the same place. And it's like, sometimes you gotta back up what you said that one time, and this was one of those times.
I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what Adam Schefter said. I don't care. The NBA is the best. I love the NBA. The NBA is the absolute best. Matter of fact, so you brought up the fight. I was actually thinking about the other Miami story with the YouTube thing. What do you think happened with that? Do you think that
okay, I'm gonna give y'all, like, I've worked social media. I still do some social media. So I'm gonna give y'all, and it's gonna be the boring answer. So I'm sorry. And then obviously was wrong. So I'm sorry. But for instance, I would say at ESPN, when we had transactions that were on the way, we would do multiple versions of what that could be. Now, he who will not be named, he could not tell us in advance, too far in advance, because a lot of times we wouldn't know, but a lot of times it's like, yo, it's coming in last minute, who it was. So if there's a big trade on the way, like say Russell Westbrook, we got Russell Westbrook in a Kings jersey and a Lakers jersey, and we ready. And you may schedule that or set up a draft in order to be ready. It seems like that's just what happened with the Heat. And I know from working on YouTube, and Kyle can tell us, podcast producer, man, like you can accidentally post a video on YouTube, or you could change the permissions on accident. It's like real easy to mess that up. And I would tell you, I know people have found the LinkedIn and then like they're hiring. They've been hiring for some time. I'm positive that team got a good laugh out of it. It was a little scary, but I'm positive they got a good laugh out of it. It was like, damn, we messed that up. Ain't nobody lose their job over that, but they definitely got like a stern email, like, yo, let's not do that. I don't think they jumped the gun. I think they're getting ready for what could be a crazy day at work. And luckily for them, they didn't have it. But I will say, back when like it was like Kyle Kuzma and Westbrook about to be Kings or whatever the trade was, I don't remember. I seen the graphic. Like I know he was supposed to be a King, and then it turned into the Laker trade. So it was a little crazy. It happened.
No, you're right, Eddie. That's not the answer we wanted. We wanted to hear that he was going to the Heat, and then he saw that and he said, "No, I got to change everything." And then he went to Philly.
I'm always gonna stand up for content teams, man, because I've been there. Look, I'm the guy, and I'll admit it now because I was dumb enough to admit it then. I was working social at ESPN and liked the tweet about LeBron being the GOAT. Thought I was on my personal. It was liked for like a good 30 minutes, and people were tweeting ESPN like, "Oh my God, look, ESPN's so biased." I'm in the meeting like, "Oh damn, that was me, yo." My man's pulled me aside after the meeting. He was like, "You should have took that to the grave. Like that was stupid. Why you admit that? There could have been 30 people. You dumb as hell." I'm like, I don't know. I'm new here, so I was buddy from the commercials. I don't need.
Here's why I don't just real quick. I totally understand. Like, I get why. If a graphic had gotten tweeted out, I understand why. I've not worked in a social media department, but I have friends who do, and I understand why. Like they have 50. I have a friend who works with the Giants, right? Mm-hmm. They have every free agent in a Giants uniform ready to go because if that gets reported, bang, is going to. But with a YouTube stream of a press conference, that's not urgent. That's not like we got to get this up now. And why was there a date on it?
Right.
The date is funny.
Because that date was in the title. That date wasn't like, oh, this was the scheduled date. That date was in the title. Like they had it ready to go.
Yeah.
I posted an article when I was writing, and it was essentially Mad Libs. Such and such dropped this album blank on this day blank. Like I've posted that before and been like, damn, let me get that down. So like, I don't know. I'm shooting bail in a sense. And then I heard from around the way, like, yo, nobody get fired. They've been hiring for their head of social for like 2 months. Like they look for a person. So look, conspiracy theory, that did get me. I was sitting there like, damn, maybe they know. But the reality is Philly probably found out 2 minutes before LeBron posted. You know what I mean? Like this sometimes this stuff happens that fast. And so it's like, and it's because of things like that. Like I can't tell the Sixers at 10 a.m. today because my social team needs to finish my video I'm doing, and then like it can't be. Shams is lurking. Shams is in the walls somewhere. He's hearing it. I can't tell nobody over the phone. It'll be on ESPN in an hour. So yeah, I think it was just an honest mistake. and that person definitely got a funny ass email.
In my heart of hearts, now that he's not even in Miami Heat, I do think it was an honest mistake.
It would have been way better. Yeah, it would have been way better if he went.
Yeah, if he went to Miami, I'd be like, oh, they knew. They've been known or whatever. Because Eddie, I heard, not that I'm Shams or have super, but I heard over the weekend it was going to be Miami. I heard James Ham said he heard over the weekend too, like it's going to be Miami. A lot of that is probably people that we trust hearing things, but nobody knows. I really think with LeBron, nobody knows.
Yeah,
Miami,
that's what I said on.
Miami was out there. It's like, yo, it looks like this is the move.
I was saying that on Twitter earlier. I think LeBron is a very specific example. He himself, like a very specific, because this is a decision he and he alone was going to make. I mean, maybe with his family, with his wife. And I could tell y'all as a 40-year-old man who has been up for jobs and it could have been in this city, that city, you got to work that out with the group, especially when the cities are like Miami, Cleveland, Philly, like these big cities, and you got to consider all that. Nobody knew but LeBron. Like that was the only person. That was the only person thinking about it, because at the end of the day, it's his decision. This is not this thing where like the young player will be bullied by the agent. This is LeBron. So everybody reporting on like speculation kind of lost me, because like y'all don't know. And LeBron's probably not yapping about this all too much. It's one of them things when you're around like a situation like this and a decision that needs to be made, you're not talking about it all day because everybody knows it's there to be made. Like, you know what I mean? We're gonna wake up every day like, are you feeling, Bron? We know that, and we know when he's ready to tell us or makes his mind up, he's gonna let everybody know. So like the idea that his camp is just yapping to everybody, and then he's intimating to people that like, yeah, he waiting for another. If Cleveland gets Kyrie, then this, and this, like, why would LeBron be talking about any of that? Like, it was like it's a little boring, but the most realistic scenario was like, yo, LeBron's just been thinking about it for 3 weeks. He don't know. Like the best team exists, but he also has the storybook indeed in Cleveland. He also has like, yo, if you was talking to your wife, like, hey, we can live in Miami, or we can live in Philly, that's a conversation y'all gotta sit through and think about. Like, you know what I mean? That's not like an open and shut case.
On Philly. It takes you the whole week to sell her on Philly.
Yo, and that's one of them. And you know how them conversations.
Did you see the Mitchell
bring it up. You bring it up. It's there. You know it. Y'all go to have dinner. You do whatever you do on your Saturday night. Like, you may not broach it at dinner because, like, yo, you're not trying to get yelled at over a filet mignon. But, like, it's there. And you got to wait till she gives her 2 cents. And it might take a minute because, like, in reality, she really like LA. So, like, there's a lot going on there for this married father of 3 to figure out what he's about to do for the next 2 years of his life. So, I don't think anybody knew. Rich Paul didn't sound like he knew until he knew. And it's not like Rich Paul is just running to random reporter B and being like, you know what Bron told me this morning? Like, you know what I mean? So it's always a funny case. And I think the game of telephone within the league, it's very similar for everybody, where it's just like, yeah, people do have sources and people are saying these things. I don't deny that. I bet somebody from somewhere told this reporter this, and this. But they're not always right. And sometimes they guess it. Sometimes they hear it from somebody who is also guessing, or maybe they heard the rumbling. It's just the game of telephone. And with somebody like LeBron, like, we're going to hear from him. This is the decision, man. Like, this is there's no leaking what LeBron was going to do, because LeBron went on TV and did it. So it's like he's one of the guys where I'm like, we'll just wait. We should wait till he posts on Instagram.
Eddie Gonzalez of the Cousins podcast with Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady. Also, like I mentioned earlier, Sham's best friend. So, you know, just
y'all got me yelled at by Shams, man. Y'all right?
Shams was like, yeah, I'll be seeing y'all, man. Eddie be on your show running his mouth, man. Yeah. That was a classic time. That was like one of my favorite times in this whole job.
You know what's so funny about that is when you guys were just talking just now, there's certain people like who do stuff with the 49ers, like Greg Papa calls Niner games, right? And he'll say something on a preseason game, like he was the first person who was like, yeah, they really like Brock Purdy. And I'm like, Brock Purdy, really? And then that works out. And Eddie's always been a person that he says something, and I'm like, that's kind of interesting that Eddie would say that. Yeah. And lo and behold.
Don't do that. Don't get me in trouble again, man.
Oh, man. That's great. That's funny you said that about Greg Pop. I do remember him saying, I like this Brock Purdy guy. Like after the first preseason game. Like, what are you talking? You don't even have a number. What are you talking about?
Said he tore up the joint practices. He did what?
Right. Eddie,
I miss Greg on Raider games, man. I'm still hurt about that one, but it is what it is.
He was a good Raider. He was a good Raider announcer. He was a great Raider announcer.
He was.
I had 2 topics. One, I'm glad we kind of don't have time for, because as a radio host, like, I probably should have this discussion, but it's kind of mean. Did you see that thing about the most overrated players in the game?
I think I saw the list. Who was number 1? I saw Paulo was like 3.
Yeah.
He was, and it was like the internet hates Paulo. Well, you know what that list, showed me is the internet hates a certain type of player. This is the bleacher list, right? Yeah, they hate certain type of players. I get the AD thing, but like, is a guy overrated because he's hurt, or is he hurt? Like, that's
Come on, man. Like he's like 28-13 when he plays. Like, what are we doing?
It's future Sacramento King Paolo Banchero.
I hope so.
Mhm.
I wish. Although Eddie, he shouldn't be working out with your boy. He should be working out with Carmelo. Man.
Oh my God,
That's the problem. He can't. He's trying to. You can't beat KD, Paolo. That's not who you are. You need to be like gets the ball, triple threat, jab step, either one dribble and pull up.
I'll say what Buddy said because he caught wind of this one. But he was just like, yo, whoever he works out with is going to be some of the same stuff. Fundamentals on footwork, creating shots. Like, this is what Paolo does. So I get what he's saying. He like that was a curious comment. I thought his old teammates' comment was very curious too, but I'm going to leave that one to be what that one is.
I wasn't going to ask you about that.
I got one for you before we go.
What you got?
Are you sure Boots and this is going to be Virgil? Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I like Virgil. There ain't no shade. That's gonna be one hell of a fight.
Is Devin Haney ducking like everybody right now? Because he gonna mess around and lose the key.
You can't put that on Devin because Devin's probably the one person that didn't fight. He didn't fight the most people in that.
I respect that. He gonna mess around and lose the key, and then we gonna have to reevaluate a bunch of stuff. But
how you feel if he gets key?
I'll be impressed. I'll be very impressed. I think it'll be his best one. I like Devin a lot. Don't get me wrong.
I used
to
say
the business of Devin is very interesting.
I used to say he was the best out of all. Well, I thought Tank was the best, but Devin was the best boxer. But I've turned on Shakur, the Shakur hate that I had before. Shakur is the truth.
Yeah, when he gave T.O. the business, I had to like salute because I thought T.O. was gonna be too big. I thought he was gonna be this, but he was just way better. But like my thing about these guys, and I know boxing is boxing, so we won't stay here forever. Like Floyd and Manny spoiled us because they just fought everybody. Like they fought all the guys, and you can be mad about when they fought them and all that stuff, but they just fought all the guys. Like there was nobody left to fight. The only guy Floyd didn't fight was Margarito, and we knew what that was, and Paul Williams, who I wouldn't have fought his ass either. So,
nah, Paul Williams.
You know what's a good. You know what's a good.
Hold on. No, hold on. No, we gotta hold on here. If we're talking boxing, we got a couple minutes left, so we're gonna talk about this. Yo, defend your man's talking about why he ain't fight Benavidez, man.
He's right. Now, I will say this.
Hey, he was damn near a heavyweight fighting Amir Khan.
I will say this. You can't say that and then fight Bud. And then lose to Bud. You know what I'm saying? Like
the majority of the people he fought. He was a heavyweight to them.
And then thoroughly lose to Bud, and you're the bigger guy. I love Canelo. Shout out to my dog. And I respect him because he's another guy who fought like everybody. And the one guy he didn't fight, and he's always been very adamant. He's just too big. And David Benavidez is probably going to mess around and win a heavyweight title. So I kind of get it. I don't love it, but I do get what he's saying. It just looks a little funny in the light when you then fought Bud. After saying, like, I can't fight him, he's too little, you fought him anyway for the bag. So, like, it is what it is. But I will say this, like, not to, like, promo, but watch Antonio Tarver on Andre Ward's show. That was a fun listen. You was a Roy Jones guy too.
That's my boy.
Look, obviously that's Dre's guy.
That hurt my heart when he got.
He told him those words. It was just like a little tension of like, you beat my guy up. Like, what was that?
Yeah. Oh,
it was a great listen. I was a Tarver fan.
No, man, that broke my heart when he got Roy.
I was not a Roy fan at that time. I was a big B-Hop guy, and then like when Tarver knocked him, I was real happy. I remember when Glenn Johnson knocked him out, I was like running around the living room talking crazy. So like it was fun. But yeah, I know. But we had to sneak some boxing in while D-Lo wasn't here.
Absolutely, boxing popping this weekend. Matter of fact, they got a gang of Fury fights this morning. But
I'm a little worried about Earl. Like that eye is just a thing. Like I can't overlook that. I actually like Baby Zoo. So like I kind of like I know he took some tough ones, but I actually like him. I wish Twin could have got out there. That was kind of frustrating, but big boxing week. You're right. Like
it is.
So
we'll talk about. I'll be texting you over this week.
I ain't even message you when your boy was getting punched on like that because he won. But Ooh, that round. Ooh, man.
You
know what it reminded?
You know what it did? He took him and then he handled business.
You know what it reminded me of? Like, not even to be funny. It reminded me of when Devin got punched on a little bit, and it was like, the chin might be, and then he finally got knocked. Like, again, that fight is that fight. But it also reminded me of like when Roy kind of like started getting a little shaky with it, and then it was like, is it there? Yeah. So I get why Boots is like, I mean, not Boots. I get why Bud, because Bud is Bud, and Bud is just he's a bad dude. Right. He's just like, yeah, I'll whoop his ass. Because he ain't never been moved like that. Like
he said, I can hit Boots. If Boots can be hit, I'm gonna hit him. So we gonna talk
Nobody
about
can
it.
beat up Bud. Nobody can beat up Bud. Bud is my guy. Like, I think he's the guy that would have beat Floyd. He's just disgusting. So
Eddie, look, we're gonna go to break on the radio.
Oh, we're gonna do that. All right.
The Cousins, Vince Carter, Tracy McGrady podcast. Check that out. Sean's best friend. When we come back, we got my man Leezy in here. He's going to talk crazy about Pat Riley, and I might just kick him out of the studio, but it's all good. We'll talk about it all right here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
You're clear.
Good. No, real quick. I was just going to, have you seen, I know you have seen, and it's crazy, the AI boxing matches when they put like Floyd versus Bud.
You know the ones that be getting me is like it'd be the MMA ones, and it'd be like LeBron versus like Messi or some shit. Like they be killing me, yo. But with Floyd, what Bud did to Canelo, and like I was never the biggest Bud fan. I went to the Smiths fight, and I was just like, I've never seen an ass whooping like that in person.
I gotta log him in, Eddie. Hold on, I gotta log him into the computer. Hold on 1 second. Oh snap. All right, I'm back, Eddie.
Yeah, but like Bud power in both hands, fight southpaw. Like he's always the guy. I'm like, he probably would have got Floyd. Floyd, like even that Ricky Hatton, like the real prime money Floyd, like the real conservative version. Like I think that's the one he would have been better against. Like money, like pretty boy Floyd. Like I don't know who's beating that dude. That dude was a pro, especially at 35, 30. Oh my god,
he was so fast. So the fundamentals and the God-given talent was crazy.
Before he hurt his hands and he had like the mean streak too, because he's kind of stopped finishing guys that he could have finished. Like I remember the Cotto fight, like he should have finished Cotto, but he like got a real respect. It was funny looking back at it. He like a real respect for Cotto. He didn't keep going, you know what I'm saying? So, but Bud missed the guy shot in the head and kept going. Like,
nah, Bud, he different.
You got a weapon for that.
That
guy.
also kind of hurt my heart when he beat Arrow like that, because I'm a Spence guy. And I thought Spence was gonna get him, and he beat the break. They were saying like that was the worst beatdown in a big fight ever, and they're probably right. Like,
I think I told you before. I was there. I was working media, and like Earl didn't look scared, but he was just like tired. I don't know what it was. Buds was just so confident. Every time I talked to him, the whole lead up, he was just like he knew he was about to beat his ass, and I was like, oh, that's it. So, all right, man, I'll get out your way. Happy belated. I meant to tell you on the air too. My
man,
brother.
It's good, man. I appreciate you, dog.
Yes, sir.
All right. You in there, Lizzie? I think so, yeah. Where he was at. He should be somewhere else, bro. I don't know where Lee was at, but he's here now. There we go. All right. There we go.
We all set. We sit back.
I think we're good. Oh. I got you. Yep. Okay. I got you. I got you. Can we hear? Is Leezy good? Oh, turn your mic on. Yeah, come on, man. This guy not even talking into the mic. Turn it on too. Make sure it's on. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Leezy.
Rookie mistake.
I was gonna say that's day one stuff. You got to turn the mic on and talk into it.
It's rough, bro. Kyle, we off to a rough start, Kyle.
Oh man, come on, Leezy. This guy noob.
Hey, I'm used to holding the camera, man. On the mic, it's different.
Noob.
What's up with it? Chatty House, what's up?
Leezy in the house, y'all, man. Shout out to him.
Yeah. We got Russ Dog in here. Steven C, that's my guy. Hey, Casey, my guy Stevie B's in here. This is my best friend. He said I look like someone from the background from last night's Versus.
Oh yeah. Hey man, I'm like,
shout out YG.
Yeah,
YG 400.
I told y'all YG was gonna get him.
Hey, you was right.
I don't know about
you was right.
Some of the scores I saw was a little like he ain't beat him up like that, but he definitely won. It was like 19-1. I said, come on.
Okay, I don't know if we should save it, but boy, I had some feelings on it too, man. Because I was rooting for Game. That's my guy.
I didn't know that. You was saying YG the whole time.
The amount of East Coast people who were showing YG love last night was just so great. They were like, I was not familiar with his game. I'm like, yeah, man,
he got
YG's out
here.
here.
I said, bro, YG gonna get him. And Game is dope. Like I like Game.
Game's great.
Yeah.
It's no shade to him, but YG, he got them hits.
He does.
15.
He has those big party songs. Them anthems you want to hear.
We got about 10 seconds, Leezy.
All right, here we go. Let's cook.
Back here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 on this Friday afternoon. And don't forget, basketball coverage on ESPN 1320 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. I see you. We got my man Leezy out here jumping in on the reads. I see you, big dog. And Leezy has made it out of the group chat. And he is in the studio. And I'm a little disappointed because I thought today was going to be the day you were going to be like, man, KC, I got to admit, that boy Pat Riley, he did it. He said he was waiting for another plan to land, and he got him, and I'm going to have to leave Pat Riley alone. And no, Leezy's going to continue to disrespect the legend that is Pat Riley. You need to chill out with all that.
No.
He's the damn legend.
I'll give him credit where credit's due. He got Giannis, but when he fails, like he always does, we got to call him out on it. And I feel bad because I know Pat's a legend.
Yeah.
I know he's a Hall of Famer. I know he's one of one, but he's not getting the job done when he needs to. How many years do we hear about Dame Lillard? It took him all to get Giannis. He finally got him, and he was talking all this talk about LeBron, had the YouTube team ready. He said, hey, get that ready. And now look where we are now.
Dog. Did he not get Alonzo Mourning? Did he not get Tim Hardaway? Did he not get LeBron James in his prime? Did he not get Chris Bosh? Did he not keep Dwayne Wade? Did he not get Jimmy Butler when Philadelphia fumbled?
He lost Shaq.
He got Giannis.
He lost D-Wade. He lost LeBron. He lost Jimmy. He lost all his stars. Just give it time. He's going to lose Giannis. Just give it time.
What do you mean lose Giannis? Giannis probably retire at that point.
No. Giannis already talking about, I bleed green and purple. He'll be trying to do his own retirement tour one day and go back to where he started.
Kyle, you hear this disrespect.
That's not a Pat Riley problem, though.
Yeah, what are we talking about?
LeBron wanted to go home so he could go try and win in Cleveland. That is not a Pat Riley issue.
Look, hey, LeBron's.
Do you know how spoiled you sounded just now?
Oh,
just listing off this reel of Hall of Famers and being like, and then Pat Riley lost him.
He did lose him.
Every Kings fan listening to this would kill to have any one of those dudes for one contract.
Yo, we over here talking about Marco Bellinelli.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
That's Italian Kobe. You relax over there.
Yeah, I remember those days.
Who couldn't shoot whatsoever once he got
not
a
lick.
There's a thing. People come
was
to
like
Sacramento.
49% from three from with everybody else, and then came to Sac, and he shot 12.
Sounds familiar. Some people put on that purple jersey and forget how to shoot. It's crazy.
That's going to end, though. That's going to end.
Yep.
We got a game changer now. That's going to end.
That's right.
That's for sure going to end. But before we get into the Kings, I do want to get your thoughts on what's going on in Sacramento, what happened in Summer League.
Okay.
LeBron James, not a Miami Heat.
La Philly.
He is in Philadelphia.
La Decision too.
Are you now a Philadelphia 76ers fan since you're a free agent? Allegedly a free agent, but you got all this smoke for Pat Riley. But are you now a Sixers fan? Is that what's going on?
You know,
keep it all in the city because you're a sorry Eagles fan as well.
Yeah.
But you're going to keep it all in the city now.
You know, I talked to D'Lo about this because he was on to me. He's like, Lee, you're always defending Philly. And I was like, yeah, when Jimmy was on the Sixers and the Eagles were doing their thing, my life was easy to explain. But, you know, I can't do that, Casey. I know a lot of people are hopping on that plane and going to Philly with LeBron, and they're taking their fandom over there. I can't do that, man. And I like Joel Embiid. I like Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe. They made the big move to get Jaylen Brown. Philly's doing some good stuff, man, but I can't put my allegiance with them, man.
All right, man. So who are you with? Like, we're not doing all this anymore, man. Matter of fact, you should just stay in Miami. We shouldn't even stamp any type of movement that you make to another team. You're a Heat fan. You're a Heat. You're always going to be a Heat, in the words of Monte Ellis.
Casey, don't let these colors confuse you. Don't let the red and black confuse you. I'm done with the Heat, brother. I moved to Kyle.
He's under Portland.
Kyle, I'm definitely not going to Portland. Hey, they just got John Morant, but I'm still
Chicago with Caleb Wilson. What he got going on?
I like Caleb Wilson.
Career.
Hey, and coming out the draft, everyone's like, "Oh, Caleb can't shoot. I don't know about this and that." Hey, he looked like the man out there. I'm liking his game.
Say my name next time. Say my name.
What? Who?
You talking about they said he can't shoot? I said it. I'm not hiding. I'm not hiding.
Well.
Me and Kenny were driving the Caleb Wilson's not that guy, pal.
No way.
Really? We were driving that train.
We liked him. I'll speak for Kyle here. We liked him. He's a good ball player, but they were like, yo, first number one pick. Like, I was like, I don't see it like that.
Yeah,
he went crazy.
We also were looking at it through the Kings lens of they need a guy to be the guy. Ball in his hands, put the ball on the deck, go score. Like, that's it. And I didn't think he could be that. I thought he was going to be really good, but I was like, man, he's not right for that. And then he just goes out and hits 7 threes and looks awesome in the summer league. He's like, oh, well, all right. I was wrong.
Crazy.
Yeah,
I'm
gonna be tapped into the Bulls. That's a league pass team. We're gonna be checking in on them.
They said Carolina, they be holding back these players.
Apparently,
they
man.
holding back these players because I didn't know he could dribble more than twice. After that, he doing sham gods and hitting threes off the bounce.
Yep.
So, Caleb Wilson, he's that guy. So you're a Bulls fan now? Is that what we said?
No, KC, I'm not a Bulls fan. Kyle, help me out. Let him know I just enjoy the game. I love the game. I'm just an NBA free agent.
A free agent
bro, you've been out of the league for 2 years now.
I'm taking my time. I'm like LeBron. I'm like LeBron. I'm taking my time.
You were hitting me up in the chat like, hey, you see Jimmy Butler last night? Our Dubs.
You know what?
Like, come on, man.
Real talk. I did hit Kyle up after they got Jimmy, and I listed all the stats like, hey, they're the first 8 seed to make it to the finals, and this, and that.
It's a good addition by Pat Riley.
Exactly. My goodness.
Pat Riley went and got him, stole him.
I wish Pat Riley would put some real help around him instead of Terry Rozier in trouble for gambling, instead of Kyle Lowry, who was washed up, instead of Dwayne Dedman, who was throwing stuff on the court.
I'm waiting. Go ahead. Say something crazy about Bam. I'm going to text him and say you were saying something crazy about him. Go ahead.
I got nothing to say about Bam.
Yeah.
Bam's about that life.
Bam is, I saw a video of him. Where are they? They're in Chicago, and where was he at? He would, because he's out there for the All-Star game, the WNBA All-Star game.
Okay.
And
supporting his lady.
Yeah, he was somewhere. It was like iPhone footage of Bam. And he's just like standing in front of their sprinter or something like that, talking to somebody. And now I'm like always like, oh, hey, did he hit somebody? Like, what's going on? Like, that's what I'm always thinking about Bam now.
Yeah. Well, don't associate him with that.
Why not? That's what he did.
Hey, Tyler was talking a lot. And here's the thing, man. I know more about Miami than I'm a Heat insider, even though I'm not with him. I know a lot about Miami. Tyler wasn't there for a lot of those playoff runs, brother. A lot of times he was injured. Look it up, Kyle. Come on, boss, man. A lot of times Tyler was hurt. He was doing a lot of talking. You know why we remember Caleb Martin beating up on the Celtics? Because Tyler Hero wasn't around. Everyone else had to step up because he was always hurt.
Oh, my God.
Hey, does anyone take Tyler serious in Milwaukee? Are we sitting up here talking about, oh, the Bucks, look out for the Bucks. They got Tyler Hero now. No one cares. It's a wrap for him.
Leezy going off on Tyler Hero.
Right. Going off, man. I don't want to hear about no Tyler Hero.
Can hoop, man. That's my boy. I like Bam, too, man. Those are both my boys. I hated to see them getting into that scuffle.
Kyle, I'm going to do what we do with everyone else. Tyler Hero's empty calories. All he can do is score.
Brother, you know what? Hey, I kind of vibe with the take.
What does he do on defense? How does he impact winning in the Vazorp? Come on.
It's not even that. It's not even that. It's just when I watch Tyler Hero, like Tyler Hero's very good at the game of basketball. I'm not trying to say he's not.
Yeah, he can get
But
buckets.
when the Miami Heat are playing, I'm not like, hey, the Celtics got to watch out for Tyler Hero. Like, nah, he might go get 20, but what else? What else is he gonna do?
Ironically, that's what Tyler Hero would say about Bam.
Well, hey.
I mean, he might not be lying.
Hey.
You gotta do something, brother.
You know, the funny thing was,
I'm sorry. You know what? I forgot. 83. Never mind.
Oh yeah, against the Wizards.
Bam, GOAT. Many are saying
83. Well, you know
better than Kobe.
what Jesse always say. It's Wilt, Kobe, and Bam.
That's it. That's the three, brother.
Come on, man.
Big
not
three.
in that order.
Somebody got to do something. Yeah, somebody got to do something. I say this all the time. Out of
Not
love
go ahead and
respect.
disrespect. It's okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Because I say this about the 3 home runs in the World Series. It's like Reggie Jackson, Albert Pujols, Babe Ruth, and Pablo Sandoval.
Off Justin Verlander.
That one don't add up. The one don't add up, man.
Which one doesn't belong here?
Wilt. Not in this order. Wilt.
Yeah.
Kobe.
Okay.
Bam. Adebayo.
All
right, man. Bam. He can hoop though.
Do you remember a couple years ago when Devin Booker? I think he had like 70.
Yeah, 70.
Yeah, it felt like that, and it was just like, yeah, okay, cool. He had 70, big deal. But bam, he got 83s, and they lost.
They were fouling to get him free throws or more shot attempts late in that game. They lost by like 15 to the Celtics.
Hey, what happened to the game I loved? Like Mark Jackson. What happened to the game I loved, man? This is crazy.
Leezy with the impression. What's your Jerry Jones sounding like?
Oh, I can't do Jerry Jones, brother. Hey, KC, every time I pass Morton's Steakhouse, I think of KC though.
Bro, I text you every time I pass a Morton's.
Yo,
I take a photo and I send it to Kenny.
I'm gonna get Casey in front of Morton's. We're gonna take a picture and it's gonna go crazy on socials.
We need to get them. Bill need to talk to them, man.
The Morton's.
Come out to Morton's.
Live show from Morton's.
Yes.
In our
a draft
suits.
show next year from Morton's.
That would be dope, bro. Niners versus Cowboys. Let's go.
Niners versus Cowboys at Morton's. So yeah, LeBron going to Philly.
Love Philly.
Love Philly.
Yeah.
Favorites in the East.
Okay. Now we talking.
Is that how you view the Philadelphia 76ers? That shouldn't lead the witness.
No, you can lead.
Yeah.
KC, the East is looking tough right now. We got my guy Halliburton coming back. We got your Knicks. You're a Knicks supporter. We got them coming off their championship. Yeah. We got the Cavs who are kind of they're there. You got the new Heat with Giannis. There's a lot going on in the East, but right now, I have to say the 76ers are the favorites. You know, you get you can hope Joel Embiid stays healthy. We'll see how that goes. But just getting Jaylen Brown alone, that's going to help. Tyrese Maxey's always shows up. I like VJ Edgecombe a lot. I think they can do a lot, and they don't need a lot from LeBron. Yeah. And, you know, we always talk about this here in Sacramento. He's going to bring a veteran presence. He can help them out. He's been to the top before. They ain't been there yet. He can help them.
You know, one of the things that I think about with VJ Edgecombe specifically, because he had a fantastic rookie year on the fast track to stardom, his role is going to be way different this year. And it's going to be a situation where, you know, maybe he gets 6, 7, 8 shot attempts in a game. Yeah. And he's going to have to be open to kind of changing what his mindset is going into a game and saying like, okay, I'm not this scoring shooting guard right now because there's 4 guys ahead of me that'll probably get looks. Yeah. Maybe I'll turn into, not that he's a point guard, but maybe I'll turn into the Rondo of the group. Where I work on defense. Yeah. You know, I work on being able to be a spot-up guy. I'm interested to see how he responds to this. Yeah. Because he is a young guy and, you know, he's learning the game, but he doesn't lack confidence. Oh, no. This is a guy that is looking to put the ball up, get those shot attempts up, get those FGAs up. Yeah. And that's not going to be what his role is in Philadelphia more times than not, especially when you get into the playoffs if everybody is healthy. So I think he'll be fine. Yeah. We'll see. I'm going to need to see it.
Yeah. And you know how LeBron teams go. If things start going bad, there's going to be the cryptic tweets. There's going to be, you know, LeBron sitting at the end of the bench and all this and that. And a lot of people will take Edgecombe. So if anything goes down, he'd be the first guy out.
He's not going nowhere.
I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not reporting that. I'm just saying if someone has to move, you can get a lot for that. Yeah,
I'm glad Leezy's not reporting.
Nobody arrogate me or whatever it is, man. Aggregate. I'm getting aggregated. I'm getting irritated.
Leezy.
Man.
Dunk Central. Leezy on D-Lo and KC said VJ might be out of here.
Who?
That would be classic.
Snoop Dogg me. Who? Hey, Casey, you know who's really in trouble though in the East though, man?
Who?
Celtics, brother. If I'm Tatum and I'm seeing this, I feel sick, brother. Because like is anyone taking the Celtics serious right now? Apologies to Jesse.
They're a playing team. I think they're a playing team. Right now, if you look at the Sixers, or excuse me, look at the East. You've got Philly, you've got the Knicks, you've got Miami. I think after that, I'm gonna show some respect to Cleveland. We're at 4 teams now.
Yeah.
Detroit was the 1 seed last year. Just by that, I'm gonna show them some respect. That's 5 teams.
Doing more than me. I don't respect the Pistons, man. They ain't real.
And for that 6th spot, we're looking at Toronto. We're looking at Atlanta.
Scotty Barnes?
Boston. We're looking at Indiana.
Yeah. Oh, whoa.
Charlotte.
You got Indiana way down there?
Well, I'm saying, what, you think they're going to be higher?
I'm a Halliburton guy, man.
I'm glad you're a
Halliburton. They got Zubac. Guy. They got Zubac, too. They got Kelly Oubre, Tsunami Poppy.
I'm a Kyrie guy. I don't have the Mavericks in the top 6.
Oh, that's fair.
All right? So Halliburton can be he just fine. Okay. Just fine. But they're going to be battling for that 6th seed. You think Indiana better than Toronto right now?
Yes.
Why?
What has Toronto done? What has Scotty Barnes done? What have they done to take them serious?
They made the playoffs last year.
Oh, that's
Indiana
the bar?
Didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah, because their best player, Halliburton, was out. And they was trying to tank.
Tyrese Halliburton were 50 wins?
I don't think
Apparently. So. Come on, Cop. Do that.
Tyrese Halliburton's win shares, 47.
Hey, there was a lot going on, okay? The front office made some decisions.
Look, we had this conversation earlier in the week, and Jesse asked the question, does Tyrese return and make Indiana a championship contender? I said, hold on.
Here we go.
Hold on.
Here we go.
Tyrese a really good ball player. I have them just in that discussion to be a top 6. Like, they could be 4 or something like that.
Yeah.
Indiana not a championship contender.
What are they lacking? What's stopping you from what's stopping you, New York Knicks supporter, Kenny Caraway, from thinking that the Indiana Pacers are going to be they couldn't be good. They couldn't be a championship contender. What's stopping
They're going to be good.
Yeah.
I think Tyrese is worth that.
Yeah.
But they're not a championship contender because they don't have consistent scoring. They don't have consistent perimeter defense.
They got Siakam.
Siakam not leading you to a chip.
Game 7, they was pretty close.
And then they got blown out.
Oh, man.
And Tyrese, as good as he is,
Yeah.
he's not leading you to a chip scoring-wise. Like, he's a table setter, and he can score.
Yeah, he's traditional.
But he's not Jalen Brunson.
Well, I don't know. I'm still I think I'm a little bit higher on the Pacers than you. We'll see.
I think they're a good team. I think they're a playoff team.
Yeah.
I don't think they're a championship contender. They're not better than Philly.
Well, Philly. That's my thing. Back to square one. Philly is the one. That's the team you gotta knock off. They're the ones who have the best chance, I feel like, right now. You know what? Now that LeBron's made his decision, I know the schedule ain't out, but man, I can see Philly and the Knicks game 1, man. I can see that happening.
I think that's absolutely how it's gonna go down.
Oh yeah. If not, that's Christmas. It's either 1 or Christmas.
Me and Kyle are gonna talk about that in a little bit.
Oh, my bad.
But no, you're good. You're good. Because there's more I want to talk to you about.
Okay.
Do you think the East has finally jumped the West?
Yeah.
And that's the better conference.
Yeah, it's looking like it. Like the East is, it's from top to bottom. The East is pretty stacked now. With the West, it's like, okay, yeah, you know the Thunder's good. You know the Timberwolves are good. The Spurs, and then from there, it's kind of like, are we really buying the Lakers now?
No.
I know they made some moves, but I'm not feeling the Lakers.
No.
Oh, great. Do we think John Moran, the Trailblazers, all of a sudden gonna take this big step? No.
No.
Are the Pelicans gonna finally figure it out?
The Pelicans, how'd they get in this?
I'm going up and down the list, brother. I got to the bottom.
Guys, how
of the
do you
list.
feel about Memphis?
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't feel good about them.
How did New Orleans get it?
Hey, is Cameron Boozer changing things for them in Memphis?
Can we do this like this? Who's the 3rd best team in the West right now?
I say Timberwolves.
Okay, because my first thought I was going to say Denver. But
Denver was the 3 seed last year at 54 wins.
And who knocked them off?
Minnesota. I'm agreeing with you. You don't have to get sassy with me.
I'm looking at you. I'm looking at Kyle. I'm sorry.
I don't know how I feel about Minnesota going into this year, but let's just rock with Minnesota as the third best team.
Yeah.
Okay.
Minnesota better than Detroit?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We sure?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
KC, remember you and D'Lo
Okay.
we were all wanting the Hornets to play the Pistons because we're like, man, they're gonna get knocked off if they play them because Pistons weren't that good. We knew what the Pistons were, man.
Lost Tobias Harris too. They gained John Collins. I forgot about that. But to answer your question, I think Minnesota's better.
Minnesota better than Boston?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Minnesota better than the Knicks?
No.
Cleveland?
Yeah, because Cleveland would choke. James Harden would choke like he always does.
That's a toss-up.
Yeah.
That's a toss-up.
Toronto?
Yes. I don't
That's
care about
Minnesota
Scotty
better than
Barnes.
Toronto?
That's another
Hey, this is a
toss-up.
tough scene for the East right now because we have Minnesota is better than every team in the East except the Knicks. And that's the third best team.
Dude, hold on, Kai. You got to tell the whole story. Those are last year's standings. Okay, I was coaching there last year. Okay, I was with Milwaukee. That was last
I'm just
year's
going through the
standings.
teams. Okay, the Sixers
They're
better.
definitely not better than Miami or Philly.
They're
this year.
definitely not better than Miami?
No.
Definitely not?
I'm going to say definitely.
I think they could get
I
him.
understand you questioning that, but I'm going to say no. They're
Who's
not better
who's
than
guarding
Miami.
Ant-Man on Miami?
Who's guarding him?
All of them.
Everybody.
Anybody.
What are you- That's the wrong question.
Wiggins,
the question is who's
Davion,
scoring.
sit down.
Everybody's guarding.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just checking.
All right,
checking
who's
the facts.
guarding Dante DiVincenzo?
Well, he's sitting down for right
We're
now.
asking the real questions.
Poor Dante going to be a trade chip.
Yeah.
Going to be a trade chip.
I like him too.
Scott Perry need to get involved in that.
Well,
Maybe they need Zach LaVine. No, they don't need Zach LaVine. No.
yeah. I don't know.
Miami
Dante
might need
coming
Zach
here.
LaVine.
I don't know about that.
That's interesting. The one thing that we did overlook, though,
Yeah.
is LeBron taking the vet minimum.
Mm.
I'll bring a little Kings tie into that. Does that maybe have a guy like Zach LaVine saying, like, man, if LeBron could take the vet man and if Miami's offering me $10 million or something like that?
No.
But no, getting bought out, though. Like, not just sacrificing all of it. But if, you know how James talks about coming to an agreement with the Kings where the Kings maybe pay him $30 million and then he gets that other 15 from Miami on the vet minimum. That, like, they'll release him so he can go wherever he wants to go. And if LeBron is like, hey, LeBron took $8 million, like, I'll take $12 million.
I don't think that plays any role in Zach LaVine's decision making.
You know, I
admire the thought, though.
It was a wild. I had a wild thought about Zach.
I think there's a higher likelihood the Warriors trade for Zach LaVine.
Warriors trade for Zach LaVine.
What are they going to do?
Kaminga.
Oh, buddy, I wish.
No,
I
I'm
literally just texted Jonathan.
Kaminga
Nice.
watch.
My man. I just texted our engineer to help me so I can hit my buttons from in here because right now I cannot.
Kaminga watch will never go away.
No,
ever.
it's not.
No.
But that's the. Sorry, go ahead. That's what I think is more likely with Zach LaVine.
I had even a crazier thought about Zach LaVine. This is Rihanna, Bryson Tiller, DJ Khaled. Wild thoughts.
Oh.
Good
Because
point.
I saw something where Zach LaVine was like, I don't know who he mentioned it to, but yeah, he was in Vegas, saw Darius Acuff, really liked his game and liked what he saw from him. Zach LaVine is he's not the worst shooting guard option moving forward. He's not at that price tag. He is at that price tag. He is.
Quit this show right now.
If he getting $25 million a year,
I don't know. You know who could use.
I hate this show.
You know who could use Zach LaVine? Who needs some scoring? The Detroit Pistons.
Absolutely.
They need some scoring.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Did you hear about DeRozan? It's just out there that that's one of the teams he's liking to right now. It's Pistons.
They need him. They could use him.
Yeah.
Absolutely, they could use him.
Pistons could use a lot of Kings.
Leezy, before you get out of here, man, you got any parting shots? Anything that you want to say to Pat Riley or anybody else out there?
Oh, Pat, keep trying. Just keep putting your best foot forward. Hopefully your new relationship, you and Giannis, work out. Hopefully you don't burn your bridge like you always do.
Oh my gosh.
Shout out to LeBron, the Philly cheesesteak. Let's go. Horns up. Let's go.
Who has a better chance of winning this year, LeBron or Jalen Hurts?
Oh, come on.
Just answer the question. Just answer the question because you know the answer.
Or Bryce Harper.
I guess.
I know who's third. I know who's third.
I'm going to stick with my Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly. Let's go. Let's go.
That's enough.
Let's fly.
That's enough, bro. Look. We're going to talk a little football when we come back with my man Kyle Madson.
Yeah.
There is a basketball question I want to ask him before we get into football.
That's fine.
Before we get into football, I want to ask him.
Do not ask me about extending Zach LaVine.
Oh God.
I was by Scandia. That's what I'm saying. I was by Scandia. This D-Lo and KC. It's KC and Friends on this Friday afternoon on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station. There we go.
Yeah, that was fun.
Hey, man, good stuff.
All right. All right. Pop these off. Thank you, sir.
My dog.
You know, time flies by sometimes.
No, that was quick.
Yeah, it was.
That was quick.
All right.
We
No, these are Jonathan's. Yeah, just unplug them and give them back. Yeah, because I was thinking, he said there's like 2 of them in here last time. I was like, hey, my bad, because I know sometimes I come on, I always forget it. Yeah, just give them all back. Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, sir.
let's get lazy out of here. All right, I'm back. Stephen Brown, Bob Brown. Number one, I don't think he's as bad as you guys make him out to be on the defensive end when you talk about Zach LaVine. But there aren't a lot of teams, like the best teams do it for sure, but there aren't a lot of teams that have like 5 top flight defenders. You're gonna have guys that aren't that great on the defensive end, but if you have a good group around them and people that know how to play team defense, you can make it work. That's why I look out with Zach LaVine. Now the problem would probably be like you got Acuff, LaVine, and Sabonis there. Like that might be a problem. Oh gosh, no. Postpone for 4 hours. Oh. That's called, man, lazy. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Got you. Didn't drop him because that would be disrespect. Oh. From the baseball diamond to the vineyard, Dusty Baker's journey is as legendary as his swing. Baker Family Wine celebrates Dusty's passion for handcrafted small lot wines crafted with care right here in West Sacramento. I really love that 755 Hammer and Hank. You know, it's one of the red wines, but my favorite is that rosé. I think it's a 2024 rosé. That's my one. That's the one that I go for. But you can join Dusty's Clubhouse for exclusive releases and tasting room specials and savor beautifully balanced European-inspired wines made for true fans. Visit the tasting room and taste the story behind the legend today at bakerfamilywines.com.
Hello, this is Dusty Baker. Welcome to the family.
And this is KC on D-Lo and KC on this Friday edition of D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. If you want to tap in and be with the show, you can call in 916-909-1320. You could also do the same thing on the Mojo's Tap talking text. Wait. Let's try this again. The Mojo's Tap talking text line. It's also 916-909-1320. Want to hear from you there as well. And man, with LeBron signing with the Philadelphia 76ers this morning, now the long national nightmare and the stress and the weight that was on Adam Silver's shoulder is off, and we can do the NBA schedule now. He said he couldn't do anything without LeBron and knowing where he was going, and I understand why. But now that that's done, I'm trying to think of when we'll get the schedule. Next week is the last week of July. It's probably like the first or second week of August is probably when we'll get the schedule. But what I want to do right now is I want to predict opening night and Christmas. Opening night of the NBA season and Christmas. Opening night is actually probably pretty easy. I think that one is that's an easy one. That's going to be Sixers at New York, ring ceremony in the Garden, banner raising in the Garden. That's easy work. The second one, probably going to be OKC at San Antonio. That would be my guess. I don't think anybody else gets it. I mean, you could do something where it's like you could do a San Antonio at LA or something like that because they like to get the Lakers in there. They like to get Luka and all this other stuff. But I don't think that'll be the case. My guess would be Oklahoma City at the Spurs on opening night for the second game of the doubleheader. So there's that. Christmas Day is a little bit more interesting. And I'm not exactly sure what we're going to get there. I know we're going to get the Knicks for the first game because it's usually always the Knicks in the Garden on that first game. I think that's, 10 a.m. here in Sacramento.
Getting Knicks Celtics?
I thought Knicks Celtics. I wondered if it would be Knicks Heat.
Nah, they'll put the Heat in their own time slot.
They don't have that many time slots, though.
That's true.
This is so because obviously we're getting Philadelphia. Now you may get
Philly,
may get Miami.
Philly, Miami.
Philly. The only reason I paused a little bit. Because in the back of my mind, you may get Philly at Lakers. LeBron goes back to LA.
Warriors Bucks? Or Warriors Heat?
That's a good one.
Because Steph's on
there.
Christmas.
Yeah, Steph is
It's gonna be all these teams and then the 14-win Warriors.
Didn't that happen one year?
Yeah, was
it Milwaukee when like Wiseman played well? Or no, they won the title that year, so it wasn't that year. It might have been that previous year. Oh yeah, it was Draymond. He played well against the Rockets.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that was the year Steph was out.
Yeah,
or he broke his hand or his wrist or whatever it was. Yeah, and Draymond lit it up on Christmas. Yeah,
and he was this guy. Draymond going to be signing back soon. Hopefully, he can get that bread that he left on the table. Hopefully.
Interested to see how he interacts with the Philly fans. Joking. I'm joking.
That would be a story. That would be crazy if he went to Philadelphia. That would be insane. So I'm going to go. Who did you say within Boston? Okay, we'll go Boston. Boston at New York to start it off.
Yup.
This second one is kind of tough. Like that's the one I'm not sure. It feels like it could be a Miami Hogan. It could be Miami at Philly, like you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Could be Miami at Philly. Maybe you go Warriors Lakers, Luka versus Steph.
We got to get Wemby on.
Got to get Wemby on. They're the
We're
third
going
game.
San Antonio, Houston. We're going Timberwolves.
Timberwolves
Wemby
are
v.
last.
New look Timberwolves.
Timberwolves are last against Denver. That's the.
I feel like we're just putting together last year's Christmas Day
Kind of.
slate.
Kind of, because then it would be you. You know who doesn't need to be on there, which is the problem, is the Lakers.
And Golden State.
Wow. I wasn't trying to sound like a hater.
It's fine. It's fine. I'll say it. I'll say it so you don't have to.
The Warriors absolutely have no business on there, but they'll be on there, and the Lakers will be on there.
Hmm.
So, yeah, I don't know. I think, instead of the matchups, how about the teams? Maybe that's easier.
What if, I think we nailed it. I think we were just trying to, what if we send the Warriors to Madison Square Garden and get Steph at the Garden on Christmas? Because then at least nobody's worried about Guy Santos. Like, that's just Steph at the Garden against the Knicks.
That's good programming right there.
That's really good programming by me. Thank you.
You gotta have a fail safe.
Yeah.
For the Warriors. Like the Warriors might not be good, but at least it's the defending champions they're playing.
Yeah, right. And again, it's Steph at the Garden where he's had a couple of huge games. He broke the 3-point record there.
Mm-hmm.
He had that big game. Is that the 2010-11 season?
That was the young Steph, right?
Yeah, where he went for
56, right?
56, I think. Yeah.
That was great. I saw highlights.
They
of it the other
lost.
day. I didn't even realize they lost that game.
I was in a news writing class watching that.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Real quick,
Uh-huh.
pause on what we're talking about.
Yeah.
When did you know Steph Curry was like, oh my gosh, like we actually have
Like the guy.
Yeah.
It was the 2013 playoffs, and it was the first real Steph flurry.
Uh-huh.
And in that series at
Against
one point
Denver?
against Denver, Andre Miller beat Draymond Green for a layup to win. I think it was game 1 of that series.
Mm-hmm.
But Steph hit this corner 3, and it was the first time he did the look away.
Yeah.
And it's in the playoffs, and he shoots it and immediately turns and looks at their bench and says something. As it splashes through, he's running down the court, and it was like, oh my God. Just that whole series is, you just never, it's like, this is this is a different level.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't, he got hot for a minute. No, just this whole series, he's just carrying these dudes. It was that series.
I'm trying to think if I know what that feels like in sports, because I guess you could say Buster Posey. But Buster in 2010, baseball's a little different.
Baseball's
Buster
hard for that.
In 2010, it was like, yo, this dude's for real.
Mm-hmm.
He's the truth. But I would have never thought he's leading us to a World Series or nothing like that.
I know this isn't this. It's tough because because of how the career arc. But I know you remember this. Colin Kaepernick's first start against Chicago, Monday Night Football, at Candlestick Park, against this Bears team that was averaging 5 takeaways a game.
Yeah.
Just historic turnover numbers, takeaway numbers by their defense. And it was like, oh my God, this guy Kaepernick starting, God, against this Bears defense, this could get ugly.
Yeah.
And then he uncorked this throw to Kyle Williams on a post and connected on it. And Jim Harbaugh lost his mind on the sideline, which was different.
Yeah.
The way he reacted to it.
Yeah.
And that play happened coming towards where my mom and I were sitting. And as he throws it, Kyle Williams just wide open.
Mm-hmm.
And the ball hit him in stride, and it was like, oh my God, they got one.
Oh.
They got a quarterback. He's going to elevate this offense more than Alex Smith could. And, man, they got close. But
they got really close, man.
5 yards away to be exact.
That game, the day after Reese, my son 13 was born.
Nice.
I'm in the hospital room, skin to skin with the little baby.
Of course.
Reese, and I said, and I just went on Monday Night Football. What y'all talking about, man? We got to turn this on. That dude Kaepernick starting. What you talking about? Like, I need to see what's going on. And that's how I watched that game.
Wow.
That's
That's amazing. That's so cool.
The moment with Cap, I always liked Cap and I always believed him. But I believed in him. But I was, believe it or not, I'm a little conservative when it comes to like
Finish that quickly.
you know, when it comes
Gotta go.
to changing like substitutions and games and stuff like
got
that.
it, got
right?
it. Sports,
Yeah,
got it.
sports. But
That's right. Yeah, Chilo Rashal.
yeah,
That was first of all, R.I.P. Alden Smith, a legend.
crazy, too.
But
That's crazy.
that was Chilo Rashal. Alden Smith cooked in that game. Chilo Rashal, who 49er legend, that was the last football game he ever played.
Wow. I didn't know.
Retired after that.
Damn.
Yeah, he was done.
Damn.
Anyway, sorry, continue.
No, so I loved Cap. I loved Cap. Come on.
You said that. In fact, you know what? I'm fine.
I love Cap. And I was like, he's the truth. But I was like, man, Alex just got us to the NFC Championship game the year before. You know, I think right now Alex is the guy. And I used to watch this. I used to watch every game with my man Shay. We was down in L.A. and we would go to the Hooters in Long Beach, and he was a big 49ers fan, and we would go there every 49ers game. And that's where we watch it. And he was like, nah, man, like, nah, it's done for Alex. Like, you ain't getting that helmet back, big dog. Hold on to that clipboard. I was like, nah, man, because, you know, Alex, he works, you know, the ball control. And with his defense, you don't want to do nothing crazy. And I remember I would always say the Patriots game on Sunday Night Football.
Oh, my God.
Alex Smith would not have won that game.
No chance.
But remember this, Kyle. The Rams game in St. Louis that they lost in overtime because I think Cap either like threw a pick or threw a fumble or something like that.
I feel like they tried a weird like reverse or something to Ted Ginn.
Yeah, and they scored like 9 points.
They got fun. Oh.
And I said Alex Smith wouldn't have lost that game. Like that, like he would have, they would have been nice and steady because they turned the ball over a couple times. And they would have been nice and steady, and they would have beat the sorry Rams in that game. And you go into the divisional round game against the Packers, and I'm nervous. They had to bye, and I'm nervous. And on the third play of the game, Cap throws a pick six.
Third might have been
because I think it was
early.
I think it was third down
or late. Yeah,
maybe it was second down. Something. It was one of the first 3 plays of the game. Cap throws a pick six. And I said, oh, my gosh, Alex wouldn't have done that. All right, Alex would not have done that. We're going to lose. Then we don't have a chance. And then Cap just does what he does. And I said, oh, yeah, we got the future of NFL football right here.
I was flying back from New York when that game happened.
Wow.
And my mom was at that game with her dad, my grandfather, R.I.P., and that's why it's my favorite game of all time because that was just such a cool moment. But I was flying into SFO. I'm going to land at SFO. I'll find a bar in the airport. I'm going to watch the end of this game. Then they'll pick me up at the airport after they leave Candlestick. That was the plan. Pilot comes on the radio. He's like, I understand some of you will be interested in what's happening in the playoff game between the 49ers and Packers.
That's a good pilot voice.
54 degrees. Wind's coming in. You gotta get the like annoyed. Wind's coming in 10 miles an hour from the east. Should be pretty steady the whole way there, folks. We'll keep you updated on the score if anything happens in that game. Right? And so he comes on, and I know, like I've got, all right, game's starting. Okay, cool. Like, game's about to start. You can't watch it. There's no TV or anything on the plane. Nothing.
2012
was brutal,
yeah,
dude. It was the projects. And then no Wi-Fi, nothing. And dude, I forget what time the game started. Let's say the game started at 5:20.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just say 5:21. He's like, just a quick update on that football game there, folks. The Green Bay Packers lead the 49ers 7-0. It's like, oh golly. And then no other update.
Oh, what's this guy doing, bro?
Nothing. He gave me nothing. And so I'm getting off the plane, and now keep in mind this is 2013, January of 2013.
Yeah.
So I'm 22 years old. that's like your peak, like sports fandom, like where that's all I've got.
It matters.
That's all I've got, brother. And I'm ready to get off this plane. I'm like, they're down 40-0 right now. Like and you know me.
Yeah,
like,
I'm about to say, if I know Kyle Madson,
you know me,
he's like, this is.
You know me as a sports fan. See a guy with the Niner hat, I'm like, take that off. Trash him, firing Jim Harbaugh on my way off the plane. But then I get to a bar, and it's pretty late at this point. So there's like one bar open in the whole airport. It's 8 or 10 people sitting around watching. The Niners are up 10, I think by that point. By the time I got there, and then sat at this airport bar and watched Colin Kaepernick destroy the Packers. It was amazing.
What do you have? 161 yards rushing or 2? Like was
Something
it 2?
like that.
It wasn't.
No,
2.
it wasn't 2.
No, it wasn't 2.
170
That's Jamal
something?
Lewis there. Yeah, it was like 160.
It's one of my favorite Joe Buck calls of all time when he jukes out, just fakes out Clay Matthews around the right end.
Yeah.
And Matthews like dives inside and then turns and he's got no idea what. And Joe Buck just goes, Colin Kaepernick.
Oh.
As he's taking off, he goes, what a game. Oh,
That's a classic.
shout out
It's
Joe
a classic
Buck.
call, man. I swore, I was like, no, we got the future of NFL football as the quarterback. Like, we really do. This is crazy.
Yeah, dude.
Man.
Just completely unrelated. You brought up that Niners-Patriots Sunday night football game. That was the game that actually lost the 49ers the Super Bowl. Real ones know. Because that was the game Justin Smith got hurt.
That's when he tore his
triceps.
Tricep.
It was just not the same.
Yeah.
Not the same. But anyways, my buddy Jake came up to visit. He's a big Kings fan. And so we went to Kings Nuggets that night. The 7-15 Kings taking on the 12-12 Denver Nuggets at Arco Arena. Lock in, folks. I will never forget that game because Kings legend JaVale McGee had 19 points and 5 boards. He went 7 of 9 from the field and looked like just the best player in the sport. Looked like, but I just pulled up this box score. Listen to all the Kings legends playing for Denver in this game. We got did Danilo Gallinari ever play for the Kings?
He didn't. He did.
Okay, so Danilo.
Can I guess a couple though? This is 20.
Yeah, this is the 2012-13 Denver Nuggets.
Ty Lawson for sure.
Ty Lawson absolutely started in that game. 11 points, 4 boards, 7 assists. He was a plus 23.
J.J. Hickson on that team?
J.J. Hickson not on that team.
Okay. I think I'm done. I think I'm done.
All right. Also in the starting lineup among Sacramento Kings legends in this Nuggets Kings game circa December 16th, 2012. We've got Costa Koufis, who had 12 points, 7 boards, and an assist. Also had a block. He went 6 of 10 from the field in 23 minutes, plus 27 in that ball game. Corey Brewer, 2 of 9 from the field. He had 6 points, 5 boards, a couple assists, 2 steals. He's a plus 3. And then, of course, JaVale McGee. Is 7 of 9. He went 5 of 8 from the free throw line. The Kings just no answers.
That's crazy
for JaVale.
That is crazy. What was the score of that game?
122-97.
Can you give me some Kings stats there?
Boy, can I. His starting lineup. Starting lineup for the Kings on December 16, 2012. We got Aaron Brooks.
Oh, my God. Oh, man.
Tyreek Evans. Only played 10 minutes. Might have gotten hurt in that game.
Yeah.
Jason Thompson.
Of course.
DeMarcus Cousins. A lot of Warriors legends here. Isaiah Thomas, 27 minutes off the bench, just 3 of 10 from the field. He did go to the free throw line 15 times. Damn. IT did.
That had to be his rookie year then.
Yeah, on his way to 20 points, 3 boards, and 4 assists. James Johnson played 20 minutes in that game.
James Johnson.
Our guy Francisco Garcia got 19 minutes. Jimmer played 19 minutes. Travis Outlaw, 17 minutes. Chuck Hayes got 12 minutes. Thomas Robinson played 16 minutes. Thomas Robinson, 2.6 boards. He went 1 of 5 from the field.
Wasn't that like his rookie year or something like that?
It had to be.
Jeez. That's tough. Thomas Robinson, that's tough.
DeMarcus, a light 19 and 11.
I can't believe they didn't re-sign Isaiah Thomas.
That's just...
I cannot believe that.
So...
To this day.
I would go watch the Kings because I knew some Kings media people. And longtime followers of me will know who I'm talking about. I didn't know, all right? I didn't know.
Now I know you won't get this, but Kyle is like Randy Orton. He's like Randy Orton, the channel.
Okay,
But yeah,
yeah.
Randy Orton thought one way before 2020, and then after 2020, he's like, you know what? You guys were right the entire time.
I didn't know.
I'm sorry.
I didn't know. That's my bad. That's my bad. But anyways, so I would get to sit like at the scorer's table.
Yeah.
Like I get to sit right there.
That's
right.
dope, though.
It was cool. Like
Yeah.
it was a cool thing. And so I go in there, and it's Isaiah Thomas playing against the Kings for the first time. And so he walks over and he's talking to people over there, and he just kept going, "Y'all got to lose. Y'all got to lose." It's like, and then no, I think the Kings won that year actually.
Ironically enough, Isaiah Thomas was in a weird situation in Phoenix. It was Isaiah Thomas. They all got
Goran
signed.
Dragic was there.
Dragic and not Drew Bledsoe.
Yeah,
Eric Bledsoe.
Eric Bledsoe. Yeah.
Yeah, Eric Bledsoe. And I don't think he lasted the whole year there. I think that's when he got traded in the middle of the year to Boston, I believe. And that's when it got scary. It got ridiculous for Kings fans. But it was just all right there. Like, he was the pizza guy. He was really, really good. You weren't like this super team or anything else like that. Like, he was marketable. I don't understand to this day, why they didn't re-sign Isaiah Thomas. Very frustrating to this day. You know who I think is also frustrated by this?
Oh,
Probably.
please tell me.
It's TC. And he's on.
I got to figure out how to get. Let's see. I think I do that and that. All right, now we're locked in.
There
Let's
we go. TC, your thoughts on Isaiah Thomas not being a King? Were you frustrated?
Man, before we get started, what's up with my two bros?
What's up, TC? He said bros because I'm here.
I can't hear TC.
Oh, you can't hear TC?
No.
That's my bad. Okay, now we got him. No, you're good.
There we go. TC.
He said, "What's up with my two bros?" Okay.
Listen, hey, run it back. What's up with my two bros?
Come on.
What's
Come
good
on.
with you, TC?
It's all good. Listen, frustrated. Listen, hey, I was frustrated when we didn't bring IT back. But listen, IT, hey, he's still out here. That's how, that show you how Sack love is. Even
Absolutely.
Davion Mitchell, right? He working out as everybody was like, he had Sack State. That show you how the love about Sack. That's why it's so confusing to me when people say, don't nobody want to go to Sack. Ain't nobody want to go to Sack. And then every time somebody come out here, they love it.
Yeah.
They don't want to leave. Even if they get traded away, bro, they always got something, a part of Sack, right? But my call today was, man, Scott Perry being 6 for 6 in a draft. Also, if you guys didn't peep out that Brett Siegel sit down with Acuff, we got us a real leader, man, a dog. We got us one. And when I say that, bro, I mean that. I'm not talking crazy or nothing. Acuff is the one. Generational talent. We finally got us one. We won this time. I told y'all that before, and I really feel that. We always lose as Kings fans, bro, but we finally won this time, and it's going to play out. And I'm serious about Zach LaVine. If we can't bust a trade, I try to work something out. I see Miami. They can make the money work with Wiggins and the boy Jokovic. I think I'm saying his name right. That money kind of worked a little bit, but other than that, I'm ready to buy him out. If he's ready to take $30 million, I'm ready to do that, bro, because that's worth giving that spot to Sharp and Clifford. It's worth paying $30 million. Everybody might not think it is, but to me, to move on with your future, $30 million, that's nothing, bro, to move on. So that's all I got. Happy Friday, bro.
I appreciate you, TC. Happy Friday to you as well. I am of the belief that if you are looking at Sharp or Neek Clifford as your starting two guard, you will be drafting your future starting two guard in the top 5 next year. That those two
possibly
are not the future at the shooting guard.
I think that's the case even if Zach LaVine starts though.
Agreed.
I don't think Zach LaVine being around changes that.
True. But Zach LaVine might make Acuff's life a little easier.
But potentially, for sure.
So
and the reason, and if the Kings could buy out Zach for 30, that I think they'd do it.
Yeah.
But my guess is Zach told him to kick rocks when they talk buyout. We can keep talking about this.
Okay. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, we've got my girl Tristy Rodriguez of NBC Sports Bay Area. She was in Las Vegas for Summer League. She just had a sit down with 2 of the Bean Boys, Maxine Raynaud, Dylan Cardwell. That was kind of crazy to say, but that's what they're calling themselves. But she had a sit down with Dylan Cardwell and Maxine Raynaud, and I want to get her thoughts on not only the Summer League, not only those guys, but Zach LaVine possibly being in the fold next year and how that may help or hurt the development of Darius Acuff, Nick Clifford, and all those other guys. So we'll talk to our girl Tristy Rodriguez when we come back here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Thanks, sir.
I'm gonna see if I can get this to play. Hang on. Yeah. All right.
Always liked Cap and always believed him. But I was, believe it or not, I'm a little conservative. Come on. Come on. Oh, man, that's cold game.
That's tough.
That's cold.
I won't
game,
save
man.
that one. It's too long to save, but yeah.
Christine, what's up?
What's up, big dog? Happy belated birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. What'd you get me?
My presents.
I wear a size 11 and a half.
She said
My presents is your present.
You got the receipt? You got the receipt? Just give me the receipt, man. I need the receipt, man. I'll take that back. I'm messing.
Can you guys see me and hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay,
Sounds
cool.
good, looks good. Everything's good.
My service is like kind of bad out here. I had to use my work phone, but hopefully it's better.
Got that Dodger service. That's the problem. Got that. Okay, all right. We don't need. Oh my gosh, Otani. Stop it. Stop it.
You can't say she got that Dodger service when they're back-to-back champions.
No, I can't. I really can't say anything about.
About to be three-peat.
I'd fall out and die if they won the third. They'd be the first three-peat champion since the Yankees, like 20.
Who's gonna win? Who do you think's gonna win?
The Braves might get them.
10 seconds.
I'll tell you in a second. Hold on, we'll come right back.
Not the Giants.
Back here on D-Lo and KC, a.k.a. KC and Friends on this Friday afternoon, and I'm with, well, I was going to say the only one, but Jason Jones, yeah, I kind of tolerate him too, but just for the sake of everything, one of few Dodger fans that I actually tolerate. NBC Sports Bay Area. Tristy Rodriguez, she was telling me like it's almost a guarantee the Dodgers will three-peat, and I'm telling you who will beat them. It'll be either the Braves, the Phillies have come on as of late.
Do not say the Brewers.
I was about to say the Brewers. I ain't messing with my boys. The Miz. When the Miz is on the mound, it's over for them boys. It's over.
Okay.
The Braves are the only team maybe is a little scary, but I believe in my boys.
I can't. This is the worst era of baseball of all time, to be honest with you. It's so bad. They're about to go on strike. See what you guys did?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens next season.
I hope they
Sorry, we're so good.
I just can't wait. Let's get a salary cap on these boys. What are they paying Ohtani? $5.
Do you want your owner to spend money or no?
Mm.
If you have the money, you can spend the money. Spend the money.
You guys aren't spending the money. Like I said, Ohtani's making $5.
Giants could do that.
They could. Giants too busy
Giants
building
got the
another
dudes,
condo.
They just didn't get the right dudes.
Oh they're too busy building another condo. That's what the Giants are doing right now. They're not even in the baseball business anymore. Don't get me.
They're too busy protesting certain hats.
Don't even get me started on the this. Did you see real quick? We're talking about basketball. Kyle, Tristy, did you see that the poor AA Giants in Richmond had a fireworks display go haywire in the middle of the ballpark?
It's kind of symbolic.
No.
Yes.
I saw that.
They're shooting them into the sky, and then all of a sudden a couple just start shooting into the stands. This is the worst Giants season maybe ever.
Tough.
Maybe.
No, it's literally symbolic.
We don't want to talk about them. We don't want to talk about them, Tristy. We do want to talk about the Sacramento Kings. You were in Las Vegas. You were out there for Summer League. You got to see those young guys up close and personal. Let's start with the rookies. Let's start with the rookie, Darius Acuff Jr. Some people had a lot to say about, the inefficiency or the turnovers or the defense or whatever, but you saw him up close and personal. What was your thoughts about Darius Acuff Jr. after watching him in Summer League?
I mean, I think we need to take everything with a grain of salt, right? It's Summer League. Yes, I get people have to evaluate something. I think we're all just excited that basketball is being on our screens again. It's being played in front of us. People need things to talk about. People need things to write about. I get that. But the overreactions, I'm not on board with that. I think he was outside of the efficiency. I think he was good at what we expect him to be good at, and he was not very good at what we expect him not to be very good at. His defense obviously needs a lot of help, but in the same breath, he did make a lot of impressive defensive plays. Of course, the ones where he wasn't so great defensively, those clips went viral and everybody was overreacting on social media. Again, that's fine, but I'm not stressed about it. I think he was great with the ball in his hands. It's all about developing, learning your players, learning your teammates. And I said this before, it's not an excuse, but with Max not in the California Classic and joining them, I think second game in Vegas, and then Alex also joining them in Vegas, it was a lot of changes within the roster. So it's still, while you're adjusting to your new teammates, two key guys weren't even consistently in the rotation. So again, not an excuse because it happened to a bunch of other teams as well, but that's what this period was for. And I was impressed with Darius Acuff. I think the thing that impressed me the most about him so far isn't even him on a basketball court. It's his mindset. It's how he speaks. It's how he's his own biggest critic. He does not care about what I say, what you say, what we say, what anyone says. What we're already saying, he already knows it. If we're critiquing his inefficiency, he's already working on it the next day. You know what I'm saying? So I'm honestly not worried about him. I'm so impressed with him that he's 19 years old and he does not play like he's 19 years old. He does not have the mindset of a 19-year-old. So I'm not too worried about him. I'm actually really excited to continue watching him with the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, that's the same thing that I really was impressed by and encouraged by hearing him speak in Summer League, because he didn't have the best game. And even when it was like an okay game, he still looked at it like, nah, I wasn't good enough, or I need to be better. And that's the character trait that you want from a guy that you're looking to be a franchise player. When you put that tag, or when people put that tag, or the Kings put that tag of franchise player on a guy like Darius Acuff, 19 years old, do you think that's too much too early? Do you think putting those expectations and those type of pressures on him at that age and at this point in his career, do you think that's a little too much, or do you feel like he's built for this?
I think both. I think from a fan perspective, it could be viewed as unfair, but I also agree that he's built for it. I think he wants it, he's ready for it, and he enjoys it. So yeah, I think he's definitely capable. He has, again, it's all a mindset thing. It's about the accountability, right? And all the six pillars that Scott Perry is always talking about. I think as much as, people want to roll their eyes about all of that and finding the right players, Darius Acuff literally has all of those six pillars. And in a short amount of time that we've seen, he's already displayed that with the Kings. So I think he's fully capable of it. But I mean, I think Kings fans are also tired of words and hypotheticals, and they want to just see it out, play it out on the court.
Tristy Rodriguez of NBC Sports Bay Area has been covering the Kings all summer long. And they say you shouldn't do this, but I'm going to assume just a little bit because I've known Tristy for a couple years. And Tristy is a very nice young woman, very nice lady, but she don't play. She don't play. She's no nonsense. She's all about her business. She handles business. And because of that, I think you really enjoyed watching Emmanuel Sharp play basketball. Because if you were a hooper, you'd probably be like an Emmanuel Sharp type of player. You saw him up close and personal. What were your thoughts about Emmanuel Sharp out there?
It's like you know me. It's like you've learned something about me over the past, 3-4 years that we've known each other.
Just a little bit.
Oh my God. Yeah. I think I was asked a week ago or so, who was I impressed with the most? And I said, Emmanuel bleeping Sharp, because yes, he also, didn't have the most efficient shooting numbers, and he's known as a shooter, right? But defensively, if you're watching him play, you can't help but love him as a Sacramento Kings fan. And I know, just like through social media searches and by people who I was talking to in Vegas for Summer League, people love Emmanuel Sharp. And same thing with him. I'm so impressed with these rookies because God knows what I was doing when I was their age. I did not have that mindset. But like, we were interviewing him, and same thing. I think it was after the Nets game when they got blown out. He was like, yeah, I made like 13 threes or whatever, but we lost. Like, we got blown out. Like, he did not care about his stat line. He did not care about that game. He was all over the floor. He was making every defensive play. He was on this side of the court. I blinked. He was on that end of the court. He was grabbing rebounds. I was so impressed with him. And after a summer league game, he's like, don't care, we lost. Like, it's so incredibly impressive what these rookies and their mindset, and it's all of them really. But yes, I am so impressed with Emmanuel Sharp, and you can't help but think that he is a Doug Christie guy, right? Like, Doug Christie, I know, is just licking his lips watching him, and yeah, I'm just really excited to see him play for the Kings.
Yeah, man, that's my guy right there, Emmanuel Sharp. He's gonna be a fan favorite here in Sacramento because that's what they want to see. They want to see those guys that are blue collar, who are grimy out there on the court and bring that level of energy. So I can't wait to see him in front of the Golden One Center crowd. One of the guys that I've been a little critical of, it's probably unfair for me to say critical because I say this all the time. I think he played well. I was just looking for a little bit more from him, and that's Nick Clifford. And as a second-year guy, once again, it's not like he played bad or was looking like a failure out there or anything else like that. But I wanted to see him take a step. I wanted to see him low-key dominate out there like a Trey Johnson in Washington, like a Will Riley in Washington. And he just didn't have those type of performances. Were you okay with what you saw from Nick Clifford, or were you looking for a little bit more?
No, I agree with you. I think, like, maybe I'm not disappointed by his showing, but I think, like you said, it's year two. It's your second time in Vegas. Like, you have to expect a little more from him. He needs to expect a little more for himself. He needs to show a little bit more, and he kind of didn't. Like, there were things, I think, okay, you went one full season in the NBA. You know what you need to work on. You know where you need to improve. And to me, that was his confidence with the ball in his hands. He often lacked confidence, to me, on the court during his rookie season. So I was really looking for that in summer league. You're playing against rookies and second year guys. You should be the most confident guy with the ball in your hand. And to me, that did not improve at all. Just a lot of like bad decisions too. And I mean, it's kind of unfair to say because a lot of the Kings players were making bad decisions. So it just seemed like they were not on the same page. But it just seems like the leap that he should have made from year one to year two in summer league, it just wasn't there. Again, he, like you said, he didn't play bad. So if you're watching him, you're not saying like, oh my God, he's horrible, he's terrible, whatever. But like, it's just, you want to see the improvement from the players year by year by year. And it didn't jump off the page for me with Nick Clifford.
Nah, for sure. And I think Nick will be fine. Like I think he's a fine ball player. And part of that too was there was a guy like Darius Acuff out there who was kind of ball dominant. He was taking a lot of the shots, and maybe if there wasn't a Darius Acuff like player in the backcourt, maybe a lot of those shots would have went to Nick Clifford, and the numbers would have looked different, or the feeling would have been a little different after summer league. But I think he'll be fine. I just wanted a little bit more. Once again, we're talking to Tristy Rodriguez of NBC Sports Bay Area, and the other two second-year guys, Dylan Cardwell, Maxine Reynaud. They played a couple. Well, Dylan played almost all the games. Maxine only played two. But you had the pleasure of talking to those guys the other day and did a nice little sit down with them. Was there anything that jumped off the page in that conversation, or that you learned after talking to those guys, and maybe has you hyped up about seeing them in their second season?
Yeah, it's just the way, again, like, I think as Kings fans, they're tired of hearing words. They're tired of hearing be patient. They're tired of hearing all these metaphors from Scott Perry and Doug Christie and all these players that are promising or giving them false hope, whatever. They want to see action. They want to see consistent success. But the thing by talking with Max and Dylan is they are stepping into a larger leadership role in year two. They told me it was asked of them by Scott Perry and Doug Christie during their exit interviews. And, Dylan even questioned it, like, why me? Like, I'm barely going to go into my second year. And Scott Perry said, I don't care. So now they have not taken it lightly. At Summer League, they were all the way locked in as if it was game 7 of an NBA playoff series, and they lost. And like, again, Dylan is a high vibes, high energy guy. I have never seen him like that. He, it was the game he called the Kings soft. He said they got punked. Again, it's a Summer League game. It's not a playoff game. It wasn't, a game that really mattered, but it starts with them, and it starts with the accountability, right? One of the pillars. And they are taking that very seriously. So I think that's what I was most impressed with during our conversation is this isn't just like a cute feel-good story like, oh, we're going to promise the Kings that it's not going to happen overnight. They know that. It's not going to happen next season. Probably won't happen the season after that. But they're taking it upon themselves in year 2 to be the lead of that change. And I think that's what really impressed me the most is, again, they're not taking this lightly. They had the X interviews with Scott Perry and Doug Christie, and they said bet, and now they're in complete control of it. Year 2 guys, they learned from Russ and DeMar, and being in a locker room with a bunch of great vets last year, and they soaked that all in, and now they're taking it upon themselves to, yeah, we're entering year 2, but now we're gonna implement everything onto the rookies this year. So I think that's what I was really impressed with. But again, it's a nice feeling, and it motivates me, and it gets me even hyped, like, oh yeah, you guys are going to be the ones. But it's all about like the action, actually doing it. So I think I posted the video on TikTok, and some fans were like, yeah, it's nice to hear, but like, we want to see action, boys. Like, we want to actually see results. So I get that, but man, those boys were very convincing. So that is what I'm excited about with them.
Yeah, it is good to hear, man. And you've been around this franchise for a while now at this point, and you saw what it was like during the Bean Team years, and then when it went all bad with Mike Brown and Monty McNair and all those other guys, and now Scott Perry at the helm. Do you feel, just being, because you're around them almost every day, it feels like, do you feel an energy shift within the franchise as opposed, compared to those couple of years where it just went south when Fox was traded and Mike Brown was fired and all this other stuff? Do you think they're turning the corner as a franchise and starting to push in the right direction as a collective unit?
Call me naive, but I do. I actually really do. And I don't know if, hey, guys I date, they can tell me one thing and I believe them. So maybe I don't have the best sense of judgment. But listen, Scott Perry is very convincing. Like I said, Max, and like the messaging from a lot of the young players, it's the buy-in. I think that's what Scott Perry has been talking about since he got here, right? It's about getting players to buy in. They know Scott Perry's been around the league for a long time in various roles. They know they can't just snap their fingers and they're a playoff contender. It's not how it works. It's, what does he say? Rome wasn't built in a day, right? It's about just getting the pieces. He had a great draft class, in my opinion, last year with Dylan, Max, and Neek. Again, I think this year's draft class was a success. And so just slowly building it. And you can kind of sense the culture change. I think, like you said, with, Monty and his staff, again, like Mike Brown, great coach, but he could only work with what he had in front of him, right? And then the whole De'Aaron stuff happened. That was obviously dramatic. I think everyone's ready to move on, and they're definitely taking a step in the right direction, in my opinion.
Yeah, that reminds me. Everything you said about basketball was spot on, and I love to hear that. But you talked about your dating history, and I thought the
Oh
last time
boy.
you were on here, we were supposed to have a show. We were me and Sarah. We were going to create a show for you to go out
You got
dating.
my hopes up for nothing. That was like a year ago. Typical man.
Oh, see, now I'm just like the rest of them. No, we gonna put that in motion. We got to get Tristy the dating show here. Tristy Rodriguez of NBC Sports Bay Area. We'll move from the Kings just a little bit because the news of the day is LeBron James going to the Philadelphia 76ers. Are you surprised by that, first and foremost?
Yeah, I am. I am obviously, being in the Bay and the Warriors adjacent, we were closely monitoring the situation, and I thought it really was going to be down to Cavs, Heat, or the Warriors. And like one of my friends who doesn't watch sports, right? She sent me Sean's tweet earlier, and she's like, "What does this mean for the NBA?" And I was trying to explain it to her, and I'm like, to me, it just felt like LeBron is such a generational great player that like he had to go out in a special, meaningful way. Like that's the only thing that made sense to me. Cleveland, obviously home. Miami spent some time there. Warriors, like ending his career with Steph and LeBron like that, after what they did in the Olympics. But Philly, like, and Rich Paul was going off about saying like LeBron isn't ring chasing. LeBron isn't, chasing any championships. He's already feels satisfied with the amount of championships he's won and like his success and all that. Of course, like he's gonna say what he's gonna say, but yeah, I was surprised. Philly, that really surprised me. I mean, obviously Philly is an exciting team in the East, and instantly they're like a playoff championship contender, right?
Right.
With LeBron, even before LeBron's addition, honestly. But again, so much of Philly is surrounded by Joel Embiid, right? Obviously his health. But yeah, I was surprised. I mean, I'm excited, but very, very shocked, very surprised.
I thought he was going to Miami. I said it pretty much all week long. Some of
Me
the things I
too.
had heard, and then some of the things that I was apparently reading too much into when it comes to Pat Riley. Some of the things he was saying, the whole YouTube stream thing. Like I was reading too much into it. I thought he was going to Miami. Philadelphia is a really good. It's probably the best option basketball wise, right? Like that's his best shot to win a title in Philly. You talk about Joel Embiid, but obviously Jaylen Brown is there with the trade. Tyrese Maxey, that's my guy right there. Maxey is the truth. So he's going to have an opportunity to go out with an NBA title, but I still think people sleeping on my Knicks. My Knicks. And when I say my Knicks, that's not because I'm a Knicks fan. I'm a Knicks supporter. But those are my guys. Those are my guys. Jalen Brunson, they sleeping on the champs, man. Come on now.
Yeah, I mean, the Heat would have been exciting too, don't you think? Like, I don't know.
It
I
would
feel like it
have.
just would have been more balanced.
It would have. But the East is crazy now. Because
Yeah,
I mean, I guess it didn't change it that much because Philly was already like a title contender before
that's what
LeBron.
I'm saying.
So is
Like,
Miami without LeBron. But it would have. I don't know. This is fun. This is fun, him going to Philly. And Philly's that crazy fan base, and,
oh
they're
yeah,
going to be going crazy. So this is fun.
I'm excited to see how his first conversation with Jaylen Brown goes. Because didn't Jaylen Brown like call Bronny trash or something, or said he didn't belong in the league?
Yeah, he said he didn't think he was an NBA player. And LeBron mentioned that in like a post game that year. He was like, I'm cool with Jalen, except for that ish that he said about Bronny. I wasn't feeling that. So, yeah, I wonder how their first conversation is going to go. But, yeah, it's going to be fun. But once again, like I said, they sleeping on the Knicks, man. Knicks just they slept on them in the finals. Everybody thought it was OKC or San Antonio, and the Knicks just went in there and handled business. And they're gonna do the same thing. One of these days, Tristy, one of these days, it's gonna be a Knicks Kings NBA Finals, and I can't wait.
Is Mike Brown still going to be coaching the Knicks?
That's a good question. Probably so. There is A Cup leading the Kings too, and it's gonna be the end of the Knicks run. Like, the old grizzled vet Knicks. Do they still have it in them? And the young up and coming Kings is gonna. With Darius A Cup is gonna be in the finals with them. That's the dream.
That'll be the same day that you set up this blind date thing with me, because
The
it'll probably
blind,
never happen.
the blind date is set up. I'm gonna let people come back from summer vacation. My executive producer Sarah Hodges, she's probably still on a beach somewhere. But when she comes back, we're setting this up. We are making it happen. It's gonna be a Netflix show.
Oh God! All right, we'll see.
Dating Tristy.
I'm ready. I'm ready for it.
You guys go check out all of Tristy's work on NBC Sports Bay Area, and we got to talk to you soon, man. It can't be once a year. Like we got to do this more often, man.
Yeah, you have my number.
You were in Vegas, didn't even holler at me, man. I think you walked right by me a couple times.
I don't. Were we there the same days?
No, I don't think so. I'm just
yeah.
I left on Sunday. I think that was the first time I saw you there was Sunday.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. That was my first day basically.
Yeah. All right, man. All right.
But yeah, we'll talk soon.
And everybody, be ready. The Tristy Dating Show is coming up soon. Make sure you check it out.
Thanks, guys.
I appreciate you, man. You take care. Rodriguez, NBC Sports Bay Area. Go check out her interview with Maxine Reynal and Dylan Carwell and everything she does. She does great work for NBC Sports Bay Area. You know what I'm still tripping off, Kyle? I'm still tripping off the fact that these Dodgers might actually three-peat. Damn. This is awful. Yeah. This is really, really bad. I remember I see like all these like highlights of Travis Ishikawa hitting, the walk-off homer in the NLCS. And, I think back, life was good. Like it was great. I was on top of the world, and I was like, Dodger fans are probably sick right now. And here we are like 12 years later. It's completely flipped.
I can't tell if, and I want it to be clear, I don't hate the Dodgers. I just don't. I don't.
Like I don't hate the Astros. I don't
sure.
Hate the Astros.
Yeah. I like they're there for me.
Yeah.
Not they're there for me. They're among the teams for me. Like they're just kind of out there. So I don't feel that strongly one way or the other. I like Shohei Ohtani a lot, so I pull for him. But they should have lost the World Series last year.
Oh,
the Blue Jays had that series won. And the Dodgers made a couple of plays. The catch in left field, of course, with Kike Hernandez and was that Andy Paez? Just unbelievable. And then the play at the plate.
Yeah. Don't forget the double play in Game 6.
The double play in Game 6. Yep. So many things happened like that just kind of went the Dodgers' way. And I can't tell if that means and the Dodgers last year were so banged up. Their pitching staff, they had like 8 dudes on IR who are the IL, who would be heavily in the rotation or at the top of the rotation for a bunch of teams in the league. And so they got injuries. Clayton Kershaw's washed. They're playing a red hot Blue Jays team. Like they just had no business winning not no business, but last year was the year for them to lose.
Right.
And I can't tell if all right, well they're not going to have that same luck this year. Or if it's no, they're going to be more dominant this year.
It's tough to tell, especially when you talk about there's no other great teams in baseball. Like the Blue Jays, I would kind of was locked in on them around this time last year. I was like, oh, the Blue Jays are the truth. Like they can win it all. And they went on the run, went to the World Series, had an opportunity to win. And we joke about the Brewers a little bit, but I don't know if the Brewers going to beat the Dodgers. The Braves were looking like that team early on, and then they had a nasty little skid around June or whatever. They kind of bounced back a little bit since then. But I'm not even confident in them. The American League, nobody
the American League's a mess.
And nobody's more than 5 games over 500, it feels like. How are they going to win anything?
The trade deadline could make things look dramatically different. Like if Tarek Skubal goes to Tampa Bay or New York to the Yankees.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, man, that's a potential game changer, right? But outside of that, I don't think anybody in the American League is better. And like you said, the Braves maybe, Phillies maybe.
Phillies have come
but I don't buy the Brewers as far as I can throw them.
I understand.
They have big Moneyball A's energy where you're a really good regular season team, but when it's time to just hey, it's a 7-game series. It's your best dudes against their best dudes.
Yeah.
They're just not gonna have the best dudes often enough.
Yeah, it may swing on who gets Luis Severino and Shane Langeliers.
Maybe.
Yankees go to the Bronx, guys. Go to the Bronx. I like the Yankees are my American League team outside of the A's.
That's stunner. I'm floored
outside of the A's. I like the A's. I even
man.
liked them in Oakland a little bit.
Cool, man.
Yeah, I don't think I like them as much in Vegas.
Get ready for Nick Kurtz on the Dodgers in 4 years.
I'm done, bro. I'm done with baseball, bro. If that happens, I'm finished with baseball. Jacob Wilson going to the Yankees. Maybe that'll happen. They can't trade. That's one thing that I get frustrated with baseball. And I'll tell you a little bit more about it as the show goes along. But just trading people. Like if it don't, like the Giants, it didn't work out this year. Let's trade everybody. Willie Adames, let's trade. You just got them. I know it's
build
not
a farm system.
All right, man. All right. You know who would be in agreement with me?
Is it Dave Deuce Mason?
Dave Deuce Mason, and he's coming up on D-Lo and KC. On the other side, Damian wouldn't like that on ESPN at 1320.
On the other side of what? The break. There's a break. We're on one side of it. Then the commercials are going to play. Let's say Sky River coming back.
Okay. So this is funny. Tristy is like technically somehow still in the studio. And I was about to get her out of the studio, but it's so aggressive with how you remove somebody. It either says ban them from the studio or kick them out of the studio. Why can't we just remove them? I guess I'll kick her out.
Politely escort them out of the studio.
I'll kick her out from the studio. Tristy will be removed from the studio. If you want to prevent this person from rejoining, you should ban them instead. I'll just kick them out. That's all.
Say yeet this. Me and my buddy one night, we were hanging out, and it was a weekend, and we had partaken. And he shows me this video of this. Shows me this video of it's like a little league baseball game, or like a travel ball baseball game. His kids are like 11, 12. Somehow his ball comes kind of like trickling back into the infield. And the catcher goes and like jumps on it, like right out in front of home plate. There's a runner going to third. And dude goes to get it, and the coach is going, eat it, eat it, eat it. And so the catcher just wings this thing. Just sails it. And everyone's like, what the? And so everything finally slows down, and the catcher goes, I thought you said yeet it.
You said yeet it.
We cried, dude. We cried laughing. I thought you said yeet it.
That would have never crossed my mind.
Like, coach, yeet it. Like, what? That's such an 11-year-old, like, connection to make. Like, I'm just going to trust the coach. If he wants me to yeet it, I'll just do it, I guess.
Just tossed it.
Yeah. Like, he threw it towards third base.
Yeah.
But he just didn't make a good throw.
Right.
And so it looked like it just was like, all right, I'm going to get rid of it. But he thought the coach was telling him, like, throw it.
You said yeet it.
Yeah. What? No.
Would have never thought about that terminology.
Not even once. Like I said, that's just such a, like, 11-year-old thing.
Oh, man. Hey, there he is. There he is.
What's up, Kenny?
Deuce Mason. What's up, man? We in commercial.
I'm hearing myself back. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Nope, not on me. I'm not wearing it this time.
Oh, man. That's the story of our life today.
Is that something that's been happening?
We had a guest earlier whose audio was reverberating.
Test.
My audio was just reverberating. That's not on me.
Yeah,
Test.
I hear a little echo, I think. I don't know.
I'm hearing myself back.
So, okay, this is what we'll do because my terminology earlier was a little problematic. Deuce, you leave the stream.
Deuce, ban yourself from the studio.
Leave the stream.
Leave the stream and then try to come back on the stream because before I was saying, hey, you slide out and then just slide back in.
Can't say that.
They didn't like
Not
that.
at all.
So,
you can't say that.
You just remove yourself from the studio and then come back in.
Sports Chalet, we'll take you to the limit.
They still got those?
No, I used to work there though.
Matter of fact, I got some good cleats after like a store closing there.
We were a clearance store, and so every once in a while they drop some Jordans for like $40 in our. It's like that's not making it to the floor.
Test.
You're good
Test.
You're good on mine.
I think it's okay. I think it's okay.
Speaking of Sky River Casino, with 18 different restaurants and bars, like one of my personal favorite, SR Prime Steakhouse. Yes, indeed. Which it's Friday. It's not payday, but it's still Friday. I might slide over to SR Prime. Give me a little, give me a little taste. Give me a little taste. Nice little steak. Maybe a little champagne and campaign. The kids are out of town further down. And it's a wild time when the kids are out of town now because I'm old, and I just say, let me go to Sky River Casino. Let me go to the humidor and just sit and do nothing. It's not like, oh, I'm going out and partying. It's let me go to the humidor or SR Prime and just sit down and relax. So you might do that. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino. And sky's the limit for the legend, for the GOAT, for one of the greats here in the city of Sacramento. And that's my main man, Dave Deuce Mason. So busy. Did you know I tried to set this interview up 2 weeks ago, and he just got back to me today.
2 weeks ago? No, it was earlier this week. Don't do that to me.
No, man.
And you said legend. I'm looking around. I'm like, does he have some other special guest on? There's no legend here. Also, I love him talking about Sky River. Like, I know it's not payday, as if your stuff isn't comped over there. You go to Kings games courtside. Wherever you want to go, welcome in. Free steak. You get hooked up.
Have you seen those videos? I don't do this, so don't arrest me, everybody. I just know nice people. But have you seen those videos of people who say, hey, I'm going to get into the ring at this Manny Pacquiao fight? And it's just a regular person, and they, like, whether they're on their meta glasses or whatever, they just detail the walking into the arena and, like, the media entrance. They have no credentials, no nothing. They're just regular people. Walk through the tunnel, walk down to the floor where the announcers are. Oh, fight's over. Oh, let me shake your hand, Bob Arum. Hey, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. Walk up into the ring and just in there. I'm like,
that's you.
How would this happen?
Yeah, that's literally you.
They would yeet me out of the arena if I tried to do that in any form or fashion. It's just
also
amazing to me.
I gotta say, great to hear Kyle's voice again. I mean, he's on like that Brock Lesnar schedule, like 3 times a year he shows up, and I mean, he's just every time he's like in Japan, he's everywhere. Paris. I mean, what kind of deal does he have?
He's the boss. That's what it is.
Yeah, you're right. The final boss. I acknowledge you.
Deuce, man, how you been, man? I know it's been a whirlwind summer for you guys, man. You've been all over the place, but you were recently at Summer League, and you got to see these guys. And I was telling people before, we spoke about the Summer League experience and how the Kings did all week. It's probably like the last day we'll talk about Summer League, like, because what's been said has been said, and these guys, the next thing is training camp, and we'll just let it die. But I got to ask you, what did you see out there at Summer League? Let's start with the rookies, with Darius Acuff Jr., with Emmanuel Sharp. What did you see from those guys?
I mean, I thought I saw a lot of what I expected to see from Darius Acuff. So many people want to talk about efficiency. Maybe I'm in the minority, Kenny. You played at a high level. I don't care about efficiency in Vegas during Summer League. I'm sorry. Like, these guys just got together. They're just out there playing. The only difference is nowadays Summer League has so many eyeballs because every game's televised. We all see it. I mean, I remember back in the day when they didn't even televise this, and we would just like maybe get like one game, or we look at a box score, they stream it. So there's so much attention. I try not to make too much of it, whether it's good or bad. I thought with Darius, I mean, the guy's a bucket getter. I think he reads the game well. I see the processing out there, his ability to get to the basket. Are there things that I'm eager to see him develop? Yeah, for sure. I think he will be more efficient. I think it'll look better playing with other NBA guys. I would say the thing that was honestly most encouraged by is that I thought defensively he competed. Now, the clips that go out there, they're like, oh, he fell asleep here in transition. Yeah, there are times he fell asleep in transition. That has to be better. But I saw him compete more in the summer league defensively than I did at Arkansas all of last year. So I think he's going to be a really good player in this league. I think he's got a chance to be a really dynamic offensive player with his passing ability, 3-level scoring. I like his game.
One of my favorite videos I've seen this summer was the video you did after the Wizards game, I think it was. And I think you were at the game. So
Yeah.
like kind of being there and seeing like the way the whole game plays out a lot of the times, I can attest to, like, you're like, oh, okay, like that game was the game. And I'm sure you, like, after the game, you said you got on social media and everybody was freaking out about like defense and this clip right here shows you that he's this and that. And then you had a great video where you just kind of broke down, like, guys, it wasn't that deep. Like in that play where he didn't close out on somebody or something like that. It's a regular basketball play and it's summer league. I thought that was a great breakdown by you in the way that you kind of debunked some of that stuff.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not dismissing his defensive issues that he has had. Like, as a guard at that size, he's going to get picked on. So for him, it's just about competing on that end. But I think some people want him to be an elite defender. I don't know. I don't know what you want from him. I mean, to me, it's the efforts, it's navigating screens, it's just competing. All right. He doesn't have to be some lockdown guy. Some of the great offensive guards in this league can't really guard that well, but you just have to compete and be a good team defender, communicate. And I think I saw enough of that he could build on it and clean up the other things. But I just think you see the flashes out there of what he can be. And it looks like a pretty dynamic player. That makes me very excited about his future in Sacramento. Now, he's also 19 years old, and we'll see how it kind of develops over time. But I don't know. The social media stuff nowadays, Kenny, I don't know if I'm just getting old, because it seems like everyone's got to have an opinion. It's like if someone's decided that someone is a great player or a bad player, they will make sure to clip anything that fits that narrative and keep pushing that narrative like forever and ever and ever. I'm like, well, are you rooting to be right or what? I don't know. Like, I'm not saying to not analyze the game, but I think we go a little too far sometimes. Like this, you know what this was? We saw some guys scrimmage, some young guys scrimmage and play against players play with players they may never play with again. Or on the other side of it, with guys who popped off in later round, like Brazil. I like Brazil. He had some nice moments in summer league. He was also going up against literal G League teams. It's just like different matchups too. So how much do you really take from all of that? That's what makes it challenging.
Yeah, man, I agree with you 100%, and it's a frustration of mine that it feels like people are always critiquing these players, and not just Darius Acuff, but the greatest players in the game, like LeBron James, and critiquing them where they're looking for somebody to be a perfect basketball player.
Doesn't exist.
Yeah, never has any clips of bad defense or always takes the perfect shot or never turns the ball. Like that's what the robots are for. These are human beings, and there's strengths and weaknesses to a number of different people's games. And there's going to be moments where they're locked in and doing everything right, and there's going to be moments when it's just not their night. They don't have it. Maxine right now is a perfect example. He's not going to turn the ball over at a 7 times per game clip.
I don't even know what's happening that game. That was insane too.
He just had a damn near outer body experience for one night. I guess what happened.
It was Space Jam. It was when they sucked the talent out of the player, right?
Right. And it's like you said, I don't want people to not analyze the game, because I do it. I analyze the game. I look at some of these guys and say, hey, he needs to get better at this, or I don't like this about his game. But I just feel like people are always looking for perfection in a game, in a world that's full of imperfection.
Exactly. And for this, it's you're looking at in my opinion, it's like, are they making the right plays? I'm not gonna worry about the end result. Did they create a good advantage? Did they create a good look? Was it a good pass? Was it a decent shot? Like, those are the things I'm looking at. I don't worry about like missed shots early on, especially from someone like Acuff, who has shown the ability to be efficient. But I don't know what you liked what you saw, right? From just the flashes.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I liked the fact that he was able to get where he needed to go on the court, pretty much when he wanted to, and he was able to get shots up when he wanted to. I think Mark Jones talked about it earlier this week when we talked to him, but I've heard it before. It was a story of like Doug Christie in summer league, and when he played in summer league, and he like had a poor shooting night, like 6 of 19 or something crazy like that, and he was like, "Oh man, they're gonna be mad at me because I missed a bunch of shots." And I think one of the coaches told him like, "No, that was actually a good sign that you were able to get 20 shots up. Like that's kind of what we're looking for. Does everybody want you to make shots? Of course, but if you can't get whatever shots you want up in this setting, in this scenario, then there's no hope for you. But if you show that you can get these shots up and you can handle the pressure and handle, distributing the ball to your teammates, we'll work on other stuff. Like once we get our offense and our game plans in place, you'll make some shots." But just watching Darius Acuff being able to kind of orchestrate the game offensively, I don't want to say at will because that makes it sound like he was dominating, but he didn't have any issue getting his shot off. That's what I was looking for, and that was an encouraging sign for me.
Yeah, and the summer league, you're going to try some stuff, right? And you're going to see some stuff for the first time. I thought one of my big takeaways from summer league, I don't know, I thought it was so physical, like defensively. I mean, they were going at these guards. I mean, seeing what the Nets did multiple times against Acuff, right? Just trying to send two at him, their biggest defenders, blitzing. What the Kings did to Wagler. I mean,
I was about to say, look, I'm on the home team side on that one, but even a couple times I was like, wait a minute, that's a foul. Like you can't.
Yeah, right. I mean, they were bumping the hell out of this guy, and like part of it is, the defense is going to be ahead of the offense in summer league. One, and then two, you get 10 fouls, so you're going to be ultra physical and just go out there, and even that, like. People are ready to bury Wagler after a game and a half, and then he has a big third quarter. People are like, well, wait. It's like, yes, because these are young players, and they're trying to adjust and figure some things out. I don't know. It's just funny how we talk about it. I guess my other takeaway, too, just being there a couple of days, it's like, this draft class was hyped so much, and it's like it feels like it's just going to live up to the hype. The talent level is crazy. The flashes you saw from Peterson and AJ, Cam Boozer, Caleb Wilson, that I think people forgot about. By the way, another guy that people act like, oh, he can't shoot. He's not going to be able to shoot. First game, he hit 7 threes, Yeah, there's just a lot of talent in this draft. Braden Burries was awesome.
Yeah. Now, LeBron Philon of the favorite in the East, Philadelphia 76ers was going crazy. Malik Thomas was going crazy in there. I agree with you. I think there is so much talent in this draft, and worst case scenario, I think like the first 10 to 12 picks are going to be really, really good. I don't want to say Hall of Famers, All-Stars, nothing like that, but I think almost everybody hit on those picks. I liked all those players.
Wait, did you say you have the Sixers as the favorites in the East now?
That's the betting favorites. I think my boys, because those are my boys. I'm just a supporter of the New York Knicks. They're just laying in the weeds. That's all they're doing. And I like that.
I mean, yeah. I mean, opening night is going to be special because opening night has to be Sixers Knicks at Madison Square Garden. I think that's what it has to be. I think they'll save the Spurs Knicks matchup maybe for Christmas.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's a good call. We were trying to figure out Christmas. We didn't think about Spurs and Knicks.
And they did that last year. This Christmas it was Spurs Knicks.
Right.
So do you run that back then? I don't know. I feel like maybe Spurs OKC for opening night could be cool. But anyway,
that's what I think it will be. Yeah.
The Sixers are fascinating. I just think it's going to take a level of sacrifice that's like Team USA level of sacrifice from some of those guys. I mean, from a talent perspective, you see it, but you have a lot of guys that like the ball in their hands, and can they find that balance where it's not just your turn, my turn? Because I think that's kind of the tough part when we've seen some of these teams come together. It turns into like, okay, hey, you're cooking now. You you do your thing, and then it's a whole bunch of guys standing around.
Yeah.
But they have some explosiveness, and it allows LeBron and Embiid to kind of maybe take more of a back seat and let Maxey and Brown be those creators.
For sure. We're talking to my guy, Dave Deuce Mason you guys know him of the Deuce and Mo podcast, but shout out to him. Another year, he'll be on pre and post for every Kings game, man. Congratulations to you for that one. There you go. Round of applause. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Let me get some air horns for my guy, too, real quick. There you go. Yeah. That's going to be a good time.
Thank you.
Good time, man. And we're talking a little NBA, talking a little Kings. And you and Mo, speaking of Darius Acuff Jr., you got an opportunity sit down and talk to him and kind of get to know him as a human and his personality. What were some of the things that stood out from that conversation that you had with Darius Acuff?
I think he's just a sneaky, funny guy. He's so low key. Yeah. I remember watching the Zoom press conference from when he got drafted that night on draft night. And I was like, oof, this could be a rough one with the media. Like, I don't know. But it's also he's on Zoom and there's a lot going on. And he opens up. I mean, he's not going to be the loudest guy in the room, but he's funny. He's engaging. I thought we sat down with all three rookies at once, and it was just funny to kind of hear the dynamic between those guys and hearing Alex and Emmanuel give him some crap because they asked, like, what do you do? You don't play video games. What are you going to do tonight in your hotel? And he's like, I don't know. Just go up and watch stars and power. Like, he's just so chill. All his life is basketball and family. Like, and you respect it. So I dig it. I really do. And I think it challenges the media a little bit. I don't know, but I can come across sometimes. It's funny because I'm in the media, but I'm very critical of how people ask questions in media scrums. Because I think sometimes if I was a player, I'd be clapping back all the time at some of these media guys. So it challenges you a little bit. Like, hey, if you're going to come and ask a question, you better bring it. There's no flag. There's no flag. I noticed it and I kept moving. Do not.
The ref was looking the other way.
That was a close one.
Somebody took the pad off the turnbuckle right there when the ref wasn't watching. Oh man, that's good. It's funny because my grandmother used to always. She wasn't a media person at all, but she was a teacher. And she would always be critical of questions, right? So they would be in the media scrum and they say, LeBron, tell us about your thoughts after losing this game. Like, what do you think he's going to say?
Tell us your thoughts. That's one of my pet peeves. Tell us. Well, you asked me a question. I mean, what do you think? I'm upset. We lost. Next. See, that's how I would be all the time. I could not stomach it. So anyway,
I'm gonna have to talk to you after broadcast. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna ask you questions after broadcast. Dude's gonna go off on me.
Stop.
But yeah, that was one of her pet. The other thing was she would like get mad at the athletes too. Because once again, she was a teacher, an English teacher, and she would say the two things that she would get frustrated with is when they would go, she's like, what do you mean? Like, take time to say some words. And then the other one that she would fall out of her chair is when they say, She said, no, I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. What do you mean, Stop saying,
She had some great lessons. That's awesome.
Me crazy. So every time I think about that, when I say, I always have her in the back of my mind. Like, you better get the right words out. You said you sat down with the other rookies as well, Alex Caravan and Emmanuel Sharp. What do you think about their performances in Las Vegas and in the California Classic as well?
Emmanuel Sharp, man, I appreciate so much players who are just absolutely determined to like lock down the opposing guy, and that's like a badge of honor for him. He wants to do it. He plays physical. I mean, how many times did I see him dive on the floor for a loose ball during Summer League, at the California Classic in Vegas? That mentality is great. And then his ability to knock down threes, like talk about the ultimate 3-and-D guy. I think that's a huge sign. Caravan, I thought he played well the last couple of games. I wasn't too concerned early on because he sprained his ankle day one of summer league camp, and you're trying to get back. And I'm sure he was trying to push to get back faster to get some reps. And then you miss practice time, you miss games, and then you're just thrown into things.
Right.
It's kind of tough. But you could see the flashes of what would make him a good role player. I think it's fair to say, though, like down the road, we're going to be judging like we always do. Like, okay, like Caravan and Sharp look like they could be really awesome role players in the league potentially. But should you have gone that path in the draft? Could you have looked to take someone that with a little more upside? Like that's what everyone looks at. Like a Malik Thomas. You look at Malik Thomas, you're like, how did he go there? And you knew he could shoot the ball, but the playmaking really popped. Are we going to be looking back at like, oh, maybe they played it a little safe there? With that said, I think both of those guys, as you're trying to establish some sort of identity and culture, are guys that will do the things that you like need in a big way. And so I'm encouraged to see like what they can turn out to be.
My guy Deuce Mason of the Deuce and Mo podcast and of NBC Sports California, kind enough to spend a little time with us here on D-Lo and KC, and we'll go big picture. We'll talk a little NBA right now. With the news of LeBron going to Philadelphia, some of the talk today has been, hey, is the Eastern Conference finally, after like 25 years, is it finally better than the Western Conference? I never thought we'd see this day where we even have this conversation. I was like, it's just not going to happen. Nobody's moving and choosing these Eastern Conference teams in free agency and all this other stuff. But, man, we might have actually seen the day now. The Eastern Conference is stacked. It is absolutely stacked.
Yeah. I'm thinking about the West. So San Antonio, OKC at the top.
Denver, Minnesota.
Yeah. That's where I was going.
Lakers, Houston. And then it gets a little dark after that.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. And I mean, I think you can make a legit case. And then the East, it's pretty stacked. You could make the case for like, you look at the teams in the East, like Boston should still be good, right? Even with the Paul George questions, like they'll still be a good team, right? New York's going to be good. What's Cleveland look like? Well, they should be good. Toronto is maybe getting Kawhi Leonard. What's that look like? Indiana's getting Halliburton back. They add Zubats. Okay. Washington, what do they look like with Trey, with 80 and AJ? I mean, you can go like 10, 11 here of like pretty quality. Orlando with a new coach. Is the vibe a little different? Are they able to like unlock some things, or are they going to need a trade in the future? Maybe break that up. I don't know. But the point is, there is Detroit. Like I know the Durant thing's still kind of weird, but they've got the talent. Yeah, I mean, I think overall you could say the East is deeper, but it also speaks volumes to where the NBA is at, where there's so many competitive teams. Like it seems like it's more stacked. I'm also like, I was really mixed about how they addressed the tanking issue, because we needed to address it. I love the NBA, but I will watch a game every single night, multiple games, just have it on. But it was like February, and some of these games, I'm like, this is embarrassing what we're seeing with the tanking. Like it went way too far. So this year, now that there's no incentive to do it, I just think it's going to create a really competitive environment around the league.
I agree. I was critical of the new lottery rules, because I thought it was an overreaction to, like, the tanking was a problem, but I was like, we don't need to mess with the lottery. So I wasn't really a fan of it. But that aspect of, hey, there's no need to lose games on purpose anymore. And if you lose too many games, you're in this relegation zone. So, it had them emphasizing playing competitive basketball. I do like that aspect of it. But like that Eastern Conference that we're talking about, check this out. You got Philadelphia, New York, and Miami. I'll even throw, just out of respect, I'll throw Cleveland out there as a 4, right? Like a 4th team there. Think about, this is the 5 and 6 spots. Look how many teams are going to be fighting for that. Boston, Detroit, Atlanta.
Toronto got better.
Yeah, Toronto, Orlando, Charlotte. Like, we're talking about outside of Washington, you mentioned them. Outside of Chicago and Brooklyn, we're talking about like the rest of the Eastern Conference. I didn't even say Indiana. We got,
man, you're already sleeping on Caleb Wilson. He may take the Bulls to the next level, the next MJ. But like
Caleb Wilson connection might be popping.
Yeah, Milwaukee's not going to be any good, right? Milwaukee. I mean, Brooklyn, I don't know. I mean, I was intrigued by their guys at Summer League. And I know it's Summer League, but their young guys look better. And they got a lot of experience last year. They pretty much played them the entire year until some injuries hit. And yet, Dwellman looked a lot better to me. I just like his size. He talks a lot of crap. That's fun. You add Randall to the mix. I mean, he's going to help them. They still have Porter. I'm not saying they're going to be any good, but like, I don't know. Like, it just goes to show you, like, they may be one of the worst teams in the East, but it doesn't mean they're going to be, an 18-win team.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Deuce, man, I appreciate you, big dog. It's been a while since I talked to you, man. So I appreciate you coming on the show, making a little time for us. And next time I'll go through the proper channels because I know it's, I got to talk to PR, I got to talk to security, and I'll just go through the proper channels. You know what I mean? I'll do that. I'll do that.
Don't do that. Next time, invite me to the studio.
Oh, you can come down here anytime, man. Come on, man. You already know that. You already know that, Dave Deuce Mason, man. I'll be talking to you soon. I appreciate you again, bro.
Appreciate you, man. Have a good weekend.
Deuce from the Deuce and Mo podcast and from NBC Sports California, Kings pre and post. I'm interested to see what the Kings are looking like this year. I'm interested to see what the NBA is looking like this year. But before we get out of here, Kyle, we do this like almost every time. We say we're going to talk about 49ers, and we don't talk about the 49ers. I want to talk about the 49ers because training camp starts on Sunday, and the quest for 6 is back on. We'll talk about it. We'll break it all down. I'll see. We'll break it all down. On the other side, on D-Lo and KC. KC and Friends on ESPN 1320.
Can you get Xfinity for me one more time?
I got you. Yep.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. Oh, Collins, that's disrespectful. That's actually like the wrong thing to say because they're going to have on offense. I'm telling you that.
I'm so bad at the trash talk thing because my brain is like, I just want to be logical. So my quest for 6 points, that's ridiculous. Kyle Shanahan's offense is always really good.
What's the
like someone's
6 points? Like the zone running scheme is way better than you think.
Yeah. 6 points. Do you know how many times they've been held to 6 points or fewer under Kyle Shanahan? What the hell? I think 2 of them happened in the last 3 games last year.
Right. Damn.
God damn.
Damn it. I turned it off. Did they get to 13 against Seattle?
No, hell no.
Damn.
Didn't get the end zone. Are you crazy?
Man.
I've never seen them get stuffed in a locker like that by the same team twice in 3 weeks. It's like, oh my God.
That first game.
Hey.
I was like, damn, they really got us bottled up. Like, we can't do nothing. This is crazy.
And then it just happened again.
Yeah.
Hey, Rashid Shaheed took that kickoff back, and I went, hey, if I didn't have to write about the game, that would have been like, all right, I'll turn it off. I'll check the score later and see if it's interesting.
I said, no way. Me and the homie, we got together. We was all hyped for the game. Kickoff.
No, they were toast. They needed. I was going to that. My whole thing that whole week was like, they got to play perfect. If they play a perfect game, they can win. And like you can't have anything like a special teams touchdown. First play.
First play.
It's like, oh, I've seen this movie before.
First play. I think my my argument was like, I think it was like Seattle played. I don't think they played perfect. I didn't think I said that, but they played top notch in that Week 17 game or whatever. I was like, they ain't gonna play that well again, and the Niners won't play that bad again.
Right.
That's exactly what happened.
They played way better, and the 49ers played even worse. When I knew it was really over, when in my heart of hearts, I was like, it's not. It was the Ricky Pearsall catch. It was like a 3rd and long, and it looked like he had a nice diving catch. It was like, all right, and get some points here, and then they ended up not.
I thought they still had a chance when they might have been down 10-0, but when my boy Ton just fumbled and they were driving, they were moving, I said, "Oh no."
The real issue there was Brian Robinson on 3rd and 1. Like, I need you to get a yard. You're here to get a yard.
That's your job, sir.
He stinks. That dude's terrible.
Where's he at? Atlanta now?
Atlanta. Yeah. All these Falcons fans like, oh, we got Brian Robinson. I'm like, yeah, he's ass. All right, here you go. Here you go. Hang on.
Basketball coverage on ESPN 1320 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Imagine that. Every time I read that, I think about there was a song by R&B artist that will not be mentioned, and it was called Imagine That, and it's fire. It's like one of my favorites.
Is this artist perhaps the favorite artist of a noted Bay Area sports talk radio host? And has that Bay Area sports talk radio host come on this station and said out loud on purpose over the air that that's his favorite artist?
Yes, it is, and I'm. Oh,
God,
yeah,
I hope he's listening right now.
Y'all was on the rise.
Oh
on the
man,
come. I want to be longer.
Oh, that's not him.
On the internet.
Go if you're listening. 916-909-1320. Please call.
Please call. That's my boy right there, Guru, man. And when he hit him with this one,
Because y'all was on the rise, on the come.
Bad call by me.
You missed Deuce. Deuce held on the play, and yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was locked in.
No, yeah.
I was locked in.
He held on the play crazy. He held, and then he even looked at the ref like, no.
What did he say? You're not going to get penalized for showing me what happened.
He said something about, yeah, man, it was just good to see them come.
The league office has gone back and reviewed the play.
I'm on demon time.
I'm on demon time. Shout out him. Been a big basketball day. LeBron James still moves the needle. He's still the face of the NBA.
That's insane, dog. Like, LeBron James is good. It's just such a, yeah, we know, right? But it's insane. Like, let's put aside all the, he changed teams, he's ring chasing, all the, put your stupid narratives aside, all right? He's 41 years old. 42 in 5 months.
Mm-hmm.
And where he signed was the storyline of the offseason. And then when he signed, it's like, stop everything. You and I texted last night, yeah, we're going to do a ton of football stuff today. I'm talking about this, and this in the morning. We can hit that again in the afternoon. Had all this stuff planned out. And then LeBron signs like, all right, well, upend the day, I guess.
Yeah. And it's what everybody's talking about.
That's insane. Objectively, like forget what you think about him as a player. Like, forget, I don't care what you think about him as a player. That's nuts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, that's just wild. That is Tom Brady. That's the only other player who moved the needle like that at 40 plus.
I agree 100%. I've said a number of different times.
In team sports, miss me with Phil Mickelson or whatever.
You're gonna have me say something crazy about. No, I'm not. Phil Mickelson. Yeah, salute. Yes.
Nah,
yes,
we don't have to
okay.
salute Phil
No.
Mickelson. That guy sucks.
Yeah, didn't he
Come
go? Didn't he play overseas?
Oh yeah, there's that. There's all the clubs he's been banned from for.
Banned?
Oh yeah. It's a whole Pablo Torre podcast.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I don't
not a good fella.
I don't know that much about Lefty. I'm gonna have to do some.
Not a good guy.
I'm gonna have to do my Pablo on this.
And this isn't even his politics aside. Whatever. That's not even what I'm talking
Just
about.
a jerk.
Yes. Specifically, in the way he comports himself around the opposite sex.
All right, man. I learned too much about him today already.
Bro.
Or maybe I'm glad I learned.
Not
this
a good
about
guy.
him. Yeah.
Anyways.
I said a number of different times though, man, we're gonna miss LeBron when he's gone. We're going to miss him when he's gone, and not like dead, but just when he retires. You know, he is a guy that moves the needle every single time. There was one of those years he didn't make the playoffs. I think it was the first year with the Lakers. He didn't make the playoffs, and the playoffs weren't the same. The playoffs weren't the same without LeBron.
This is what's crazy is I feel like he was such a, like, the star power he had was inside of like such a vacuum, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it just, and immediately,
Mm-hmm.
like he got into the league and was just awesome right away.
Yeah.
And that was when Jordan retired the third time.
What was that? Probably 04, 03?
So right about, like, there was no gap between, like, we didn't get an opportunity to miss Michael Jordan. Because, and I know, like, again, I'm sure, like, yeah, you still miss Michael Jordan. I got it. But from a just, like, star power standpoint, like, somebody that moves the needle on that level.
Right.
It went MJ straight to LeBron. Like, two of the three best players of all time, two of the two best players of all time, played consecutively.
Yeah.
That's insane. And so that's where like Jesse and I have this running kind of bit about Team USA at the 2028 Olympics and how I think they're not going to win gold. And Jesse's like, I'll put it on the board right now. They're going to win gold.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, man, no LeBron, no KD, no Steph. What does that team look like? And do I trust them in the way I just like, yeah, inherently like, yeah, KD and LeBron are on the team. Like, yeah, they're going to win. Oh, Steph's on the team. Yeah, they're going to win. Like, I feel like there's going to be such a vacuum when LeBron leaves that unless Wemby is just that next guy and now all of a sudden there's another no gap between these all-time, like, colossal Mount Rushmore greats.
Yeah. And see, it's, for me, when you talk about guys like LeBron James, Michael Jordan, is more than just basketball. And that's where I have reservations with Wemby, right? Wemby's going to be one of the greatest basketball players we've ever seen. Just like Jokic is one of the greatest basketball players we've ever seen. But LeBron is such a character, you know, whether it's the way he's dominated I don't want to say the media, but just his story. He's dominated how his story is presented. The comedy aspect of LeBron. LeBron's like hella funny, ironically, and that adds another level to him. He is petty. He will send little tweets out, sending shots at his own team.
He's kind of just like a cheesy dad.
Yeah,
but
now
awesome.
he's grumpy. Now as he's older, he's a grumpy dad. Like, he is a character, and he makes, and even him switching teams and stuff like that. I've said this a number of different times. LeBron James makes you feel one way or another. And that is, you know, this is a media person, as a writer, perfect. It's absolutely perfect. You don't want anybody that you're indifferent about or that you're like, I kind of want to see him win or I kind of want to see him lose, but I'm not really tripping. No, a lot of people, I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people either really wanted to see LeBron succeed or really wanted to see him lose. Same thing with a guy like Floyd Mayweather Jr. They either wanted to see him win or they wanted to see him get knocked out. Either way, we were all locked in. And I just wonder who that next guy is. I kind of feel like it's going to be Anthony Edwards.
Ant needs to get. I don't want to say. I need to stop saying a player needs to go to a different team. Minnesota needs to help Ant get to that level.
Got you.
Because I think personality-wise, he's there. And somebody, AK in the chat said it went MJ to Kobe. I'll buy that. That's fine. It went Michael Jordan to Kobe, and then LeBron came in. Like, we just had these massive stars, and I think that's a good point on Wemby. I don't know that he'll be marketable, because I don't think he wants to be marketable in the way that LeBron or even Kobe or MJ were. And yeah, man, there's just nobody. There's nobody like that.
Right.
I don't, and maybe it's just because those guys take up so much oxygen that once they're out of the league, we're gonna really see Anthony Edwards blossom into that, or maybe it's Jalen Brunson or Cooper Flagg. I don't know. I have no idea.
Wemby,
Tyrese Halliburton.
he did a good indirectly or directly. Like I don't when people are like, oh man, he's getting into his villain character. I don't think he's getting into anything. He's just being who he is. But he did a great job of that this postseason, his first postseason, because what he did do is he got some people, probably yours truly, all on board on, I want to see this guy lose every time.
I can confirm that. You sent me a mean thing about Wemby during my show one day.
I don't like this dude. I want to see him lose all the time. It's actually like, I go back and forth with Wemby because he's irritating to watch if you're rooting against him. But then he does a lot of good things that I like, not just outside of basketball, just like his mentality.
Totally.
Seems like a nice guy.
I like
enough, but he has, in one postseason, he fostered at least 3 or 4 fan bases saying like, no, that guy, I don't like him at all. And that is going to be great for the brand.
100%. I like the big thing with Wemby that I think is going to matter more than his individual star power is the mindset that he like instills on the league. If he's unequivocally the best guy, if the Spurs are just in the finals every year, or they're winning multiple titles, and Wemby's just that dude in the way that he might be that dude. The fact that he like cries when they lose or cries when they win, and is very outwardly like emotional, and is not shy about like All-Star game, I want to win. I don't want to like, yeah, it'd be cool to win. Like, no, I'm going to the All-Star game, and I'm going to be the best player at the All-Star game. And if you would like to be the best player instead, you're going to have to be better than me.
Right. Love that.
I think that I genuinely think that matters, because all of the stuff, you can do everything you want with the All-Star game, but like the fact of the matter is it just stopped mattering. People just stopped caring.
Yeah. And you needed one person, one of the top guys, to actually care. We saw that after the game when Anthony Edwards talking about that as the MVP. He's like, yo, Wemby came out here playing, so I wasn't trying to look like no punk. So I had to play. And Kawhi played, and Fox and all these other guys started hooping. Like, it just takes the guy.
And I don't mean carrying the way, because we've seen guys before just go try and get stats to try and win MVP. We see that, but Steph chucking up half-court shots is not Steph caring. Right. I want it like he's gonna play defense, and he's gonna talk some trash, and he's gonna put an elbow into your ribs if you get by him. Like, he's gonna make it more like a real game.
Facts.
And I think that above anything else, I think Cooper Flagg is a little bit like that. And I think if you start getting some of those players in that mode, I think the hyper-competitive Anthony Edwards side starts to come out. And Anthony Edwards is already there. But, I mean, even in those exhibition settings.
Yeah, but Ant didn't even really care until Wemby did. Like, when he's the type of personality where, like, if he's not really tripping, he's not tripping. But if he's challenged in any way, he's always answering the challenge, like, always. And that's what happened in that All-Star game, I think.
It's that I hate referencing memes on the radio, but is that meme of the guy playing video games and he sat back in the chair and then he sits forward? It's Anthony Edwards is sitting forward.
Absolutely. Real quick on that Wemby front, I noticed that I had the fortune of going to the All-Star game in the Bay Area, and the game was whack. Like, it was whack. Like, they tried to turn it up a little bit, but it didn't really work. But I remember when whatever team Wemby was on, it wasn't the championship teams either, the winning teams. He was on some team that lost early, and he was like switching on picks, contesting shots, all this other stuff. And he like switched on a pick. The other guy didn't. and it left for a wide open three, and the guy hit it, and his team lost. And Wemby,
Oh yeah,
was
who
like,
was that he was
he
mad
was
at?
like, bro, like, what are we? Come on, what you doing? Like he was
Yeah.
hot, and this was what second year Wemby, and I was like, oh, I like that. I want to say it was James Harden, but him and James. Might have
Nah, it
been
wasn't
on that.
James Harden.
It was somebody he was upset with, and I said, oh, he's not happy about losing this game.
It was
And I
somebody
loved
that wasn't like, hey, you shouldn't be mad at that guy. Like that guy's been around.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it was like a proven veteran in this game. So, yeah, he actually did the brand of not only his own brand but the NBA. He did it some good by shoving Jalen Brunson to the ground and pointing to his head at Mitchell Robinson during the NBA Finals, because now that's a meme. We always remember it. And you read the text I said about that guy.
boy, did I. Not a fan, it turns out. Russ Dog in the chatty house, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you'd like to hit the Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen text line, please do. I think he's trying to say, has there ever been a non-American face of the NBA? No.
No, but we've never had players this good.
We've never reached, the growth of the international game, I think we're seeing the fruits of that now.
Yeah.
I also don't think it matters. I don't think it matters that much.
I wonder. I think it does a little bit. One of the reasons why I think it matters a little bit, and why LeBron works as the face of the league, even Steph, is the American culture, the hip hop culture. Those guys are ingrained in it.
Sure.
And not that you can't be just immediately part of the American culture if you're from overseas, but hip hop is worldwide. But that takes time at the very least to get it. Like LeBron was rapping Jay-Z and driving a Hummer and wearing throwbacks at 17. So
Rapping
he
the
was
wrong words.
right, not even having the
So
right
funny.
words. Yeah,
So
they have this one meme where he's saying some little baby lyric, and he says like some Old Navy or whatever, and then they play the tracks, and it's like 1,000% not what Lil Baby said, like not even close. But he was already ingrained in that. And I think for a guy like Giannis, for a guy like Wemby, Jokic, if he wanted it, it would take a little time for them to get into that world and be a face of the NBA. So I don't think it's impossible, but it's not naturally ingrained the way it is some of these American
Hip hop
players.
culture Jokic is what I'm looking for. No, it's kind of crazy. It was it made me weirdly emotional when we were in Paris. We were walking down, and we stayed a walking distance from the Eiffel Tower, and so we walked down there and we see. And as we're walking, they have these 2 basketball courts out there, and they're just packed. They're running 3-on-3 on both halves of the court, and there's people sitting in line, and they can play like they're put like it's competitive, and it was just really cool seeing like that in France.
Yeah.
Like, man, you would see that here. Like the game has gone global beyond just like, the academies and all these. Like, no, it's just a sport they play the same way they pick up a soccer ball. Now they pick up a basketball. It's really, really cool.
I'm biased, and I know what soccer does to the world. Like I'm not disputing that. Basketball,
we got nothing that's touching soccer.
Basketball is the one, though. Everybody plays basketball.
And everybody plays soccer.
I don't know if everybody plays soccer.
Brother, have you seen? Go find a video, NFL player, NBA player, whoever who grew up overseas, and watch them juggle a soccer ball.
No,
they've been playing soccer.
True, but think about
watch Jordan Mailata juggle a soccer ball. It's crazy.
Think about. I'm not going to dispute that. Everybody plays soccer. I'm not going to argue that. But think about stuff like what you just said you saw in Paris, and then think about a 24-hour fitness. Think about how many in shape fitnesses there are. Think about how many parks there are with a basketball hoop. Everybody, even people who aren't good, like there aren't people who aren't good at soccer who go play soccer, right? Like if you're going to play pickup soccer,
I think
you're not.
I think
kicking
you're
a
going.
goal
I think you're
somewhere.
basing this on. I think we're underestimating the amount of people that just go like into a field and play soccer somewhere.
I probably am. And that's kind of what I'm talking about. There
And
are
maybe even
people-
not organized games, just kicking the ball around.
Yeah, maybe so. I probably am on that because everybody plays soccer.
Mhm.
That's the world of sports. I'm not even arguing that. But people who play, there's people who aren't playing basketball at all, and they'll grab a ball that rolls to them on the sideline, and they'll shoot a shot.
Yeah.
And they know how to shoot a shot, and they
Yeah.
know, like, basketball is second. I'm
Sure.
definitely not gonna have the argument about soccer.
Mhm.
Like, I'm not gonna
Mhm.
argue against soccer. But basketball,
It's unique in the way that soccer
everywhere.
is.
Yeah.
That you need a hoop and a ball.
That's it.
You ever see somebody like a friend or an acquaintance or something shoot a jumper and like you judge them a little bit, like you feel differently about them a little bit because of the way they shoot a jumper?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. There's certain people I'm like, I never want to watch you shoot a jump shot. I
I'll
don't
be
want to
like,
see you
Oh,
shoot a jump shot.
you're
And I say that
not athletic at all.
I say that as a person, like I don't have a nice looking jump. Like I can't. That's why in front of my nope. Unless I really trust you, it's like all right, then we can hoop. Then I'll play.
Yeah.
But if we were at a chatty house thing, I'm not shooting jumpers.
It kind of baffles me how somebody can't shoot a jumper better than like when somebody has a bad form and stuff. Like, how do you have that bad of a form? It's not that hard.
Well, because if you've never played before and you're just kind of going like, oh, vaguely, I've seen Steph Curry do it. Let me try this. It's just that it. Yeah.
I don't know. You know who probably does have a really good jump shot?
Is it Dusty Baker?
It's definitely Dusty Baker.
thought
And
so.
from the baseball diamond to the vineyard, Dusty Baker's journey is as legendary as his swing or his jump shot. Baker Family Wine celebrates Dusty's passion for handcrafted small lot wines, crafted with care right here in the 916 in West Sacramento. I really love that 755 Hammer and Hank, but I've told you guys all week, and I mean it, that rosé is my favorite, man. So join Dusty's Clubhouse for exclusive releases and tasting room specials and savor beautifully balanced European-inspired wines made for true fans. Visit the tasting room and taste the story behind the legend today at bakerfamilywines.com.
Hello, this is Dusty Baker. Welcome to the family.
And I appreciate all you guys for all you did all week, rocking with me all week. Dame will be back on Monday. Shout out to my man Kyle Madson, listening all week and then being part of the show. We'll see you guys at 7 a.m. for the jump on Monday. Vamos, LeBron James. I'm out of here.
I think I take down 3 glizzy.
Oh, man, Leezy's still here, too. Oh, brother. That is hilarious.
I need to get that on your guys' board.
No, that's a classic.
My favorite thing is Leezy called up and he just offered that up for us.
Just like me being conservative. Just offer that up.
Golly.
Oh, man, I appreciate you guys, man. It was a fun week,
Yeah, I
man. We
appreciate
getting
you.
back to business on Monday. And, yeah, we'll talk more about LeBron. We'll talk about the Kings. And, man, it's the last week of July. I don't know what we talking about. We're going to figure something out. Well,
Yeah,
training
training
camps are
camp's starting. Come on.
Training camps will be starting. That's
We
correct.
got August 13 is the 49ers preseason opener.
That
and
is
the
a
week
Thursday or
before that,
Friday?
that's a Thursday. All 3 of their preseason games are on Thursdays.
Oh, yeah, because Australia, bro.
Yep. And then the Hall of Fame game is
Next Sunday?
Next weekend?
Probably
next weekend. Yeah, it's the week before preseason starts.
Yeah.
I can't wait to watch 0 seconds of that.
Panthers and Cardinals, I think, is what it is.
Panthers Cardinals
I
is
think
the
that's-
most Thursday night BS I've ever heard.
Trash, man. Trash. I'll see you guys next week, man. Y'all be good. Appreciate you guys again, man. Take care.
Thanks, Shotty. I'll see you guys.